Yeah, they modded. I don't know what they shadow in. Yeah, they modded. I don't know what they shadow in. Oh shit, wrong one. Come on now. Boom. There we go. Oh shit, wrong one. Come on now. Boom. There we go. I don't even know what the fuck it. But if anybody disagrees and thinks that we are all one species, then yeah, you may request up on some shit though. I do not.
Yo, what's good?
Abundance. What you feel about the topic?
Topic: we're all not all one species. I see why you're saying that. I want to. What I wanted to ask. I want to ask you a question. Like, why you feel that?
What do you feel about the topic? Like,
Like, what do I? You asked me what I feel. So, me personally, I feel like I really get what you're getting at, and I could see why. I could see why. Like, I wonder. Like, I don't know like exactly how, but I can see why, like us being like having melanin, us being melanized, we're way more different than other people. So I know what you're getting at, and I can see got the little ape and stuff, but the thing is, I don't believe all that Darwin theory stuff, man. I don't mess with all that. So I do believe, us melanized, man, we're different from everybody else, but I do also believe like the origin of the Caucasians and stuff may not be like how we perceive it.
what do you mean though?
Like, what do you mean? What you trying to? What you want me to break down?
All right, so you say you don't believe in Darwin or Darwinism. The
Yeah.
thing is, that's
Is
the
it not
whole
science back?
people evolving from apes ain't just a Darwin thing. Like
It's
when
not?
you really
Okay.
get into it,
Uh-huh.
everybody outside of so-called black people shares animal DNA.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're saying, like with the dogs and shit. I've dug into that. I've seen like in the caucus they used to be like mating with the dogs and stuff. That's why they're so connected with them. You all see that the white people with the dogs, man. They always got some dog with them, man.
Yeah, facts. And
So I see what you're saying. I see exactly what you're
do
saying.
you think that we're all one species?
All one species.
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, I gotta say no, man. I got a good reason too. So, cause I've been thinking, bro. Like, so we know we need the sun, right? Like, you be sun gazing and doing all that, but like, you're not into that stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I be sun gazing too. I was just thinking, like, how come? I be seeing like people, especially the Caucasians and stuff. They be outside with umbrellas and stuff when the sun's out. They be like, "Oh, honey, you need to put on some sunscreen or like some bullshit, to go outside." But for us, since we got that like that good melanin, we're able to just like we have more of a connection. So I was saying like, how will we be like the same species? Like it's almost like they're aliens. Like they're not even from this planet. So I was like, I know what you're saying. I really believe, yeah, we have like some identities, right? Like as humans, like we still have the same like appearances and the way we move and shit. But ultimately, yeah, we probably are a different species.
Right.
So
So even with appearance, we don't even look the same
okay,
when we look at our phenotype.
exactly. All right. So phenotype, you're talking about like our appearances, and stuff like that.
How you
Exactly, because I did do research on like the wild man and how like how they try to tell us like we're apes, we're monkeys, because originally what the theory was like black people would be like the lowest, like we're the most like melanated people, we're the most like at the lowest, we're the savages, right? But then I
yeah.
was really thinking like, how the hell we the monkeys and the savages when you guys got the small lips, fur all over your body? If you don't have it, you're gonna burn in the sun. And at the same time, it's like their hair is dead. Our hair grows up. It's like a spring and it compresses. We have like energy. So like our whole body, we're energetic beings. But for them, it's almost like they run off of like a different type of energy. So I really understand what you're saying when you put in topics like this.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, but oh yeah, my
Um,
fault. Yeah, hey, these right. To go back on the topic, I do believe we're not all one species. So to break it down, but I also don't believe that we should like downgrade people that do have like are European or Caucasian. We should actually because I do believe like before we probably were more intelligent and we probably had like some god races, but then we kind of downgraded into this system, you know, of race and this. We kind of fight each other and stuff like that. Because you have to understand, before they were killing us, they were killing each other. You know, Irish didn't
Hold
mess with
up.
the
You can't
Germans.
say that word on here though.
Oh yeah, yeah, my fault. I mean, they were like, what can I say, unalive or not? What
Yeah,
can I
you can
say?
say that. You
Okay,
say
so they
that.
were like unalive each other, you know, back and forth and things like that. So I could see why. And then what happened was they woke up. They're like, man, we could come together, you know, start colonizing. So that's what they did. They went around the world. We already know the story after that. Then they try to change the script on everybody. So yeah, but on the original topic, what I believe in is yeah, we're not all one species, but we shouldn't downgrade everybody else. We shouldn't say, "Oh, we the most powerful being," because that's just the ego talking, bro. We can't say that we you know, but we do have a more of a spiritual connection. I understand that photo too. I resonate with that, and yeah,
Right. It's not about like, downgrading anybody or anything of that
exactly. But we
nature.
got to take our
It's
power.
just about, you feel me? It's about spreading awareness to our people though.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot
I
of
know what
our
you're saying.
people are navigating the world believing that we're the same as these other people.
Exactly, because they teach us that like we all like they teach the majority we all slaves and we never did anything. But I know what you're saying. You're just trying to bring awareness and bring back our power, and that's important, bro. We need our power. So yeah.
Yeah, facts. Go ahead, the door.
Hello, how are you guys?
How you doing? So what do you feel about the
Good.
topic?
So, I mean, I think okay. So it says we are not all one species. Well, are we even species? I wonder that. But I do think everybody in this world and anybody is very uniquely different. So I don't think we're all necessarily one. I'd put it that way, I
Nah,
guess.
that's actually a different perspective, bro. That's
Although we gotta talk one at a time. But would you say the door, like, can you elaborate more on that?
I mean, so pretty much, everybody is so uniquely different, and that's kind of what makes life pretty interesting. Is like oftentimes we get kind of stuck in the same, you could say, vibrational frequency. Where it's like the same thought patterns, and it feels like every day is going the same. And then you meet that person who's on a different wavelength, and they're like super unique and interesting, and they give you new perspectives to share, and then you start sharing your new perspectives with another person, and then you kind of come to the realization that like everybody's very unique and completely different than one another, spiritually and physically, appearances and everything.
Right. So when we get into that, obviously when we're speaking about species, we're talking about people of the same category, right? So like a rabbit, no matter where the rabbit is on the landmass, it's always gonna look like a rabbit, right? This is how we
Hmm.
differentiate a rabbit from like a frog. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
No,
when we get into the so-called human race, everybody outside of so-called black people share animal DNA.
hmm
No,
So
see, but like
hold
that's
on, hold
every
on. We
life
speak, we
form.
speak, we speak one at a time on here.
My bad.
Uh, so everybody outside of so-called black people share animal DNA. So my thing is, so-called black people was the first on the planet, but the animal DNA somehow skipped us. So if so-called black people don't have animal DNA, how did these other people get animal DNA? If y'all, because they say y'all came from us. So if that's true, how come we don't have the animal DNA?
Oh, okay. So this is a very interesting topic. I have not a lot of education on this. So you're saying that? So you're kind of believing in evolution in a sense, or what?
I mean,
Saying like
evolution is a
animal
theory, and
DNA.
all theories have truth in it.
Oh, are
You
you
know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
retarded? Just
Like
asking.
I said, we
Are you
speak one at
genuinely
a time.
retarded?
So if you can't control yourself, you can go
Are
ahead
you
and drop.
genuinely retarded?
I got you. Abundance. Go ahead, Door.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think. honestly, we're I mean, I agree with the statement that we are not all one species because I mean, kind of like you said, a rabbit to everybody, in a rabbit field looks like, the same rabbit and everyone's going to say, "Oh, that's a rabbit." But, if you put them close together, you're going to see, maybe a different rabbit compared to that smaller or bigger rabbit. Well, that's a difference. Or you could even go a step deeper and be like, well, this rabbit operates this way because they're kind of living in their own world too. So I don't know, dude. I'm kind of confused on the
Right.
on
So
the.
we have that, adaptations and things of that nature, but I'm talking about the basis of the phenotype. A rabbit's always gonna look like a rabbit, no matter if it's in Antarctica or if it's in Africa. You feel what I'm saying? They're gonna have that similar appearance.
Well, then I think that's more of whatever whatever the heck, more of like a deeper question than that we're not all one species. I think it's more of like a you know why are we all stereotyped in general, everybody, everyone, a lot of things when it comes to characteristics and appearances, just in people in general. I don't know. It's an interesting topic. It's kind of opening my mind a little bit, so I do like it.
Right. So do you think that we're all genetically the same?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. Do I think? No, I don't. No, probably not even close, honestly. I think everyone's
Okay.
probably a lot different, I would assume, because it's amazing how the human body works. It has like thousands of nerves and all that, cool crap that goes on. Your body's fighting to survive every day. I think, some people have more advantages, some people have disadvantages, or maybe, some people have, unhidden potential they have no idea about. So I don't necessarily think we're all like in the same DNA type of thing. No,
Okay.
we're all humans, mammals, I guess, but that'd be as far as I could go with that, probably.
The thing is, I don't think that we're all one human race though, because like I said, everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA.
Oh yeah,
So that
absolutely
mean that
not.
would make me and you different.
That's
Oh,
not true though.
go ahead. I gotta head out. I do appreciate you having me on though.
Most definitely abundance. Go
Sure.
ahead, Bree.
You're talking about like
What
human
do you
like.
feel about the topic though? Are we all one
I
species?
disagree with the tie. I think all humans alive today are the same species.
Oh yeah, I agree. All humans are. But like I said, I don't consider so-called black people to be human because when you go into humans, they're related to animals, and so-called black people, we have no animal DNA.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's not true. You know
It
that
is
like
true though.
we like all like humans, and I'm using it the way that differently than you're using it. Every person alive today shares about 50% of our DNA with bananas.
Yeah, humans do. So-called black people, we don't share
No,
DNA
that's
with
also
any
true
other
for black. That's
organism.
true for like every person alive to about 50% with
That's not
bananas.
true.
That is true.
My thing
Google it.
is, all right, so when we get into that, what's your basis? Do you like evolution, religion?
Yeah, I
Like
believe in
what's your
evolution.
basis?
I mean, I also
Okay.
believe in God, but I believe that God initiated evolution.
Okay. So when we get into evolution, my thing is, so do you believe in that outer Africa theory? Like,
Oh, you mean like humans evolved in Africa and they spread out of it?
yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, yeah, that's the scientific consensus.
My thing is, okay, so apparently so-called black people uh migrated to colder climates, right? And all
Yeah,
of a sudden we lost our pigmentation, our hair follicles changed, and then
I
we
mean, it wasn't
became
all at
others.
once. So,
You say what?
I mean, it wasn't all at once. Like it
Right, I'm not
changed
saying
over
it's an
time, bit
instantaneous
by bit
thing,
over
but
time.
apparently it happened over time.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
my thing is, how come we don't see any ancient animals that share a so-called black phenotype? Meaning you don't see so-called black people's hair in nature, but everybody else's hair outside of us, you can find their hair in nature.
What do you mean by you can find the hair in nature? What does that mean? I don't
Okay,
understand what
so
that means.
animals in Africa, right? That's a hot climate. They
Yeah.
still have your type of hair follicles. They don't have so-called black people type of hair. So my thing is you can't find our hair anywhere else but so-called black people. But if
I
we're
mean,
going into,
okay.
the out of Africa theory and evolution, how come we don't see any animals that share our hair, but we can find animals that share y'all's hair?
I honestly haven't heard of or thought about this at all before. But I will say, just like you're talking about the hair follicle, right? The fact that like black people's hair is like coarser,
Right.
like
It
tangles.
coils
You're
and it
talking
grows up
like,
towards the sun.
huh? What?
Yeah, like our hair coils and it grows up towards the sun. It doesn't fall down.
Does it? Well, it grows out, right? Does it grow up? I thought it grew
Yeah,
out
it
like in
grows
general,
up
like a
towards the sun.
poof. It grows up. Okay, whatever. Uh, I honestly haven't thought about this before, but I mean, that's like at the but like treating this idea with the most honesty you can. I don't know what I think about this option, but the most honestly, like I mean, stuff evolves separately. I mean, like bats evolved wings, but they're not really related to birds. They didn't evolve at like the same time that birds did, right? Like other animals could also evolve like the same kind of hair follicles that white people that we evolved.
Yeah,
That
we see
doesn't mean
that
we're
with
like
horses,
related to them.
dogs, monkeys. We see that with a lot of different types of animals, even down to your melanin. Pheomelanin is animal-based melanin, sulfur and ammonia-based melanin. So you can find that within animals, but when we get into so-called black people, we can't find our type of melanin within nature, nor can we find our hair in nature. But we're going off of this whole basis that so-called black people mutated into other races of people, which doesn't make sense because how come we don't see animals doing the same thing?
I mean, we're not like it's like we evolved for, I mean, like the other all other kinds of people. I mean, treating like race as a social construct, right? But if we're talking
Right.
about it
I'll
in
just
this
use race
way,
because a lot of people, go by that. But
yeah. Well, so like I mean, yeah. I mean, we didn't evolve like I mean, it's called convergent evolution, right? You can evolve like the same or similar uh traits, but that doesn't mean you evolved it at the same time that you descend from each other. I will say also, right? I mean, like, right, humans evolved, so we used to live in trees, and then we stepped down from the trees and we evolved like our feet for walking instead of walking on all fours. And eventually we lost like some of our body hair. Doesn't it make sense that you would evolve like
who
darker
lost their
skin
body
to
hair
deal with
though?
that if you're like standing in the sun all the time?
Right. So who was walking on all fours and who had all this body hair? Because you're
The
saying
apes that we evolved from.
you said what?
The apes that humans evolved from.
Right, but that doesn't tie into so-called black people though.
It does. Wait, well, no, but then they evolved into humans, and the first humans were black people,
Right,
right?
but like I said, you don't see so-called black people's hair follicle on any type of ape, nor do you see their melanin in any type of ape. So how did we evolve from an ape? But we see that with your people. That's what I'm saying. If we was the first so-called human on the planet, how come we only see that with people who came after the fact?
Um, I mean, like race is a social construct, right? Because the way that you're framing it, right? It sounds like you're saying that through the traditional narrative, black people are closer to animals, right? But that's
No,
really
I'm
not
not
how it
saying that.
is.
First, I'm not even talking about race here. I'm talking about genetics because we understand that genotype creates phenotype and genotype is just genetic information, which is just your DNA, right? So when
Eh.
we get into that, how come you do not see any animal with our hair? Because remember, They're saying that we look this way because of hotter climates. We don't see that with any other animal. But when we get into everybody outside of us, they share some type of hair or their melanin with an animal.
Can
I
I
mean,
just say?
okay, one,
Hold on, we
humans are
speak one at a
animals,
time.
but
Hold on.
two, I mean, human hair, like the fact that we only grow hair in our head, like that's fundamentally different from how apes have hair. They're just covered in
That's
hair.
not true because when you
It
get
is different.
outside of so-called black people, we start to see hypertrichosis take place, and
I
y'all
don't know what
actually
that
start
is.
to grow hair all over your body, even
You also
all
grow the
over
same,
your.
like all humans have the same number
I
of
mean,
like hair
so-called black
follicles.
people, you can't show me one so-called black person with hypertrichosis, so we can't say we all do that. That's not facts.
You're saying that you don't grow hair on your legs or your chest.
I'm not saying that, but when it comes to y'all grow an abundance of hair. It's called hypertrichosis.
Yeah, we might grow it like more, but you still grow body hair the same way that I do.
Right.
It's not like you don't
No,
grow
we don't
body hair.
grow it. We don't grow body hair the same. That's the thing. We can't stop. We can't just be spewing out these lies here because
That's
that's just
true. That
not
I
fact.
like you might not grow it, and your hair like might not be as thick or might not grow as long as mine. You still grow body hair. You still have the same number of hair follicles. It's the same among all humans. That's how it is. Google it.
Do you know what hypertrichosis is?
I've never heard that word before, but I know that the way that you're using it in this context is wrong.
No, it's not. Hypertrichosis means you grow. It's they often refer to it as wolf syndrome as well. You grow a lot of hair
You're talking
all
about the
throughout the
wolf man,
body.
so the guy that
Right.
like grew hair on his face and like every square inch of it. That's not the same how normal humans grow body hair. It's not the same thing.
That's how y'all came out the caves though. When we found y'all,
What?
y'all came out the caves with hypertrichosis. And this has been a problem within
That
your
would mean
people.
that we lost it though. It's like, because when you talk about
I
wolf
mean,
man
if
syndrome,
it's
that's not
going on today,
normal
you
for
didn't
people.
really lose it though.
Huh?
If it's
Sorry?
still taking place today, you never really lost it because you still get hypertrichosis till this day.
Um, that's not true though. Like the way that
That
you're
is
using
true.
that.
There's still cases.
Yeah, I'm Googling hypertrichosis now. This isn't the norm for uh like any group of people. This is
Right,
like
because y'all put
really
chemicals
rare.
on your body. See, if we
Huh?
go off just natural, right? No
Yeah,
chemicals,
sure.
no shaving, any of that. A so-called black person can never get that hairy, but your people can.
That's wrong.
I
That's not
mean,
true.
you can say it's wrong, but it happens.
So you're literally telling so what you're saying right now, like if I stopped shaving, I would grow hair across my nose, on my cheeks, around my eyes, like all over my face, like every square inch
I
of my
said in
body would be
nature.
covered
I
in
said
hair.
in nature without all the chemicals and all this BS. If you was in your natural state, yes.
What do you mean by natural? Well, so like
Let
that's so
what I
dumb.
mean
Look,
by
why do you
natural
think
state
that?
is if
Why do
me
you
hold up
why do you have this idea in your mind?
because of what do you mean genetics? We're not me and you are not genetically the same. We're not one species
We are one
because
species. We
like
share
I stated to you,
99.9% of the DNA.
okay, if that's true, right? How
Yeah,
come all right, so me and you are 99.9% the same,
Yo,
right?
yeah.
hey,
Hold
can I
hold
speak?
on. We
I've
speak
been
one at a
waiting,
time.
bro.
I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you right after him. All right, so you're saying that me and you are 99.9%
Yep,
identical, right?
yep,
So
yes.
my thing is, if that was true, how come I cannot create you and you cannot create me?
Because of the 0.1%. I actually think it's 0.2%, but yeah, but because the 0.2%, that's the difference in our phenotypes is the 0.2%. And I like if I were to like reproduce with another white person, like the 0.2% is what differentiates you and me. So
Right, but
that's
y'all
the
can't create
0.2%.
anything darker than yourselves. That's the thing. Like with so-called black people, the
Probably.
so-called black woman can create 48 known shades of herself.
Why is that a specific? I doubt that that exact number 48 is true. Wait,
Because
I
that's
also
I
have a
said
question though.
that
Why do
that's
you
what
say
science says is
so-called black
48 known
people?
shades from albino to the blackest of the black.
Why do you say so-called black people? Why do you say it like that?
Because we're like I said, I don't subscribe to race or anything like that. We're not really black people. You feel what I'm saying? That's why I say
No,
so-called black, because that's what a lot of my people refer to themselves as, but we're not black people.
you're saying that black people aren't people.
No, I said we're not black.
We're not. Um,
Black was that was created. It's a theory. It's not real.
yeah, like you're saying race is a social construct, right?
Like saying a white person is white, that's completely false. That's just it's a made up thing. Now, if we go through genetics, genetically, I'm composed of the same thing that the sun is composed of.
Yeah, aren't we all, right? We're all made of stardust.
If you're made of stardust, how come you can't biosynthesize the sun? Like y'all claim y'all
We
are
we we all
connected.
make vitamin D from the sun. That's all humans do that.
Yeah, vitamin D isn't biosynthesis. But my
Yeah.
thing is, when we y'all claim that y'all share a biological identification with the planet and the cosmos, but my thing is, the sun is unaliving your people at a mass rate right now.
Well, yeah, because we were evolved to live in the colder climes. We evolved to live in Europe and stuff with not as much sun.
But
So
that
we
don't make
moved
any
just
sense. If I, bro,
it does make
it
sense.
don't matter though, because you don't see natural animals unaliving from the sun right now,
What do
and
you
they're
mean
in
natural?
Africa.
No, yeah, that's right. Well, they evolved. So one, they evolved thicker body hair to block the sun, right? Than we do. They also evolved. They evolved ways to like put natural sunscreen on, right? So the example of that would be like pigs rolling in mud, right? They do that because that's a natural form of
But
sun protection.
pigs are
That's
still
super
being
common for.
unalived by the sun because they're not natural to the planet either.
No, no. See, but like that's a what's the word? That's a behavior that you see like wild boar do. Like it's pretty normal for animals in hot climates to wallow in the mud because it's a natural sun protection. And yeah, you're saying that you don't see them getting unalived. Yeah, you do. No, like animals in nature do get cancer. You know that, right? Cancer's a
Yeah,
natural, like,
unnatural
yeah.
animals. I'm speaking about natural animals.
No, wait,
You
you're
don't see.
actually saying that
Listen,
like
let me
animals in
hold
nature
on, hold
don't
on. Let
get
me give you some
cancer?
examples. You don't see elephants unaliving from the sun. You feel what I'm saying? You don't see alligators unaliving from the sun.
You do. You do.
You
Yeah,
don't
it
though.
is normal for animals to like get cancer and
At,
like
at a
sun
mass
exposure
rate
is
though,
is a like risk factor for that.
at a mass rate, see, they predicted that um there will be 1.5 million of you that's gonna unalive from the sun this year.
Do
And
you know how many white
last
people
year
there
it
are
was
in the world?
500,000. This year it's 1.5 million. So this is increasing dramatically.
Do you know how many white people there are in the 1.5 million is not this is like not
But
very
you
much.
missed the part where I said it was increasing though. It was just 500,000 last year.
Um um
I have a question. Where
I'm
did you find
skeptical
that
about that one.
statistic? Where was that
Yeah.
statistic?
Bro, I said I'm gonna get to you right after him. I got you, bro. Trust.
Yeah, I have his question though. That's a good question. Where did you get that stat?
I mean,
Well, it
you can
also
you
doesn't
can you
matter.
can
Like, I mean, people not putting on sunscreen's been a problem since forever, right? White people, we need our sunscreen.
right. You
It's
wouldn't
pasty
need
skin,
sunscreen if you was natural
clean
to
and
the planet.
protected.
Sunscreen is actually not even good for you for one.
That's
It's
wrong.
actually
Wait,
doing
what do
more
you think?
harm.
Wait, I'm sorry, I haven't asked you this many questions. What's your what do you think? Where do you think all other races of people came from?
Genetic engineering is the only
Genetic
explanation.
engineering. Wait, so you believe? Do you believe in the like Black Israelite
No,
like
I'm not an
theory?
Israelite.
Do you believe in like Malcolm X's
No, I don't believe in
like theory?
Yaqub. I don't believe in the Nation of Islam. I'm not an
You
Israelite. I
don't.
don't believe in any of that.
Well, so how do you? So what's the? How did the genetic engineering happen?
When we look at genetics, y'all share 98% of your DNA with a chimpanzee, about
Yeah, so do you.
84% with the
Oh, so,
dog. You feel what I'm saying? But when we look at phenotype, because like I said, genotype is just your genetic information, and that's determined by DNA. So you phenotypically present as an animal. So-called black people, we don't. So if we're all 99% the same, how come so-called black people don't phenotypically present as any animal within nature?
So, okay, so what you think is that black people like were created by God or what have you, and
No,
then
I don't think that I
no.
don't believe in a God.
Well, so how do you think, so you think black people evolved separately from all other kinds of people?
We evolved naturally with the planet's natural evolution. Y'all didn't, because if you look 6 to 8 thousand years ago, your people didn't even exist.
Um, but why can't that just be like, why can't that just be like normal evolution though? Why does it have to be like we're like this like aberration?
You want to know why it's not normal? Because 2,000 years ago, 2 to 3 thousand years ago, y'all was in the caves. About 1,000 years ago, or let's say about 2,000 years ago, y'all just discovered fire,
I don't
and
think
now
that's
all of a
2,000
sudden
years ago. I
y'all are
think that was
making
a lot
computers
farther
and
away.
shit. That don't make any sense. Y'all didn't even have a language 1,000 years ago. Y'all like what? Y'all we just found y'all in the cave. Now all of a sudden y'all know uh y'all know how to create computers, rockets, and shit like that. That's not natural. That don't make any sense.
That's just how society progress. Why does it have to be that like all the like white people are this like disgusting like
I'm
unnatural?
not
Like it
see
can't just
that
be
you're
like
putting words in my mouth. I never said anything's wrong with so-called. I just wanted my people as so-called black people to understand that we're not genetically the same. Because
see,
in
but you
school,
understand that that's
hold on.
okay. Sorry,
Because in
sorry.
school,
Continue.
you're actually teaching so-called black children that they're the same as everybody else, when that's just not true at all. Because understanding that we're a different species, we have a different diet. A lot of so-called black children are being fed the same animals that you're genetically spliced with. Y'all share DNA with a pig. Y'all share DNA with a
Stop.
chicken. Y'all share DNA with a cow. That's what so-called black people are eating today, and it's adding antigens on the outside of their blood, causing them to get sick. So this
Where
is
did you
why
get
it's
this
important for us
information?
to
Why do you
understand
think
this.
these things?
I don't think these things. I know these things,
Well, how do you know that? How do you know these things?
bro. I can look at a so-called white person, a so-called Asian person, a so-called Arab person. Y'all share that distinctive phenotype. Look at your hair. Look at the pheomelanated skin. So-called black people. If y'all came from us, why we it doesn't even make any sense.
But
How
if you
how
look at
y'all
like
got
the how
to the
like a
point
black
that y'all
person
are
and a
right
white
now.
person, like their bodies are so similar, right? There's so much more similarity between like a black person and a white person than are between a cow and a white person, right? Like, doesn't it make sense that those a black person and a white person are like related
Right. That's why I said
kinds of
genetic engineering. You was created to look that way.
why, but
But
why would we do that though?
that doesn't take away from the fact that you still share DNA with different types of unnatural animals at that.
So how did we get like how did we like genetically splice like cow and like pig DNA with
I
black
feel like
people
you
to
should
make white
definitely
people?
look into that and figure out why. But I mean you can
No,
go
but
to a
no, but
hospital.
you're making the
Hold on, you
claim though.
can
I'm
go to
asking
a
you how did like
listen,
how did
listen,
we do this genetic
hold
splicing?
on. You can go to a hospital and you can ask your doctor, do I have any animal DNA? They're gonna tell you yes every single time. So you can go get
But
that
like humans are animal,
confirmation.
like
Hold
we
on,
all
I'm gonna
have
just
animal DNA. They would tell you that
we've been
too.
talking for a long time, so I want to say you can go get that confirmation from your doctor, and once you get that confirmation, you can start to study your genetics, and you let me know. All right. So I do want to get to the
All
next
right, you
person though.
have a good life,
Abundance and
man.
gratitude.
Good talk. Blessings and gratitude.
Go ahead, Keto.
All right, I would just like to say hello, and also, why do you think we are not all one species?
Do you agree?
Hmm.
Do you agree with the topic?
Personally, I think we all are one species. We all
Okay,
came from
can you explain that genetically and scientifically?
so black and white people came from the same originate species. White people migrated to different parts of the planet. This is basic like information, and I'm just wondering why you have a different opinion from like just average biology. White people are not we naturally evolved to be better suited for colder climates with less sun, so we can intake more sun and vitamin D because there was less sun. And then black people were like they were in Africa, and you went and had darker skin so you could absorb less sun because there was a more abundance of it. So I'm just saying, why do you think we aren't one species?
All right. So for one, hold on. So my thing with that is, you said we're the same species, right? All right. So the whole colder climate BS. My thing is, at several points in history, Earth was a tropical planet. There was no such thing as cold at several points in history. So my thing is, if that's a fact, why would y'all need to adapt to the cold?
So are
The
you
cold is not
so
necessarily natural.
so we're all right? Wait a minute. Did you just say cold isn't natural?
Yeah, I mean, you can look it up. In several points in history, the
So
Earth
you're so
was a
really
tropical
quick.
planet.
So what is your definition of natural?
Native,
Native,
original.
original. What is space? Is space original? Is it
The universe is original.
so cold is the absence of heat. Space is the absence of stuff. There is no heat in space. Is space original? Is space is cold?
What I'm saying
You
is
just said cold isn't
what
original.
I'm
Cold
saying
is
is
natural.
naturally the planet was a tropical place.
It was it was a hot rock. It had moisture on it, and then it developed into an ice age, and then tropical. But then it developed further, more elaborate climates. Near the poles, it was colder. Near the equator, it got hotter. Why? I don't. People migrated because what is the question? Like you are
Yeah,
asking, why did
tell
people have to
me
migrate?
why did so-called black people migrate to colder climates? What would be the point?
Because they need more hunting fields, more animals, everything
Why would
like that, an abundance
see
of
now
resources.
hold on, now you lost me because why the hell would we go to a cold climate for hunting fields and to hunt?
Well, all right. Let's just say, like your area is not very abundant in animals. You will go migrate to somewhere else where there is a more abundance of animals. That's how people migrated. That's what happened.
Right. So my
That's
thing is, so-called black people naturally we're not even supposed to be eating any type of animals, anything that has eyes, nothing like that, right?
so.
So
Why do you think that?
when you look at our biology, right, we're not even made to consume meat. So my thing is, why would we go to a cold climate knowing that we're naturally frugivores to hunt? That
So
don't make any sense to
I
me.
got I just got a question really quick. So what evidence do you have that says in black people's biology you're not supposed to eat like meat and protein
I
stuff
mean,
like
for
that?
one, we can get into the hydrochloric acid within our stomach that isn't even hot enough to break down complex amino acid structures, or what y'all call protein. So we can start with that.
So are you saying that like us as mammals should not consume protein, or is it just
I'm
specifically
saying
black people?
so-called black people should not consume meat.
Dude, that's just wrong. Indigenous tribes in Africa.
Hold on, bro. Like I'm gonna get to you. Just calm down.
Yeah. Wait. So wait a second. So if black people are not supposed to eat like protein and stuff like that, like the dude just said, indigenous tribes in Africa still eat meat. They still hunt. So why are you saying like
What
what are you
was
trying to get
Africa
at?
not colonized, bro?
It was colonized. It was
Right. So
it was
I'm talking
definitely
about
colonized.
in prehistory. I'm
I
talking
think it's
about
just a curse word.
hold on. I'm talking about prehistoric shit, right? I'm
Hmm.
talking about before y'all was on the planet, before we came into contact with y'all, we was not eating meat.
So I just got a question. Why are you saying you black people are a closer descendant to like uh I don't know the word for it, but like what we all originated from. So there's I don't understand why you're trying to like paint white people as distant or something like that.
Who said? See, y'all keep bringing up this white and all this. I'm not even bringing that up, bro. I say everybody outside of so-called black people shares animal DNA and is not natural to this planet.
Yeah, wait a
All of
minute.
y'all.
So why are you presenting black people as like So
because he wants to feel better about his race. Because
I don't. I mean, I just really. I don't. I really don't understand why you're trying to like.
I'm not painting y'all in the image. This is strictly for my people, so we understand that everybody outside of us is not us. So why are we allowing? See, my whole point is to get to my mothers of humanity and our children, so we can stop taking our children to your hospitals. We can stop taking our children to your schools to be psychologically and medically evaluated, because we are not the same species. And it's the
So
fact that
so
species learn differently, they have different behaviors, they do different things. We should not be trying to live like you people.
I think you're using the word species for like ethnicity. There are
No, I'm
like
not using it
type
for
of person.
ethnicity.
Because so yes, people learn differently in different parts of the world. They teach stuff differently. And
Right
what do you
there.
mean? What do you mean by our hospitals? Are there not black people that work in Western hospitals?
Right, because I literally just said, if you was listening, we're trying to live like you people. And we're
So
not supposed to be doing that.
and so I don't. This is none of this, man. All right. You have a good day.
Most definitely abundance and gratitude.
You too.
Hey, before
You
you
go
leave, bro, before you leave, know something.
go
You know that the medical
hold on, bro. I'm not even on you yet. Uh go ahead, Low Senate.
Oh, losing it? Okay. No, I was going to say, let him know that the hospitals that he's talking about, those are not black-owned hospitals. Those are not hospitals that's for black people. And
Right.
you got all these so-called doctors that withhold information about our genetics purposely. You know what I'm saying? This is why they're sitting there trying to get our melon. So no, we're not the same as far as going to hospitals, and everything's a business anyway for their culture over there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't understand why other races want to sit there and get angry at us when we're sitting there trying to educate our own people about our own genetics. And first and foremost, please stop saying we from Africa, because we not. We are the indigenous people. Okay, we were the Indians, we were the Jews. We didn't all come from Africa. We were stolen from America, brought to Africa, and then brought back under a different, as Negroes. And they just started using it African American with Jesse Jackson and all them. Changed the name. We were never Africans at all. You know what I'm saying? This is why we don't have no connection with that African culture over there. We don't have a native tongue because we were already Americans. They do that to try to trick us and fool us to make us believe that we come from this other person, so we're not a part of the United States. That's why they always raise the poor white people to believe that we come from Africa so they can sit there and tell them, oh yeah, go back to Africa. But if the white people understood their history, they would understand that the rich white people only made up the white race to protect their wealth.
All right, so what I want to say to that is, all so-called black people throughout all land masses, we're all genetically the same. We're all one. We may have not came from the same landmass, but we're still all the same.
Of course.
But
But it's the
at,
separation that's painted. It's a picture that's been painted for us so that, we stay undivided.
so as far as we are all not one species, how do you feel about that?
I believe that our genetics are different than theirs. I mean, it's proven. The fact that some people have a problem with saying that black people are the originators because they're taking it in a racial sense where they think that black people are trying to say that we're superior than others. So now they're just fighting against that alone from what they were indoctrinated to believe. So that's just a pushback. But a sun is natural. So for somebody not to be able to withstand something natural as the sun, obviously there's something wrong with that.
Hey,
But
most definitely.
power, the sun gives us power. Just like dreadlocks gave us power. This is why they come up with all these antics of cut your dreads off in school. All these things that they do because they know we're more connected to the source. Now, whatever source they want to call that is up to them. But we know that we're a spiritual being. So we're connected to a source. It's in our DNA. Now, obviously, they want us not to know something about ourselves, which is why they make it their point to diminish everything that we do as far as inventions and everything else. They try to make it look like they're spoon feeding us information and we taught them humanity, but they won't never tell that in history books. Just like they still got young people believing that Christopher Columbus discovered America. How you gonna discover something that people are already on? He was looking for India anyway.
Most definitely. So, abundance, brother.
Always abundance, brother.
Go ahead, Blicky.
Yeah, I was before him, by the way.
Oh,
Good,
go
bro.
ahead, Dan. Hold up, my fault. I ain't know Dan was before you. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, you good? You good?
No name calling, but bro, I think there's a lot of you guys that are just trying to be woke, dude. So first of all, species
First,
are living
can we? Do
organisms
you think that we're
that
all one
interbreed.
species?
No, wait. You have it all mixed up.
No, I'm
So
asking you about the topic. Do you think we're all one species?
absolutely, right? So
Okay.
like I'll define what species is here, right? So species are living organisms that interbreed. Therefore, a black person and a white person, a black person and a Mexican person, a black person and any other human being can interbreed, right? And make another living organism. Right? You keep mentioning phenotype. Phenotype has to do within one species. You cannot compare other phenotypes from other organisms, from other species. You cannot do that. That is not how it works at
I
all.
mean, you can when you share different types of animal DNA with different animals. You can compare at that point.
You also mentioned that black people can't eat animals. I've seen this narrative be pushed
No,
so
I
much
never
on
said,
TikTok.
bro. Stop putting words in my. I never said that we can. I said we're not supposed to. When you look at our biology, we can't break it down fully.
That's not true. Do you have any
That
literature?
is true. If you look at our hydrochloric acid, it does not burn hot enough to break down that complex amino acid structure.
Vegans argue the same thing for any other race of people. And like we're
That's not
losing
true
it.
because when you get into a Caucasian versus a so-called black person, y'all's hydrochloric acid is way hotter than ours. So you can actually break it down. So that's false.
Well, that's just, I guess you guys keep denying Western culture, but then you keep referencing it. So it's hard to like make a point if you're going to push back on it. But like one thing in particular, right? So I know I usually don't refer to Western medicine because we don't encompass all types of people. It's not inclusive at all. So let's say for example, black people tend to have hyperthyroidism. They have higher melanoma, right? So intrinsically, you guys are different, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that, but a lot of people have higher hyperthyroidism typically, or higher rates of blood flow and blood pressure because of the people you came from. So like the people that's in Africa who run around, they hunt, they're outside constantly, they're active, in comparison to people that are like white people, for example, who are more sedentary and they wouldn't have moved as much considering because of the cold. And also that people in general are digressing, like evolutionarily we were digressing, we were getting more complacent, we're getting fatter, we're getting shorter, we're getting less strong, we're getting stupider. So for you to say that like black people in general are just different, species entirely is just not true because we're on the human race, you know.
We're not all one human. That's not
So where do
facts.
you descend from? You
Like I
believe in
said, we
creationism?
biologically identify with the earth and the cosmos. Y'all have no biological identification anywhere.
No, answer, but that's not the answer. Like, where do you descend from? Like, what put
Like I
you on Earth?
said, if I'm saying that we biologically identify with the planet and the cosmos, where do you think we came from?
So the planet, there's animals on the planet. So then you could say, I mean, planet.
You're just choosing to play around, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I just said that we biologically identify with the planet and the cosmos. Do you know what the cosmos is?
Yes, but what does that entail? Like, you're arguing, or
You're
you can
asking
argue
where
that.
did we come from, and if I'm telling you that we biologically identify with the planet and the cosmos, what do you think I'm saying?
create a timeline for me. So the timeline that science argues is that we came from microorganisms that evolved into humans through evolution. So what is your timeline?
We don't have it like so-called black people. We are the soul. Soul, the etymology of soul means the sun. There's no timeline for us. We was always here.
So a lot of people naturally have a lot of melanin, right, to
What type
protect
of
them from the
melanin?
sun.
What
Okay,
type of melanin?
it's the thing your cell produces.
Okay, what type of melanin? There's 5 different types of melanin. Which one do so-called black people have? Oh, now he want to go Google it. Fuck out of here. Stop.
Define it. I'm not googling. I'm just thinking. I mean, I don't
You
know.
want me to
It's a
define it? Like
pigment. It's a
how
pigment
you
your
gonna
skin
say
produces.
that? How you gonna bring up melanin and you don't even understand the 5 different types of melanin?
Well, then explain it.
Why would I
Elaborate.
explain it to you? You requested up here to try to disagree with me, but you don't even know about the
But you
shit
can't define them.
coming out of your mouth.
You also argued. Someone said indigenous to America.
Why are you focused on that? We're having a conversation, Dan.
Because you're not going to tell me what the 5 different types of melanin and no
Why
one in
would I?
the
Why would
chat
I
either
explain
can.
to you the 5 different types of melanin when you're the one that brought up melanin?
It's simply not true. Like you're just spreading misinformation.
It's not true. Hey man, abundance and gratitude, Dan. Go ahead, Blicky.
Bro, give me a time, like 1 minute, real quick. I'll be back.
All right, go ahead, indigenous goddess.
Okay, so what's so funny is
Uh,
I remember their
hold on. Do you think that we're all one species?
no, not even a little bit. We are made totally different. We don't have the same internal makeup. We don't have the same external makeup. Their body, that's why they get hot in the in the winter, and actually hot in the like if it's cold outside, if it's hot outside, they actually get cold. Their internal is totally different than ours. This is why we can't go to their hospitals because, for example, they'll tell a thicker than a Snicker sister that she's overweight and let us try to go down to the weight size. We'll look like bobbleheads. Our body is different. Our bone structure is different. We have melanin, uromelanin inside and out, which also connects with our brain, not the same as you all's. And the sun is our friend, and the animals are our friend. And normally, well, I don't know about really now, but white tea people started off just like the Africans as hunter gatherers, just like the Native Americans. We are builders. We've always been builders of civilization, and that's totally different from a hunter gatherer. This is why we don't eat meat. It doesn't do right with our body. We are plant eaters, made just like a plant with chlorophyll. Everything from the earth is in our body. The minerals, everything. This is why our kids are coming up missing. This is why they're studying our plasma, our melanin, every part of our body to figure out what is it about these people. Because what y'all don't know, but your ancestors knew, or whoever they were, like the Rothschilds and all of them, they know we are the Marvel comics. We have that ability, and they dumbed us down through control, through indoctrination of religion, through giving us poison in the food, especially now, poison in the water, putting fluoride in it, and all types of things to try to stop us. But nevertheless, we're coming out of it. And if it was one of you all, y'all would have went postal. Could never handle the pressure that we had to handle as so-called Black Americans. First of all, everyone migrated here, which is what they don't tell you. And we are the true Americans to marry Amaru. We are the only ones that can truly be American. Everyone else is a U.S. corporation citizen. That is a business. And the thing that they didn't want everyone to know is that this is our land. We have patents for our land. We are not African. We have no genetic anything, any type of genetic similarity with Africans
That
because
that's false though. No,
listen,
no matter
if we
where
were the
so-called
same
black,
people, if we
hold
were the
on,
same people and
no
we
matter
built
where
this
so-called,
civilization on down to
no matter where so-called black people are on the planet, we all biologically identify with each other. So you're subscribing to these titles that don't matter. When we go back to where we came from, we originate from the cosmos. The so-called black woman is a fragment of the universe. No, it don't matter if she's a so-called American black woman. It don't matter if she's in Africa. It don't matter if she's in China. She's still a fragment of the universe. So these titles that you're saying don't really matter at all. We're all genetically the same.
would actually see plasma centers all through and up through Africa, but you don't see them there. What do you see? Where do you see plasma centers? Anybody want to answer that? I don't see them in
A
the white
different
neighborhood.
sister, they have a different set of antigens than you, so we
Where
can't
do
really
you
compare
see?
trauma to.
Where do you see plasma?
So what I'm trying to explain, like respectfully, is that you might not see it there like you see it here because we were all colonized differently. That doesn't change our genetics though. Just because of the presence of antigens in our bloodstream because of what they've done in the last 2 to 4,000 years doesn't mean that we're the producer of those animal proteins. It's just something that is cellularly oppressing us.
Listen, you can say what you want to say, but I don't speak ignorantly. If I don't know it, I won't say it. I'll sit back and I'll listen.
You
But
know what antigens are?
I know that we ain't the same. I know we don't
Right. So,
have the
but do
same
you
blood.
know?
I know that
I
we don't
know.
have the same spirit. And I know that some of them don't even have a freaking soul.
Right. So, if you know if we don't have the
We are
same
not
blood,
cannibals.
I'm
We
not
don't
arguing
eat
with you,
people.
sister.
We don't eat.
I'm not arguing with you. If you know that we don't have the same blood, that is that. Do you understand why we so-called don't have the same blood? Again, that's because of the presence of antigens. So that's why I'm saying we
Listen,
have to look
we don't
deeper
have, no, we
into
don't.
genetics and put the
If
history
we do,
with the
that's the
science.
ones
All
that
right,
came here and
you got
don't
it. You
know.
got it. You got
That's
it.
the ones that are in Africa but don't know that they're actually from the Americas because they took some over there. I really believe that the real species is the Nigerians, if you want to know the truth. And as far as the white people, I ain't trying to be like rude or disrespectful, but y'all were cave dwellers, came up from the caves. This is how you were created. And there's plenty that will admit it. And as far as the hair, it's not hair, it's fur. Yes, y'all do grow a lot of freaking hair. Yes, over your face and all types of things. And we definitely are not the same genetically. No, no
But
similarity
so,
genetically with white people.
all so-called black
It's
people,
just what it is.
all so-called black people are the same genetically. Like I said, it don't matter if we're in Africa, China, Australia, Europe. It don't matter where we're at. We're all the same genetically because we was a global civilization. We wasn't
No,
just here
no,
in
no, no, no,
America.
no, no.
No, there's
If
no
you
no to it, bro. Like if you don't understand genetics, you
if you
can't
want to
say
unite,
no because you came in here talk you came in here subscribing to land masses when land masses does not matter. America, that's a made up name. It's not even real.
oh
So
Lord,
why
here
should we
we
care
go.
about who was here in America first? Who
You
was
just
on
came
this
out the cool.
planet first? That's what we should be asking. Who was on the planet first?
Listen, I have so many receipts to show the truth. If you want me to take my time and go through it with you,
Like I said, America is a made up title. It don't matter.
you know
And
what?
I don't necessarily care if we're not talking about
Thing
the
is,
hold
just
up.
mute
The
me. Let me just
topic,
say something.
hold on. The topic right now is we are not all one species. So why would species has nothing to do with the landmass? It has nothing to do with a title.
Yes,
So
because they're
why
on the
are we
wicked.
talking about titles?
Because the planet resides with the people, the destiny of the people on it. This is why everybody wants to come to America. Everybody's fleeing their
America
land.
is not the
Everybody
only
wants to come
landmass on the
to
planet.
the Atlantis. Yes, yes, it has a lot to do with it. This is
But
no different. This
it's
is
not
no
the only
different.
landmass on the planet though.
Yeah, but it's not the greatest. They're not the greatest landmass on the planet.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. I didn't stutter.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said.
Abundance and
America is
gratitude.
the Atlantis.
I don't even know what you're talking about at this point.
It's just literal like superficial mystical shit. Like y'all are, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Y'all are literally regurgitating other people. You have not looked into genetics or speciation. This is a room about science. This is a platform and a discussion about speciation. We don't care about man-made titles by the same species that shares no biological identification with any landmass here. So why are we subscribing to land masses? Does the earth understand America, Africa, African American? No, she only understands frequency.
You yapping.
So, since I'm yapping, I'm gonna get you out of here. You see what I'm saying? No over talking. Let each other speak so that way you can understand what's fully being said. So, no over talking the host or anyone else. You see what I'm saying? Wait till we finish, and then you can say your piece, and we can fully receive you. But again, we don't subscribe to titles. Why are we saying that these people came out of caves and subscribing to everything they created in the last 2 to 4,000 years? Yet our DNA, our deoxyetheric acid goes back 13.6 billion years. Why are we subscribing to new ass shit?
Interject about what the other.
No,
Well,
the
we
fuck? I
The
just
thing
said
is,
We
you
that.
gotta
talking
get
about,
this man.
I don't know what antigens is. I don't know what genetics is, but I know that we're different. You can't say that. That's very detrimental to the species, bro. You can't explain the genetic differences between so-called African Americans and so-called Africans. We biosynthesize the sun the same. Why don't you focus on the fact that there's an inorganic species teaching our children, medically evaluating our children, and snatching our brothers and sisters? And they don't look nothing like either of us, and they've been wiping out continents with their venereal diseases.
How is
Like,
genetics man-made
shit
when it's
crazy, man.
literally this gene means origin?
How
Just
is
because they're studying you doesn't mean that we're unnatural, bro. We're talking about how we're not the same species. So what the fuck were you up here for 30, 45 minutes waiting patiently to speak if it's man-made to you? If it doesn't matter to you. The fuck?
go ahead, son of light.
Thank you. I do agree that we are not all one species. Um, I believe like the word human comes, like from the hue of the skin. So like we're the reason for the word human, and there were other beings on the earth like the Neanderthals, the Decentivans, the Cro-Magnon man. So I don't know if like we had relations with them and that's how they were created or what. But I do know like at one point the whole earth was whole. The earth was a whole earth before the continent separated. So it was all like one landmass. But I do agree with we are not all one species. And I'm finished.
All right, abundance and gratitude. Go ahead, true debater.
Uh, I have a question.
Do you think that we're all one species?
No,
All right, can
but I
you
have. Does anybody actually know what they're talking about up here? Because
explain?
I swear, as soon as I joined this live, someone asked, "Why did we go to cold climates to hunt?"
So you don't think we're all one species? So can you explain that?
Yeah. Uh, the thing is about not being the same species. That doesn't change the fact that we aren't compatible.
Can you explain?
Yeah, what the fuck? Compatible.
Cats and rabbits and like bunnies. They aren't the same species, but they are compatible, right?
A cat is unnatural for one. So
What does natural mean to you?
organic to the planet.
Is hmm?
A cat and a rabbit are both eukaryotic organisms, brother. They both share multiple different animal genetics with other animals. They're not 100% a cat or 100% a rabbit.
Yeah, what makes an organism 100% organic or natural, meaning that all of its genetic information came from the same embryological origin,
Yeah.
which is the cell of the mother. You see what I'm saying? A lion is 100% a lion because of the lioness. An elephant is 100% an elephant. You see what I'm saying? These people that we're dealing with, everybody outside the so-called black race, they're not 100% of anything. They have 96% chimpanzee, 80% mouse, 60% chicken, 60% fruit fly. That don't sound like something that's natural to me. You see what I'm saying? And every year from the 2000 all the way to 2019, 500,000 of their people have been getting unalived by that sun. You see what I'm saying? And now from 2020 all the way to 2025, it rolls up to the millions. How does that happen to something that's natural?
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? And when we procreate with these people, venereal diseases, zoonotic disease and hemolytic disease start to take place. I don't see that happening with two organisms in nature that are natural. I don't see them wearing condoms. I don't see them doing any of these unnatural things to reproduce with each other. You see what I'm saying? I don't see them getting a ROGAM shot. So let's start focusing on that.
So you're saying they're not natural because they aren't 100% of something?
They aren't natural because eukaryotic means true seeded nucleus, which means that someone truly seeded the nucleus, and there is no scientist or historian that can explain how the eukaryotic cell got here. So when you look at evolution, what it's explaining is that there were prokaryotic organisms only on the planet originally first, and they existed for millions of years before more complicated eukaryotic cells came into play. So a eukaryotic organism is a complex cell organism that came in through the so-called process of evolution, which is explaining how we went from haploids to diploids, which there is no scientific, historical, or genetic, biological, anatomical, no proof that we made that change from being autotroph organisms to now being heterotroph, or to having no animal DNA to all of a sudden having it. The only explanation that scientists and historians have for the so-called human race, for eukaryotic organisms, plants, microorganisms, and animals is electrical fusion. Because again, a cat and a snake can't procreate together, but
Yep.
they share genetics with each other. And it's only certain snakes, certain animals, because again, we're talking about the function of the cells which make up the organism itself. So you have prokaryotic animals that have been on the planet for millions of years. They evolved with the planet, and this is what Giorgio Salukis is saying. David Wilcock is saying that so-called black people are the only people that evolved with the Earth, and the Earth is a part of the cosmos, and they share the same genetic composition, interstellar gases as the planets, which each turn into a star. Like, we share biological identification with everything that is prokaryotic here, including the cosmos. That's what he's talking about. Our genetics goes back to the stars because neuromelanin is condensed sunlight.
So yes, that's what we're
Like,
saying. If you're not 100% of who you're supposed to be in nature, then you're not organic in nature. A bee has a single set of chromosomes because all of its genetic information comes from the mother of the hive.
he's saying Earth cosmos sounds spiritual. Okay, do you not know that scientists refer to space as cosmos? Like, my
What?
mom is a science teacher. She majored in biology. Do you know that cosmos is a synonym for space, nigga? That's not a spiritual ass word, nigga. The fuck? Like, y'all gotta
You like
really, like, come on, talk
you
about some lock in. Let's lock in on genetics. Base word of that is gene, which means origin. We locking in on everybody's origin. How more locked in could you be if I can understand and explain your genetic composition down to the quantum, micro to macrocosm? Nigga talking about spiritual, and science is exactly spirituality.
and Earth. Where's Earth located at? Isn't
Is
it?
it not? Is it not in space?
It's in space, right? It's
Fuck.
in the
So where are
cosmos,
you
right?
at, nigga? Where are
Like
you at?
this nigga's scared of the place
Like,
that
the
he's
fuck?
at. Like, you know what I'm saying? You scared of exploring the place that you at, which means that you scared of exploring that of yourself because the same thing that's outside of you is it's inside of you. It's just a replica. So it really is, and science is explaining spirituality. If you really understand
Yeah,
science. Yes, it
if
is.
you understand quantum entanglement, if
Quantum
you understand
mechanics.
thought transmission, if you understand that there are quantums and many civilizations that live within each of your cells, and as prokaryotic organisms, we have 150 trillion of those, and the opposite species that you want to be the same as only has 50 trillion cells. Like what the fuck? Every last one of your thoughts listen. Your excuse me. Every last one of your cells listen to your thoughts. You're transgressing more energy to the planet than these niggas ever would just by you sitting there. So y'all
And
don't know
so-called black
science,
people,
bro.
so-called black people, we are 100% solar beings. Our biochemical makeup is hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, which is the same thing that the sun is composed of. You see what I'm saying? So we're 100% the sun. The only reason why y'all tied us in with these blood types now is because you added antigens in our blood. You see what I'm saying? So we're not the same species. We are not. We our molecular makeup is the sun. Y'all molecular makeup is different abnormal amounts of pheomelanin, which is animal melanin for multiple different animals. You see what I'm
It's
saying?
just I don't.
Pheomelanin is organic to the planet because a lion has pheomelanin, but it's 100% a lion and it works in unison with the planet. Y'all have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin from different animals.
It's
How is
animal
that
melanin.
possible?
Yeah.
How does a fruit fly? How does a fruit fly procreate with a chimpanzee? How? That's you're not 100% of anything, bro. So how can the sun respect you? How can the sun give you life on the
It
planet?
actually the sun respects all life, and the sun is actually trying to heal y'all. When it's just whenever the rays hit your integumentary system, it gets confused because again, pheomelanin. The only so-called melanin that is conducive to the planet for so-called humans to have is neuromelanin.
And then this nigga said, "What's the point, nigga? The screen. We're not the same species. And once we know that we're not the same species, we won't be going to the same schools. We won't be getting medically evaluated the same. We're not gonna get policed the same. We're not gonna think the same. You see what I'm saying? Because we only thinking like y'all because we're in this system. The fuck?
Fact.
Can I ask a question?
You said what?
No, I want to ask them a question. Okay, like I agree with y'all that we not the same species, but the only thing I don't know is like where did they come from? You know, that's can you science people help me? Because I want to know where did they come from, mixed with all this different stuff. Did like some
Uh,
scientists create them in a lab, or where did they
uh,
come from to be mixed with fruit
go
fly and
go
this?
go look up CRISPR-Cas9 and electroporation.
Okay, say it one more time.
CRISPR-Cas9 and electroporation.
Spend a
Okay, thank
day,
you.
spend a day looking into CRISPR. Spend the next day looking into Cas9, the bacterias that are used in CRISPR, the proteins that are used, the protein 9 that's used in Cas9, and then look into introgression. I hope you're writing it down because this is not the live where I'm finna be repeating myself. I promise
No,
you
I
that.
got you. I
No,
got
I'm
you.
not. I'm
I
saying
just
it to the live. I'm not saying it. I understand. But these people that want me to say it 25 times alive, I'm not doing that today. I'm just saying that for the room. Introgression, hybridization, he just said electroporation, sonoporation, transfection, racemization. Like this is what makes them complex organisms.
Hybridization.
I said hybridization, yeah. That's the main one because introgression is done through hybridization.
Facts.
So CRISPR-Cas9 is the simplified version of introgression. That's a tech that's been tampered with since the 9 and 1000s. They just now have been able to perfect it the way that they want in 2020. But then you can't just start something like complex like that and then just master it right then and there. You had to start small with plants, insects, small animals, and work your way up. So for people that think that like gene splicing is not common, it's very common and it's used every single day in the medical field. Every single day, damn near for everything. So you got to look into introgression and what it's actually saying, how the genes are introgressed, taking genetic material from one species, introgressing the genes with another species. That is how y'all are here. A fruit fly can't procreate with a pig, yet y'all share 95 and 60% DNA with those animals. And those are also eukaryotic animals. You see what I'm saying? Mustard has like what, 13,000, 20,000 genes? That's not natural. And from mustard is how they created Brussels sprouts, broccoli, kale, spinach, all these other eukaryotic things that might have benefits, but for whose anatomy? So I just wanted to throw out some key words because that's where we're at as a community. We've exhausted their history, but we haven't explored science. And that's the reason why we still in this loop.
Well, definitely. Go ahead, V000, or I think they just said Voom or
Um, yeah, no, I kind of disagree. Like in
that.
terms that we're all human, I do agree with that, but is that what we're arguing about? That we're not all the same, like human?
All right. Do you think we're all one species?
Uh, can you define what species is for me?
What did you request up for originally?
For the live?
Yeah, but what made you want to request up? Because the title
Well,
says we
I
are not
first
all.
agreed, but then you guys are arguing that African Americans are like one with like the earth.
Nah, we're not talking about African Americans. That's a title. We're talking about all
Blacks.
so-called black people on all
Okay,
landmasses.
all blacks. I was just saying African American because I didn't know whether or not that would be like offensive to y'all or not. But yeah, all blacks are one with Gaia and Mother Earth, and every other race is just like a derivative of other animals.
Right, so everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA from different types of animals, and a lot of those animals are unnatural, and some of the animals spliced are males and some of them are females. So that right there don't even make sense within
How do you
itself.
know
So
that though? Science?
yeah, study genetics.
Okay, name an animal that's unnatural.
Chickens, cows, pigs, sheep.
How are they
Uh,
unnatural?
what do you mean how they the cow is when you look at these animals and you look what they shared DNA
Well,
with,
I can't
you
look.
see
I'm not a
that the
geneticist.
I mean you
Well, I'm
can do
asking
the
you.
research yourself though.
But you guys are the geneticists. You just said that.
No, nobody in here said we're geneticists.
You guys obviously know more about this than I do, so that's why I'm asking you
And why are
Right.
you up here?
to ask questions. No one's talking to you, bro.
We taught. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
ahead and make it
that's my
easy for
mod.
you. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just make it easy for everybody today. Cause what do y'all get? Like y'all don't understand that the reason why y'all hold on for a second. Y'all went from being on all fours with hypertrichosis, unable to speak and reproduce even with yourselves. So how did you get to the point of where you are today? We taught you everything you know. Now we're on a random ass TikTok live and niggas want us to teach them more. When I just sat there and listed like 7 to 8 different keywords that you can go look into, and this nigga sat there for 30, 45 minutes just to ask questions.
Everybody who's saying just answer the question. All y'all that disagree when y'all come in here, can you answer
Answer our
our
question?
can you
The
answer
fuck?
our main question? How did we go
Yeah.
from haplos
Haploids
to
to
diploids?
diploids,
And can you
please.
prove to us scientifically and biologically how we're the same species? If y'all want us to answer a question, come up and answer that. Just come up and answer that real quick, and then we can move on with the conversation, with the discussion, because this is not a class.
Yeah.
Like
He's
y'all want a
saying
class, y'all want to like
we're not
a
all one
star, a gold star
species.
at the end of the class or something. Like no,
Yeah.
nigga, the fuck. This shit. This is a discussion about genetic speciation, how we're different species because we're living under a system where it's controlled by an animal DNA complex cell organism on our planet, and they're not even natural to the planet. And you got a so-called president telling another eukaryotic organism they're not native to America. Whole time they both not native to the fucking planet. And we happy. We over here clapping our hands, happy. Yay! He said they're from Siberia. So what does that mean for me? Yay! Whole time he not even from here.
So I
Like
just wanted to
nah,
clear
bro.
up a misconception. The reason why we can procreate with these people is again because of introgression. That's why I be throwing the keywords out there so you can look and follow along with the conversation. So when it comes to people who are so-called mixed or biracial, it depends on the mother. because it's her genetics that rule in our land.
There's definitely abundance. Go ahead, senior. Go ahead, senior. Go ahead,
Uh,
V.
I think he not here.
Yeah, it's straight. Go ahead, V.
Shit, I don't think anybody but us are here, bro.
Yo.
Oh, he here. Never mind.
All right. Do you think
Well,
we're all one species?
freaking and it's
All right. Can you go ahead and explain?
it's multiple. Well, yeah, I don't believe that we are one species. The first reason is that we have different blood types, and you can tell by like this is the biggest obvious reason is our skin complexion, and we have more neuromelanin, and I also do believe that we are the indigenous.
Uh, I'll just wait for V to be done speaking.
You can go ahead.
Oh, okay.
We can.
If you're off the app, we can't hear you.
Well, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, while I do agree how we are.
Can't go off the app, bro, because then we can't hear you.
I forgot. Sorry.
Bro, you
Okay,
gotta
so
come.
I might as well do this without it. I disagree on how we are different species. Okay. See, in basic biology, we have three dimples on the back of our heads that signifies different species. For the white man's skull, the three dimples help enlarge the brain for intellectualism and creativity. However, for the black man's skull, the three dimples signifies submissiveness and loyalty. See, that's how we have 400 years of slavery without you fighting back. See, oh, and to quote the famous Negro Kendrick Lamar, we have loyalty in our DNA. See, he knows about the three dimples and how we are different from the average white man, such as ourselves.
Wait, what?
Hold on. Yeah, you're trolling, bro. Like, so you waited that long to come up here and troll?
Yeah, since you niggas want to use pseudoscience.
Right. Uh, right. Go ahead, Blicky.
All right. Are you gonna ask me a question? Or you want me to yap like that girl?
Are we all? I mean, you clearly see the topic right there, so you can answer the. Do you agree with the topic or not?
I think we're all the same. I
Okay.
think
Can
some
you
are
explain
smart and
using
some are dumb.
genetics? Can you explain genetically and scientifically how we're the same, Blicky?
Are you a human, bro?
Can you explain using genetics and science,
No, I
please?
didn't look it up on Google.
So
Not like you,
you don't
bro.
have any type of knowledge on this?
I mean, where did you get your knowledge from? Can you answer that for me?
Research,
From your phone,
research.
right?
No,
Online, right?
books.
What books?
I'm sure you'll find them somewhere. But go ahead, Ty.
I want to start off by saying that we are not the same. I am from Africa, born in Africa, but I've been living in the US since I was 8 years old. But I want to go as far back as what my great grandmother used to tell me. Everything that's been discussed here is actually true. I may not have all the scientific terminology to support all about what I'm about to say or any the studies and references. But mind you, this is my great grandmother from Africa who's never been to no school. And this is what she will always tell us. Us as black people all over the world, we are the people of the sun or the people of light. And we have always had what I may call superpowers, for lack of better words, but we could understand animals. We could be able to understand nature and command the wind, the air, the waters, and all of these things. And that was how we were able to literally advance in so many things and so many different studies. However, there was other races that were created by non-human beings, other forces that are not of this earth that came in and created species. And those species, their job was to come in and annihilate the black race and to rule in this world. And that is why black people all over the world have been oppressed. Our DNA have been tampered with, interbreeding of all sorts. Until today, our bodies are studied to help theirs. They take from us and they harvest from us to be able to enhance their race, basically, from melanin to organs to however you name it. So we are not the same. We are the original humans, the original people of the earth. It's black people. No matter where we're from or what trauma we may have had or things that we may have been through, but we were here long ago before any other race came, and they used us to bring out any other race that exists today. But that is all I have to just to share on this live.
Most definitely abundance. Go ahead, Colin.
So
Are we all one species?
I'm gonna say yeah.
Can you explain that using genetics and science, please?
I'm not understanding how we, because I guess I'm white, so I'm gonna just say we. So we're pulling from y'all, but yet our genetics match nothing with y'all's.
Nobody said that.
She just said that.
Nah.
She just said that y'all are stealing from us to make us better, to rule and oppress y'all. But you're saying that we ain't got nothing in common. So how does that make sense?
See, the difference is your people, everybody outside of so-called black people share animal DNA. But so-called black people is the first people on the planet. The question is, how did y'all get animal DNA from multiple different types of animals and animals that are unnatural to the planet as well?
I quite frankly think that it's just an idea. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they really understand because we all want the same thing. You know, we all. I mean, in my terminology, I think of it like this: I could go to Baton Rouge any day of the week, and everybody in there gonna know everybody. Everybody's gonna be cool with everybody, and ain't no talk about this. Everybody, a human's a human, and in my opinion, if you can't, it's how I think about it. You can't mate with a lion and create a cub, but you can mate with a black man or you can mate with a black woman and create a human. So I'm not
But
understanding
she
where we're
just said
going
that's
where
because of introgression and hybridization, though. That's the thing. And that, like, when y'all was very first created, y'all couldn't reproduce amongst yourselves, nor could you reproduce with us.
okay then our species would have been extinct.
Yeah, but bro,
If we couldn't
what?
no,
Your
I,
your
I'm just
species,
putting it in simpler terms. If we
no,
couldn't
your species is extinct. You haven't like checked
clearly
what's happening globally.
clearly I'm
Are the Asians aren't they sterile? Aren't their food supplies being cut off? Haven't your counterparts in Russia been under martial law for 2 years? Um, are weather anomalies not amping up globally and taking y'all out? Is it not from 2000 to 2019, 500,000 of y'all are unalived by the sun each year? and UVC radiation has been ground level since 2015. You think that number ain't doubled? Last year, they said that 500,000 of y'all, over 500,000 y'all, were unalive by the sun. Okay, they predicted 1.5 million for this year. You think with the weather anomalies that are amping up because of terrestrial radiation, orgone energy, and the X and M class solar flares, that shit not booting y'all off the planet?
Y'all unaliving more than
More
being
than
born.
wing born.
That sounds like extinction,
But
progressive extinction to me.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
exactly.
That's what it sounds
Emphasis
like.
on progressive extinction.
So
Let's talk about
let's
the
talk about
type of
that.
extinction that y'all are going through. Since y'all's evolution is still theoretical and was never deemed to have ever happened because we never went from haploids to diploids, let's just lock in on y'all's extinction. So y'all came out of caves 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. That's a fact. 5,000 years ago, Homo floresiensis went extinct.
Yep. And what's happening on the planet right now?
So
It's an
y'all have
extinction level
the event,
event.
yeah,
It's an extinction level event for your species. Everybody outside the so-called black race, and your governments are hiding it. They're
yeah.
hiding the fact that the sun is not only affecting radios, TV, everything, all the electronics, but is affecting DNA. I look up what ionizing particles do to DNA.
Yep. Look
You see
at
what I'm
the
saying? But it's not gonna do that to us because so-called black people, when the sun hits us, we undergo black body radiation. You see what
biosynthesis.
I'm
Well, I
saying?
don't
But for
just.
y'all, it actually deteriorates your DNA and rips your DNA because your DNA cannot hold the light.
Facts.
You see what I'm
Acute
saying?
body radiation. While we're biosynthesizing and undergoing black body radiation in the sun, after 8 to 10 minutes or 8 to 15 minutes, if you're eating according to your genetic makeup, your skin becomes crystalline as a neuromelanated person. That doesn't happen for you because what we're looking at is pheo and eumelanin, which the universe doesn't, it actually is trying to heal you, but your integumentary system, again, cannot synthesize that information.
Well, I mean,
It's
I ain't
not
had no
neuromelanin,
problem.
which is the only. So again, while you're going through extinction, we're baby booming over here.
Facts.
We're seeing people all over the world, all my sisters globally having children, 72 years old, twins, 82 years old, birthing children.
And right
And
now,
that's not happening to y'all. We're seeing women that just gave birth 3 weeks ago already pregnant again. So again, and not just that, Earth herself is pregnant with her new shift, with restoration, with going back to nature. So a lot of different animals, insects, plants are coming back online. A lot of scientists are reporting animals that have been so-called extinct come back online. You want to know why? Because again, prehistorically, Carboniferous era, there was at least 34 to 40% of oxygen on the planet, but they call it the Carboniferous era. They could have called it the oxygenated era, but they didn't because there's other interstellar gases that are on the planet. And the direct correlation between why the animals and the people have shrunken in size. See, when spiritual people be like, oh, we shrunk in frequency, I'm finna give you the physical explanation for that. There was a shrink in interstellar gases. There was a Carboniferous era. There is now only 12 to 15%. Sometimes some people say 20% of oxygen due to the decrease in the gases that are here. That's what caused everything to shrink in size. So this is
Yeah,
the reason why you'll
that's
see a
true.
crocodile. I don't give a fuck. This is the reason why you'll see a crocodile today, but prehistorically he was called the crocodilomorph. All these things, all these different titles and names and shit was just change. All we did was shrink in frequency.
and they tell you
That's
all of these
it.
bigger organisms that used to
But
be on the planet, they needed more oxygen to sustain the bigger body. So if oxygen depletes on the planet, now you see what happens. And this is why you see the same animals in a smaller state now today. The
exactly.
dragonflies, they've been here for over 240 million years, but they said they used to be bigger. They used to be the size of hawks.
Right.
Now they're small, the size of my pinky. You see what I'm saying? What happened? Because the oxygen levels fell, the rotation of the planet went clockwise instead of counterclockwise, but now
Yep.
it is back on track. And now you see why the ozone layer is on its last leg,
and more interstellar gases are coming down to the planet, and y'all are not able to absorb that shit. And y'all are deteriorating and breaking down. And y'all, this is why she said earlier, y'all are becoming sterile because your reproductive system is deteriorating. The nucleus from where all of your animal genetics were communicating is breaking down. So now y'all becoming more erratic. This is why you see nurses all over so-called America are breaking bones of our children in hospitals because your psychological state is connected to your genes. And these people share genetics with chimpanzees. And look what they do to their babies. Look what they do to their babies. You see what I'm saying? We're not watching them for real. They watching nature all day in safaris all day with our prokaryotic animals while they, like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense, bro. We're not realizing that every species in nature cares about their own children and passes information to their own children for their own species. This we're not doing that right now. 8 million children are going missing worldwide. You see what I'm saying? 70,000 so-called black women go missing like monthly.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? What is going on,
And
bro?
then you got people that are talking about our women and children going missing, not giving a fuck for real. They just want to play in the message and then not really lock in. Our women, our children, and our men are being snatched for their totipotent stem cells. Y'all need to see what's up with the totipotency for real. Because your cars, your BOMBSs, your GUNSs, all this shit is being ran off of these so-called black women. She is the only person on this planet that carries that.
And they're getting
So
snatched by you, Cullen. They're getting
exactly
snatched by
by
people
your people and
who share your
your
genetic makeup.
genetics that share the same genomics as you.
When you say, "Oh, we all want the same thing," we don't. I want my children and my woman back, so I can thrive back on the planet. Is that that doesn't correlate with yours because we're not the same genetically. So we don't want the same thing. I don't know what y'all want because we've been seeing psychologically what y'all been wanting this whole time. Historically, what y'all been wanting, and that's our woman totipotent stem cells.
Why are we
That's
doing
our
that?
children.
Why are we
Y'all been
doing
wanting them to create y'all fake ass synthetic reality that we're living in today.
Yeah.
That's
When
what's
y'all
happening.
talking about it was a white tea man that came in here not too long ago talking about what have y'all contributed to the economy. Do you not know that y'all's economy is the so-called matrix? Why the
Yeah.
fuck would we contribute to something that was created for our fucking downfall and niggas out here breaking their necks trying to work for animals? You better learn how to tap into your genetics and understand that the currency is you. You do not have to work. You do not have to do anything outside of yourself that you don't want to do. And anytime you do it, you are selling your soul. That is the same thing. People is, oh, MK Ultra, MK. Anytime you do anything outside of your genetics that you truly, soulfully don't want to do, like working, that is called selling your soul. And
Yeah.
again, the people that you work for have no soul. So they are constantly harnessing your energy, which is the reason why they say that you're on at 9 a.m., off at 5 p.m., because they're harnessing you like a fucking light switch.
Okay,
So
so
when
I
people,
got a
okay,
question.
shut the fuck up because I'm
I
not
got a
done. You shouldn't even have a question. You shouldn't have no more questions because I started out by telling you
Why
we
are you
taught
being
the
so
entire
rude
fucking
though?
world because you're over talking me.
Because you
Just let
talked
me
for like
finish.
10
You
fucking
asked me
minutes
a
straight,
question
and
and
I'm
it is
trying to just
not
understand something.
okay.
You saying something
Hey,
crazy.
Bro, shut
Broski,
up.
what you
Lack of
done?
magnetism. I don't want to hear it no more. Lack of magnetism. That shit disrupts my sensible artery system. Wait till I'm done. You ask me a question, there is a very deep explanation behind it because I don't give surface level answers because I'm well versed in what I'm talking about. So wait, I understand that there's 5 animals that want to speak through one nucleus for you. But I need you to go deep within them 6 ether animal genetics and control them as best as you can. Because when we start talking about our women, our children, our men being snatched by people that share the same genetics as you were created so they could do that to us. You don't understand. Y'all God and shit, that nigga don't give a fuck about you either. Neither does your government that's been governing your mental because you allow them to. You are the original slave race. They originally had you
On
on
leashes.
leashes.
When
We
y'all
can
was first
check the
created,
Sumerian tablets
facts.
for that. That's the
Amen.
oldest. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all need to study y'all genetics. Y'all need to study because the top scientists in the world are saying that they have no explanation for the eukaryotic cell. You sitting here saying We come from y'all. No, the fuck y'all don't.
Y'all don't come from
Y'all come
us.
from electrical fusion, and every scientist is saying that that is the only explanation. This is the reason why doctors, scientists, paleontologists, especially a lot of them, stop their practice. They just give up and go off grid because finding out the truth hurts. For real, this is the reason when doctors finally lock in and see why what all the practice that they're doing is in experimentation, who it goes back to and what for. You got to know that when you look into CRISPR-Cas9, one of the first things you're going to see is something about ethics and morality.
Yeah, a lot of
And
them unalive
a lot
themselves.
of them unalive
A lot of
themselves.
them unalive themselves. A lot of them go missing, or planes go crashing with a group of scientists on a plane
Wait,
because they carry
seriously?
they know. Yes, you don't see these stories. You gotta go. You
Whistleblowers?
gotta go look
What
at. You
the
And
gotta
they're
look
fuck?
this
all
up.
white tee. There are no black whistleblowers. Hell
What
no.
the
They
fuck?
not even letting us get close to that information because you see what I'm saying? So again, y'all are experimenting on us. Y'all are experimenting on our women and children. That's the real reason why we are the number one missing person in the entire world on all of the so-called land masses. So while we're sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm African," or "the Africans not us," or "the Americans," and that, we are all the same genetically, and they snatching your children. Whether you think you not the same as me, both of our children are missing for the same reason,
By the same
by the
people.
same people.
And while we're addressing
The
each other,
fuck?
being genetically and biologically the same, there's another group of organisms, 5.9 billion organisms that are not supposed to be on the planet. They're the ones medically and evaluating our children. While we're arguing about, oh, which one is the motherland? Which one's the motherland? When we on Mother Earth, bro. This whole mother is a earth. Is a mother.
Bro,
You see
y'all
what
are
I'm saying?
saying
It's a
Native
womb.
Americans clinging on to man-made up fake ass fucking titles. These niggas are not native to nowhere on this planet.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What are y'all's views on Agartha and the interplanetary worlds that supposedly exist?
Same species?
No, we're not. I'm sorry. I'm white, and I've done the research, and we're not the same species. White people were created out of a science experiment from the sky people. We started literally with y'all. Legitimately. And they kept fucking up. They couldn't get it right. That's why we couldn't procreate. It took them that's why you have Neanderthals, Neo-Denisovans. Those were their fuck ups. And then came the white people who could finally procreate. But we still had a fuck up because we couldn't bring in the sun like y'all can. Y'all bring it in, and here's another fact. Black people heal the earth. They are batteries for the planet. They absorb the sun much quicker. Their tissue density heals quicker. They experience shit phenomenally different than the white man. And being honest, at one point or another, we have all been slaves on the planet, but white people were the first because we were made to mine gold to fix another planet's ozone. Now, in secret, NASA has teamed up with SpaceX to do the exact same thing to our ozone. We have been mining gold to fix our ozone because the biggest holes are over Antarctica. Now, to go back to the question you asked, Miss Skywatcher, by the way, your intellect astonishes me, and I am absolutely falling in love with your brain. I love it. Amen. But to go back to the original question, being the same species, no. And it shouldn't matter either way if we are or we aren't. Why can't we unite as one species? Frequency is the huge thing. Look up the rodent starship coil. That that will align you with the universe. You're going to use Verdi tuning, which they outlawed in the 40s. That's 432 hertz. Now, you're going to bring up the gateway process. That's going to show you how to astral project. These are things I'm already doing. I leave my body every night With a pair of headphones, I hemi-sync both parts of my brains so I can get out of my body and go see the universe. Now, you could see the past, you could see the present, you can see the day. You can even go around. That's why they have all these remote viewing programs. You think the CIA put this shit out there and lied? Well, look, I have insomnia because I served in the military and some shit happened, so I don't sleep well. So I do research, and I have read the whole CIA archive. And yeah, look, we not the same species. But that's okay, because I love all humanity the same. And Mother Earth is conscious. And if y'all need proof to that, I mean, how can 400 miles of aspen trees from Colorado up be connected underneath? And when one tree in a forest fire starts to die, other trees start sending nutrients to it. So Mother Earth is more than living. She knows we're here. She's deciding whether she wants to destroy us or help us along, because
Who though?
really we don't need
But
oil.
wait. But who though? Who's so called destroyed? And why use that terminology?
White people did.
No.
Yeah, we
What?
did. Once we started using oil.
No. What I'm asking is,
Oh, okay.
who is Mother Earth destroying?
Oh, the people of the planet.
Which are who? Can you be specific?
Everyone.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you know what a calling event is?
So again, you got terrestrial radiation and you got UVC radiation.
Yes.
That is only affecting my people that are not eating according to their genetic makeup. So I'll have to clear that up.
Yeah, I gotta ask the question.
Other than that, we can biosynthesize any type of cosmic radiation. So that's why I'm asking, if the sun is giving off radiation and the earth is too, what type of radiation is really, who is
No,
that destroying?
I never brought up radiation.
Oh, I know, but we're talking
You said the
never mind.
planet. You said the planet is choosing to
Okay.
who. You said the planet is
Right.
destroying the people on the planet on the
Yeah.
planet. How
So
is
let
she
me
destroying? Is
explain.
she not doing it through wavelengths of radiation? Is that not what we're talking? How does she communicate with all organisms and all life on the planet?
Frequency.
Exactly. So is radiation not a frequency?
Radiation is a type of frequency, but the ozone blocks it. What's actually destroying the planet is the plants talking to them.
Right.
Plants can give off pheromones that can kill us.
Right. You
And
said a
please say
type of
unalive.
radiation, but there's a radiation that the earth lets off too, which is terrestrial radiation. And you're not you can't absorb that. My people, we can absorb that. The only reason why you would see my people having problems under the sun and the earth is because we're not eating according to our genetic makeup and we have antigens surrounding our cells weakening us.
Yeah,
That's
that's my
the only
question.
reason. If we were never to eat, if we were never to have antigens, then you would see how naturally our bodies will be in tune with the planet and the sun.
So,
That's not the same with y'all. The
is there
sun
a way to
doesn't
pull them
unalive
out?
us. The sun is an extension of us. The earth is an extension of us. It's not gonna unalive an extension of itself. That's a problem that you're making right there. You don't see cells unaliving each other. They're extensions of each other. You don't see them unaliving each other, but you see them taking care of the viruses. And that's exactly what the sun and the earth is doing to your genetics, taking care of
So,
your ass and getting your ass out of here.
can
It
my?
ain't nothing else. And
I got a question.
and you said so-called white people, y'all was first. Y'all wasn't first. Y'all
No,
was
we
third.
wasn't.
Y'all was third. Asians were first. Then
No,
the
they weren't.
Arabs. Then y'all was third. Y'all wasn't created first. You see what I'm
Nah,
saying?
we
Y'all
was last.
let's be serious.
We was last. Not to lie, we was the last species to be created. White people. Nope.
But why lie?
Gratitude for you speaking, you know what I'm saying, 80% of that truth. You see what I'm saying? You was really spitting facts about y'all being the original slave race, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or none of that.
Nope. I hear you.
What I want for the opposite species to do, because I have no hatred or any dislike for y'all until y'all disrespect me, then I got to get on the same level as y'all. But I like naturally, I don't have like anything against y'all. I would like for y'all to go in y'all's communities and educate each other about this information too.
But what do you
Like
do
the
when
way that
people don't want to hear it?
do you see my people down in the comments disagreeing with me? You
Yeah.
know how many months I've been going live about this? You know how many so-called friends, family members I've lost behind me walking in my truth? You see what I'm saying? We can't go based off of people that don't want to hear the truth. We still have to walk in our truth because the truth is the truth. And if we're
And when they don't
real,
want to hear it, you walk past to the next person, right or wrong?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely,
Okay. Just
absolutely.
all right.
But you know what I'm saying? Don't give up. Well, I'm talking to my people right now. Don't give up on each other. Distance yourself if you need to. Let the brother or sister grow. Hopefully they do. Don't waste your energy. Don't allow your energy to be usurped. Don't let nobody play with you. Don't let nobody play with your energy.
Right.
That's sacred. And that's what makes this entire thing go round. And the so-called YT man just said that. You see what I'm saying? Abundance and gratitude for that. Because if you don't understand how precious your energy is, you will usurp from other people because you don't understand how powerful that is. Sit with yourself, sit down, meditate, and do that several times throughout the day. It's not something that you do once, it's exercising a muscle, impressing the subconscious mind. You
Oh
see what I'm
yeah, the
saying?
pineal gland all day long.
Right.
Let's not get too carried away because y'all don't produce nothing in that third ventricle of the brain. Let's not do
Actually, yes, it does. That allows you to
that.
astral project, and it has been proven.
Where are you astral projecting to?
What do
Where in the
you can
astrals are you going to?
you
How
could
do you
go
how do you how
anywhere.
do you how do you go
Astral
how do you
projection
tap
is
into the
just
astral?
your spiritual self leaving your body. Where you go is on your.
The
But
only way you can travel throughout the cosmos, you need neuromelanin. You don't have neuromelanin. You don't
bro,
possess neuromelanin, and it's
bro,
already proven that your species don't produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain. This is
we,
why y'all only have 50 trillion cells because y'all brain doesn't get stimulated under the
Y'all,
sun.
yeah, y'all are born with your pineal glands actually calcified.
yeah,
So
because
y'all
of
are
the
not
fluoride.
producing, no. It's not because of that. Because remember that when we were talking about the interstellar gases that were on the planet,
Yeah,
see,
I was hearing that.
yeah, so all of that had to take place. And again, when you look at progressive extinction, any level, any type of progressive extinction is purposely done. And the main cause of that is always going to be deforestation. So again, if we know that there were trees like ginkgo has been around for 200 million, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
2 to 300 million years,
Yeah.
right? But then there were also other plants that were here as well. Because that when we're talking about there being a lack of those gases, because the trees were cut down. You see what I'm saying? So and then because again the rotation was messed with, they said that Antarctica or all the continents moved overnight in a single 24 so-called hours, 7.5, what was that, 7.5 inches to in one day.
Which is
And again, when we look at what Earth actually went through, then you can see how the animals and the insects and the people were affected. But y'all are not conducive to the planet. The only type of melanin that is conducive to the planet for so-called humans to have is neuromelanin. And if y'all are not producing that at birth, like when y'all are born, y'all don't even have that, there is no way you can tell me if you believe in so-called God, that you was just sitting with this nigga and he sent you down here with something that wasn't conducive to the planet, you can't
okay.
even touch the sun.
No, I hear
So
you on that.
yeah.
No,
Yeah, because your physical body is connected to your etheric or spiritual body. So if your
right.
physical body can't take the sun, where is your spiritual body ain't doing nothing
So I
because the
use
astral is filled with
technology.
light.
Y'all can do it on your own. Black people can astral project on their own. White people can't. I use tech. I invented my own shit and have left my body. No lie. I can send y'all pictures. Like, the shit's real. Now, with that being said, frequency transfer is also real. Remote viewing is also real. I have decalcified My pineal gland, my MRIs and all that shit show it. It shows it in growth. And not to be like, disrespectful, but there's a lot of tech out there that y'all don't know about. Like mainstream tech, like, CRISPR and all that. Yeah, that's there. But what about all that creepy shit that they was doing in through the 50s to the 80s when they was gulping up all these black children, and not to be disrespectful, but they was gulping them all up, putting them in rooms. The CIA had them on black sites, and they was experimenting on them nonstop, whether they died or not. Horrible tragedy. Books say that they was lost over 10 million black children from the ages of newborn up to the ages of 30. So the science is there. I can't do it on my own. Maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
But
So
I
even if
use
your
tech.
pineal gland is decalcified, you're still not producing enough neuromelanin though. That's the thing.
That's why I can't do it on my own. That's why I need technology to assist me, but I can still do it. You can do it on your own. You meditate and you can astral project on your own. You just need the frequency.
Okay, so with astral projection, because you share DNA with multiple different types of animal, what part of animal inside of you is astral projecting?
Bro, there's no animal astral projecting. It's your spiritual self. It's what's connected
Right,
to
but
you.
you share DNA
Consciousness.
with nothing but animals though. That's what I'm saying. So how are you
I'm
astral projecting?
I'm my own animal. We're all animals. What do you mean?
No, you're a mixture of different types of animals. So
Okay.
I hear y'all always say y'all into this mystical spiritual shit, but what animal
Who,
inside of you
who
are you
said
tapping
mystical?
into in order to, astral project and do all these things?
You know what? I'm gonna be real on that. I'm gonna have to do some research and get back to you because the exact animal, I don't know. But I know what I can do, and I know that the tech has allowed me to do it.
This is what I'm a land with this. I promise I'm a land with this, cause so we can get to the next guest. But um, you do know that there is at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for you, right?
Yes, I do.
So which animal is going to be very hard to pinpoint, considering that the animals that you are also spliced with are also spliced with other animals, and that's what make them eukaryotic. So when we're talking about astral projection, I'm gonna come clean. I'm not denying whatever little experience y'all are saying that y'all are having. I'm not denying that. But your six ether etheric body does not, you cannot travel the cosmos though.
Yeah, you could call that. You can have that
You
little
will
experience,
experience,
but
but
don't call it astral projection.
projection. Yeah, that's
Y'all
what I'm
can't
trying to
go where
say.
we go, bro.
Yeah, you're not.
Spiritually, y'all can never go where we go. That's why to this day, y'all still trying to splice into our women's cells, just trying to find out what the DNA is. You see what I'm saying? Y'all can never go where we are.
You
You see what
need.
I'm
This is the
saying?
reason why they wear them so-called suits in so-called space.
Yeah, y'all don't need them.
Right. So you created a suit, is what you're saying, to astral
No,
project, or what tech?
no,
I'm
no.
interested in the tech or the name, or
So,
can you give me a simple rundown, and we're gonna get to the next guest, respectfully.
got you, got you. Starship coil. It's called a rodent starship coil.
A rodent.
Yep, rodent starship coil. And what
That's
it does, say again?
I was just saying that was interesting, rodent, because y'all share like 90% of
Not,
DNA with like,
no, not rodent.
oh,
Rodin, like
oh,
R O
rodent.
D
D
RODIN.
RODIN. Okay, bet. Go ahead.
That, yeah. Okay, so the rodent starship coil in an enlarged size using two or more can repair DNA in anyone, that all frequencies can do something different. They can make you feel like you smoked a joint, they can get rid of cancer, they can,
We can't say the S word on here.
okay, my
Right.
apologies,
The
but they
thing is,
can,
you're saying getting repaired, but repaired from what? you were not 100% of anything, and y'all species never was. So what do y'all get? What is your DNA repairing back to? It's already discombobulated.
Okay,
It's all it's you have all
I
of these
have
different, you have all of
diabetes.
these specialized compartments and all of these different animal genetics floating within one cell.
So you use a tech
It
like
doesn't
that's.
like
I just
it
wanted to
just doesn't
ask.
make
I
sense,
just
bro.
wanted to ask you. So you use a tech rodent. So is it like did you buy it? Like,
No, I built it.
oh, okay, using what?
Copper. I can actually send you a picture.
So you use us. So
Yes,
basically, what you're seeing is the aura,
exactly.
the orgone energy. Let's be specific. You're
Yeah,
seeing
you're
the
right.
orgone
You're right.
essence of
You're right.
that mineral that we are literally composed of, which is why we need more copper and zinc and other amino acids and minerals than you do because we're literally composed of that. So you're using us to astral project. That's all I wanted to know.
I'm
Host.
not using people specifically. I am using a mineral that came here while the earth was being created. Copper was here longer than life.
What I'm explaining is that we're composed of the same minerals. When you came on here saying that you were the originally the slave race to mine gold, we're the golden race.
Yep.
Though that copper, we share biological identification with copper, with clear quartz, the Stonehenge and all these other sundials and megalithic structures are composed of quartz,
It's all in our bones. It's all
limestone.
in our skull
Yeah,
with the
these are the
bones.
oldest stones known to mankind. So your mankind, your life, your haplogroup, all of y'all make up the same haplogroup. And again, it gets even more complicated because of incomplete dominance.
And our epithalamus gland, the pineal gland, produces hydrocarbon and other molecules, which is the building block of every crystal and every organic life.
So
So that
yes,
we
you are
produce that.
using you
So
are using us.
when we absorb that in the day, when we absorb the sun in the day, at nighttime we let carbon emissions out, and we let it out for all organisms to feed off of, and we don't know that. But y'all are using us, and y'all are saying y'all don't know, but you are using
Yeah,
us,
you're
bro.
not you
Don't
you
act
you
like
might not
you
be using people specifically, but you are using
an
our
extension of us.
resources, an extension of us, and
Don't
something
act
that
like
we
it.
created and that we have within our genetics, within our genome. Interstellar gases and nanodiamonds. That's all I wanted to say.
Damn, I can't believe you just said nanodiamonds because that is what has to be on the Rodin coil.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And that's exactly what so-called black people are composed of.
Thank
Nanodiamonds
you.
and interstellar
Interstellar
gas
gas
clouds.
clouds.
And you're using us. Thank you for further
Thank you
clarifying
for
that.
absolutely. You came up here and you proved our point.
That's I don't mind.
And
Yeah.
I
That,
hope
that's
his I
no,
hope
that's why I said abundance and gratitude
I
to
hope
I
his
him.
love being
people
wrong.
I hope everybody that shares his genetic makeup has been listening to what he's been doing. And what he and the knowledge that he has based off what he's been doing.
He said, "Put me on a book. Why Darkness Matters." Edward Bruce Bynum. That's written by four neuromelanated neuroscientists. Dr. Layla Africa. All of his work. Dr. Delbert Blair breaks down orgone energy. I'm actually thinking about posting all the sources. I have all the books highlighted on my Instagram under the book tab. The highlight there, but I'm thinking of posting all my sources, my documents that are peer reviewed. I don't know about that. I got to talk to baby, but low key that I have something about orgone energy that Delbert Blair talks about is very extensive and it shows you the machine, how it's used.
Yeah,
So
I would like that actually. Like, even if I had to purchase that,
you just want to continue to use us, bro? You're not even
Yeah,
supposed to be
yeah,
talking
you're
no
not
more.
even, bro.
bro,
The
it's
fact
not
that
about.
listen,
Ah,
the fact that we just told you and proved to you how you're using us, and you're laughing, and you're probably gonna go use it again. You're not gonna
yeah,
stop. You're not gonna go in your
facts.
community and tell them, "Yo, we're living off the genocide of so-called black people," and I have this machine that I've been using so-called black people's DNA. You're not
Yeah,
gonna do that. You're an evil ass nigga laughing on live, and you have
I'm
our
not.
brothers and sisters
No,
saying, "Thank you,
no.
sir. Thank you, slave I remain, for using us for a
I'm
science
not trying to
experiment, so you can have a
disrespect
fun
no
experiment
one.
on our fucking planet that you don't fucking biologically identify with." So how
I'm.
about you go tell your people that you're not natural to the fucking planet,
I
and
know I'm not.
how much you
wait,
guys have been using our minerals and our resources that are an extension from us
no,
on the planet. You
Not
y'all.
evil
even
ass
that. Your
nigga.
knowledge, your
This
patents, your
nigga's
art.
an evil ass
Wait,
nigga.
hold on
I'm
This
though.
not
Dr.
evil.
Doofus Smith ass nigga using us to sustain life on the planet.
I'm
Like,
not
what
trying
the
to
fuck?
sustain life, bro. I
Yes, you.
have to experiment on myself before I can give it to the world. Do you
No,
understand me?
Right, but
I'm
what he's
I'm
saying
I'm
is that you're using things that extend from us, though. That's the thing.
I'm not coming at you, even though cause Zell don't play. That's just a nigga that don't play. So, but
No, I understand.
I understand that you are genuine, and I also understand your genetics. So I understand that your genuality can be a little bit different than our compassion that we have naturally. But I
Yeah, I
I
do
wouldn't
like that.
I wouldn't actually, you know what I'm saying? After we just told you that those resources come from us, and we just explained that to you extensively, to say like, oh, I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we call gene expression. You can't help
You
your
can't
mind
control
can't,
that.
yeah, you're, so that's why I'm not, this is why I don't go live about racism, box braids and shit, because your psyche is connected to your genes. I'm not gonna waste my time telling her she can't wear box braids. You see what I'm saying? Not when I understand her genetics, and that her fur, the three structures of her hair is what makes it fur. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, I get you. I think the host wants to move on to the next guest, but abundance
Fine.
for, you know what I'm saying, sharing.
Your mother abundance titan. Go
But
ahead,
I
Sassy.
wasn't trying to disrespect nobody.
Nah, you straight. You good. You good. We're just explaining that the stuff that you're using comes from us. That's all we're explaining. You
I ain't
do
trying to steal nothing either.
right.
But I would
We're
like
not.
to
We're
acknowledge.
we just saying that you're using things that come directly from my people. You feel what I'm saying? So that's all. But go ahead, Sassy.
Yo, what's up, people? Okay, so I do not believe we are all one species, but like, for example, for the people who are like mixed, do you not think in time all of our genetics have been mixed and altered? Because, like, I'm biracial.
Okay.
I just wanted to start there first.
All right. What is your mother?
My mother is Black Caribbean,
Okay.
and my father is white.
Prokaryotic hybrid, you're still black because it's the mother's genetics who rule. It's her that creates. She comes here with all of her eggs. Just the tail end of the sperm that's fertilizing the egg, and then it's her womb that actually constructs the child.
Well,
You
see,
have
that I
95%.
completely understand, but what I'm saying is do you not think all of us have mixed DNA through evolution at this point in the game?
So what I was trying to explain before I was cut off is
Sorry.
that it's the mother's genetics that rule. So whatever the mother is what her offspring is the same as her. That's what I'm explaining. So I get what you're saying, but my mother is neuromelanated. I'm a neuromelanated woman. Regardless of the antigens that have been introduced to my bloodline, I'm still neuromelanated. If my mother was white, then I would be a eukaryotic hybrid, regardless of who my father is and how I phenotypically present. I know that there are people that phenotypically present as so-called black and their mother is white, or so-called Mexican or Asian. I get it. But what is that skin color that we're looking at? What is that composed of, though? Is it you
Like
melanin?
I'm
Or
very
is
light
it
skinned.
just
Let her- Are you talking
So,
about my mother? Because my mother is like cream, like you.
all right. So when people are talking, don't interrupt them though. You feel me? While they're still talking, because it disrupts
Heard.
the flow. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah, your mother is what constructs the suit, and you get 95% of your genetic material from your mother. So her genes are always gonna rule.
I see. And see, here's the weird thing. Like my blood type is rare, and like I have people trying to give me a donate blood all the time.
Right, blood type that's just for breeding purposes. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's just explaining the type and the amount of antigens that you got on the outside of your blood. Blood type don't matter.
And see, on to what the guy prior was saying about the like astral projection. Like I've experienced, like my mother was she was into like hoodoo, very spiritual, but I was told because of my mixture it's a closed practice. So it's like I haven't been able to tap into the roots, but I myself am a spiritual person where I have gifts. And I think that is in tune to my lineage.
Are we all the same species?
Oh, definitely not the same species. But I was just trying to understand what the fuck am I? You know?
With
Like
prokaryotic hybrid, but abundance and gratitude though.
I appreciate it.
Go ahead, Vanta.
All right, so I've been listening for a while. It's a lot of things that I like. It's a lot of things that I don't agree with as well. So one thing, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, I thought that with that
Are we
whole
all the same
dealing.
species?
Oh yeah, I do believe that.
Can you explain that using genetics and science, please?
All right, okay. Let me start there first. So according to human evolution, right? We can just start with Homo sapiens, right? So that's what out of Africa is getting into. Us as Homo sapiens leaving out of Africa, right? And when we once we left out of Africa, we like y'all were bringing up earlier, hybridized with other hominins such as Neanderthals, Denisovans or Denisovans, Homo floresiensis, and et cetera, et cetera. And then on top of that, with our different diets, also the intake of different UV radiation on different parts of the continents, because you're not going to receive the same amount of UV radiation depending on the climate in which that you're living in. So, for example, if you're living in the jungle with a lot of canopies, you're not going to get as much UV radiation. If you're living in a cold climate, you're not going to get as much UV radiation either. So there's a multitude of factors, once again, UV radiation, climate change, hybridization, adaptation, migration, in which contributes to why we are now, Homo sapiens sapiens, and why we are all a part of the same group. So that's why out of Africa comes into play, which is understanding us as a species without going back too far, dealing with our ancient ancestors, the different hominins.
Okay, so the out of Africa theory doesn't necessarily make any sense because, for one, when we're getting into genotype and phenotype, let's just use that. Um, all races or all people outside of so-called black people share hair with animals within nature, and they share melanin with animals within nature. But when you get to so-called black people, we don't share our hair with any animal within nature, nor do we share our type of melanin with anything in nature.
Okay, so are you saying we did not evolve? Because the reason why us as a species, no matter who you're talking about, we share DNA, or we have not really sharing DNA, but we have common ancestors, right? Because that's where we evolved from. So just because we evolved from, once again, prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, that doesn't mean that that's what we are. Like we evolved from that, it's still within us. It's like it's not going to go anywhere.
I
So
mean,
the same thing with the amphibians, lemurs, hominins. They are still found within us, but that's not that doesn't
who
make
is
us
us
animal.
though? Because so-called black people, we have no animal DNA, but everybody else outside of us has animal DNA.
Oh, so y'all don't believe in evolution, or Because according to evolution, we all are connected to the same common ancestors. So that's what I'm talking about.
Right. So it's all so-called black people stem from that first so-called black woman and the first black man. We're replicas of that. But with everybody else outside of us, they have animal DNA from multiple different types of animals. So-called black people, we don't have any animal DNA. So my thing is, if the evolution that you're talking about was factual, how did the animal DNA skip so-called black people?
Once again, unless I'm mistaken, according to evolution, according to science, right? We, as far as Homo sapiens sapiens, which we all are, right? We are closely related to what they call chimpanzees and bonobos.
Right, but you don't see that. Okay, so when you look at everybody else outside of us, they share that hair and melanin with animals, right? So when you go to so-called black people, how come we don't phenotypically present as any animal? Because you're, especially the chimpanzee, you're saying that we're closely related, but we don't phenotypically present as a chimpanzee.
I mean, honestly, if you want to get into it, like with the hominins, they are depicted in various ways. They're not just depicted with straight white hair.
Right.
So, I mean, it just depends on the hominin that you're talking about and how ancient you're talking, how ancient the
Well, I'm,
hominin is.
I'm going to so-called black people because you just said that we're closely related to chimpanzees. Can you explain that? Because we don't share any similarities with chimpanzees nor any animal.
Okay, so that's what I was getting into earlier, right? As far as like once again climate change, once the climate's change, you're going to adapt. Africa has not always had the same climate. Africa has frozen over. Africa has dealt with ice ages, just like Africa has dealt with um, uh, the Sahara and different climates. So the reason why the reason why we are distinct from, I wouldn't even say chimpanzees or bonobos, um, to get into it, is more like our common ancestor. The reason why we're more distinct as far as like phenotypically is because we came out, we evolved in a different environment than they were.
Why don't you
That came
see
up at.
any animals that share our phenotype as far as hair and the type of melanin we have then? Because y'all always want to say that we evolved into white people or any other species outside of us, but y'all don't
Oh, no,
ever.
I don't say we evolved into white people, bro. No.
You just said the outer Africa,
Uh,
meaning that you believe that black people went to a colder climate, lost pigmentation, and their hair follicles changed.
Okay. Yeah, in that sense, so I'm not saying like, oh, it was a direct hop skip. What happened was, which I was getting into earlier, there was a multitude of factors like, hybridization, different diet, different levels of UV radiation. Like there was a multitude of factors that, changed our pigmentation. Like, for example, when you're in a colder climate, you have to absorb more vitamin D, right, in order to still self sustain like we are, like we already naturally do that. So, but since they're in a colder climate, they had to adapt to intake vitamin D. So that's why their pigmentation became lighter, and also due to hybridization with Neanderthals as well and Denisovans that were already in these certain climates for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, right?
So you're saying that I have a question. So the Denisovans, the Homo sapiens, the Homo sapiens that you're talking about got here through evolution.
Yes, yes,
Right.
via
Okay, okay,
Homo
okay.
heidelbergensis.
Okay,
Bergensis.
gotcha. When you're talking about hybridization, can you explain to me just maybe in a sentence or two or less of what you mean when you say hybridization from these already evolved eukaryotic organisms? Can you explain what you mean by that?
So what I mean, right? So Heidelbergensis, right, evolved and left out of Africa, went to Europe, and also went to Asia. And within that time frame, with them evolving, we had Homo sapiens, and out of that, we also had Neanderthals and Denisovans come about. So the hybridization comes in that we're not exactly the same, right? But we're still related enough so that we can, have offspring. So that's what causes us to be the same species. So you have to be able to have viable offspring in order to, speciate. So that's what I mean. So via Homo
So
sapiens leaving out of Africa and interbreeding with Neanderthals and Denisovans, that's how you get hybridization, because they're not the exact same species as us, but they're not that far off from us. They're like our cousins.
oh,
Well, when
so
you're talking,
so we're procreating with our cousins.
No, not
And
really.
and that's how hybridization happens, is two similar species procreating to then evolve over time. How did they get there?
So once again, migration, right? Just
No,
like
no,
I was talking
no,
about.
no, 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 no,
we're
no,
not
no, no,
talking
no.
about
I'm not talking about how
migration.
they got to the landmass. I'm talking about what is the origin of the cell.
What you mean exactly? The origin of the cell?
Of the
What,
people
but
that
the
you're talking
people, what
about.
is the origin of the organism? What's their origin like? How did they? Because so-called black people evolved with the earth, and all scientists are saying that, and they can prove that, and we can prove that still to this day, 1,000 and 1,000,000 times over and over. The question mark is the eukaryotic cell and the eukaryotic organism, which is what you're talking about in your evolution, prokaryotic versus eukaryotic organism. So what
Yeah,
the base premise of that is, how did we go from haploids to diploids? Like, oh, I'm asking you the same question that evolution is asking. How did the eukaryotic cell get here? Because that is the reason why evolution is still deemed as theoretical, because that answer that we're waiting for.
yeah. I
So
mean, but it's still the
can you
dominant
answer
theory.
it?
It's still the dominant theory, right? Because it has the most evidence supporting our evolution. So once again, the thing that helps us evolve, or when you talk about prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, there's a lot of different factors in which they believe that they came about. Just like y'all were talking about earlier, as far as the 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 universe being in existence since time immemorial. Everything that's been in existence has always been here, and a lot of the things that you find in space, you can find on Earth too. Not everything. So a lot of the things in which that we are made off of came from space. So that's one of the theories. They believe that uh, our evolution is also connected to space, the Big Bang that happened millennial ago.
So are you saying that the eukaryotic cell got here through the Big Bang?
I'm not saying that's how it got here, but that is the reason why we are connected to space and time, because that is a direct correlation of how everything is here in existence now.
But the thing is, you keep saying we,
We,
but
and there's
so-called
two
black people,
different species.
so-called
So
black people, including you, are prokaryotic cells. Everybody
right.
outside of you has are a eukaryotic cell organism, which means that they share genetic material with different, multiple different animals to make up that one organism. That's what it
Right.
means. How did they get here? Because all natural organism in nature is 100% of what it is. A lion is 100% a lion. A dragonfly is 100% a dragonfly. They're the only people that are not 100% of anything. That's what we're asking. And you're saying Homo sapiens and all of these different things, all of these different titles that don't pertain to us. Because all of these different things pertain to animal DNA. Humans, animal DNA. That's why they say humans share DNA with animals. You can't show me one animal in nature that phenotypically looks like so-called black people. You don't see our gene expressing like animals. This is why my brother was talking about the hair, her hair, because our genes don't express like that. But their genes expresses like the bobonus monkey, the rhesus monkey. That's what is expressing it, because that's what they have. That's the genetic makeup that they have, the pheomelanin that they have. And they have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which is what classifies them as a eukaryotic complex cell organism. and so-called black people, our genes doesn't originate from a landmass or from a planet. It's from the cosmos. We are the universe, or the sun walking in the flesh.
Um, so I mean, I'm not in disagreement with us coming from the cosmos, but my only disagreement is that that is that goes with everything in space and time. Period. Like we all derive from the Big Bang.
So scientists are not saying that all people came from the Big Bang. So I just a simple yes or no. Do you know what sparked the Big Bang or what sparked the universe?
It was a lot of heat and it was a lot of expansion. So that's what caused
So
it.
no.
So you don't
So
know.
it was just I was just saying like yes or no, and but no, it's a single photon that sparked the universe. So everybody that is here on this planet does not share biological identification with that photon. So I understand that they are a part of this reality or what we think is real, but they are not conducive to it, nor are they expanding with the universe. And there are scientists that have 5 hour documentaries, heavy peer reviewed information that are in it that are saying that they don't expand with the universe and they are not expanding. However, so-called black people are composed of neuromelanin, and as a prokaryotic organism, that's what's functioning in each of our cells. That is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. So it's literal sunlight. That's what we mean when we say sun blood or we're sun people. We're the sun walking in the flesh. Everybody else is eumelanated and pheomelanated. So how can you travel throughout the cosmos, have any biological identification to the cosmos or the planet, or evolve from anything that is a part of the cosmos while not being conducive to it?
Um, Once again, I mean, I understand what you are saying, but I think there's a disconnect. What I'm saying is that when you look at evolution itself, they classify us as mammals, primates, and great apes. Specifically, under the great apes, they classify us as Homo sapiens sapiens. So we are, if you're a Homo sapiens sapien, you're literally an animal. You're literally connected to the phylogenetic trees, not only of humans but also of animals as well. So that's why we have a phylogenetic tree for us as humans, which is connected to our haplogroups. And then we also have phylogenetic trees that are large enough to connect us through time immemorial, not only as us as humans, but like you said, us as eukaryotic cells, going from fish to amphibians to lemurs to, to hominins. I'm skipping some things, but so that's a part of our process. That's why a lot of those things are still embedded within our DNA, not just a particular race, but in our DNA, everyone's DNA, because it's called a phylogenetic tree that connects us to not only people on the planet, but animals on the planet. It just depends on millions of years ago, uh, billions of years ago, how long ago did we branch away from other people on that phylogenetic tree or other animals?
We don't share phylogenetics with these people or any eukaryotic organisms. They are all here through electrical fusion. So just because they can manipulate the electromagnetic field that is here, that is because they are here through electrical fusion. So of course they have spirit, they have aura, but they cannot navigate the cosmos. They have no biological identification or any esoteric identification because they don't have the magnetism. This is the reason why when you hear a brother speak, you can hear the magnetism in his voice versus a YT man or Asian man. There's a lack of magnetism because they don't have a soul, SOL, solar. They're not composed of many suns, MINI and MANY. They don't have neuromelanin. And there's 5 types of melanin that exist throughout, or that are known that exist throughout this planet, and 3 of them pertain to so-called humans. It's unnatural for these people as so-called humans to have animal melanin.
an abnormal amount of animal melanin, and that
So
animal melanin that they have, they can't even absorb terrestrial radiation or solar radiation. You can't. How is it natural to the planet, but millions of you are unaliving, and y'all unaliving more than you're being born. That's not. That doesn't seem like natural to me. And the only reason why wildlife is in danger, 70% of wildlife is in danger right now, is because of the eukaryotic cell organisms that have been on the planet. Before they got here, they were thriving. So I don't understand that.
just because y'all have neuromelanin doesn't mean that it's produced in the third ventricle of y'all's brains. And it doesn't mean that y'all were born producing neuromelanin. Y'all are born with y'all's pineal glands calcified.
And y'all don't have neuromelanin.
Y'all
That's
don't.
condensed sunlight. Y'all can't hold no light in your body.
That's
Why do you
true.
think you go? Why do you think you undergo acute body radiation on a macro level? Because your cells are going under that. Your atoms that you're created is undergoing that. You are not natural to the planet. Stop trying to act like you have this, you have that. At first, oh, we all have melanin. Now, oh, we all have neuromelanin. Dick. No, you don't. You don't have no
Yeah.
neuromelanin. You have
Facts though.
theomelanin, bro.
Facts.
You have animal-based melanin, sulfur and ammonia, and a little bit of nitrogen and a teensy bit of carbon in your biochemical substance that makes up you. You're not us.
Yeah, facts. He's saying Aztecs and Maya, like these are titles, bro, that y'all made up, and we telling y'all that y'all not natural. So why the fuck are we using titles when we're talking about genetics? Or do you hear us saying anything about titles, or are we saying so-called black, so-called white because we know this shit is superficial? Like, how have you been in here for 3 hours and still fighting for your life in the comments? Again, y'all's lower brain is bigger than y'all's upper brain. Y'all have problems with comprehension. This nigga been saying the same shit in the chat for 3 hours. You haven't comprehended shit for 3 hours, bro. However long the live been going. You haven't comprehended nothing. And there's a genetic and a psychological explanation for why it's like that.
So, so when y'all were saying they were born with it calcified, but that means it can be decalcified, right? And
Yeah, but
what I don't
they still don't produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle though. Regardless if it's decalcified or calcified, it don't matter.
what
Facts. What
I
I'm
could have
saying is,
sworn,
I know, brother, what I'm saying is, where is neuromelanin produced? It's produced in the pineal gland. So
yeah.
what I'm saying is that everybody outside of our so-called race is not producing neuromelanin. If you're born with it calcified, you don't just decalcify something. With what? With what?
Every
Like
organic
they're
species
not
is born
organic
with.
to the planet, so the minerals, the crystals that y'all be using does not work the same for y'all etheric body that y'all have. It's six ether consciousness, and that's a nine ether mineral, a nine ether rock. So yes, it has power, and you are seeing its essence. That doesn't have anything to do with you, though. So that's why I'm saying, just because y'all have the same things as us does not mean that y'all are us or that y'all came from us. I seen somebody say, "Oh, we have the same organs." We really don't, because if something is not, they can call your heart a foot. That doesn't change the function of it. So you can just say that that's the same thing, but if it functions differently, if it's a different size, if it's producing a different biochemical substance, if it is not the same organism. A strawberry and a wild strawberry is not the same species. They have two completely different speciation, or excuse me, two completely different genus names,
If
species
my
names.
largest
So
organ in my on my body is different from yours, you don't think my internal organs is going to be different from yours? That follow
facts.
the same wavelength
Yeah.
to build my suit?
Micro to
Like what the
macrocosm.
fuck?
But
Like nah,
we
man.
got you. You saying that we are the same species, but you're the evolution that you're saying has been debunked, and the top scientists in the world don't even go based off of that. The number one question in the world is how we went from haploids to diploids, because they chronically want to know how they came about. And the only explanation for that is electrical fusion, because a cow, a pig, and a cat cannot fuck and reproduce. That's not natural. It's not happening in nature nowhere. And the shit that is those animals that stuff is slightly like that happening is because of introgression to begin with. They are still eukaryotic organisms. There are no prokaryotic animals that are evolving in nature. Again, a crocodilomorph is a present day crocodile. The only thing that changed about that animal was its size and the fact that its legs are now bent. They still have the same genetic composition.
I think the better example would be like a wolf eventually being bred into a dog, right? I think that's the better example for like Homo sapiens and Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't think we could, compare like a polar bear to a wolf. Like I think that
Right.
would be a
They
more
have
sensible
I
solution.
my bad. I get what you're saying, but the host has on the screen right here that they share 92% DNA with the mouse, 44% with the fruit fly, and I think it's 18% for plants, eukaryotic plants like celery, cruciferous vegetables, stuff like that. So what I'm saying is all of those animals right there are not all they're already not conducive to the planet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They are eukaryotic, spliced with more eukaryotic animals to make one organism. That's what eukaryotic means. The nucleus was truly seated in that cell in order for all of that genetic material to communicate with each other. That's what a nucleus is. It's the control center, but prokaryotic cells don't have that. It's where the nucleoid the nucleoid region is where the neuromelanin sits for that cell. And again, I'm gonna say this again for people that be wanting to fight with me in the comments on my videos and YouTube and stuff. A prokaryotic organism is a single cell organism that splits through binary fission. Okay? It's not saying that a multicellular organism has multiple different uh, animal genetics to make up one organism. That's not the same for prokaryotic species. They stem from themselves. Our cells replicate, and everybody outside of us, they don't replicate. And this is the reason why you see 1p36. You see what I'm saying? This is the reason why you see the SLOS phenotype, because it's too much different genetic information that's in there, so it trips it off. This is what causes so-called mutations in eukaryotic organisms, though. You see what I'm saying? We're not the same species.
That's a fact. Yeah, I wanted to add on her. So
Hold
obviously
on,
we're not
hold
this.
on. I gotta get the news because news
Yeah.
he ain't spoke yet. Go ahead, news.
Let me just respond and then I'll be done. I just wanted to respond to everything. Just a quick closeout. The thing that I was saying with as far as like us being the same species, that's why I was sticking to evolution because I thought that's what we were speaking of, right? So when it comes to evolution, once again, like we are classified as mammals. We are also classified as primates and great apes. We're closely related to chimpanzees and bonobos. That's why I bring up that because y'all are saying that how do people that derive from animals, how can they be the same as us? But if you classify yourself as a Homo sapien sapien, then you too derive from mammals, and you too are a mammal, and you too are closely related to chimpanzees and bonobos. That's what I'm saying. If you
Right. That's
classify as
referring
something
that's
else, then
referring to humans.
huh?
So that's referring to humans. So-called
So
black
y'all
people.
don't
We're not.
classify as humans?
No, we're not humans. So-called black people are not humans because humans tie in and are related to animals, which we have no animal DNA.
Oh, okay. So we just having a different conversation. All right. All right. I don't have a problem with people believing in creationism. I don't have an issue.
We literally said, "Are we all the same species?" And you came up here and you argued it with us. Now you saying, "Oh, we not talk." We know that. We've been trying to tell you that's been what the argument is about. You came up here talking about evolution, and that is not that never happened. And the scientists that you're getting the information from, if you keep reading a little bit more, are saying that that shit never happened. They're
No, I've
saying, like I
done
said,
I've
David
done
Wilcock.
extensive research.
Hold
I
I've
have
been
on.
with
too.
Let her
scientists
finish, bro.
I
that's
have
done it.
too.
Let her finish.
Me and Zell together, we have 10 and a half, almost 11 years worth of
Research.
research. And we have books that we're sitting in front of right now. written by neuromelanated and pheomelanated
And
scientists.
you're like, this is not my type of conversation, or this is not what. But it's like we're talking about that.
Right, and you
We're talking
requested
about
up
how
three
so-called
times.
black people don't have animal DNA, and you cannot show us one so-called black person throughout the whole planet that phenotypically looks like any animal. You see what I'm saying? And your phenotype is determined and connected to by your genes. So we can
Phenotypically,
clearly see.
I brung up
Hold
the
on. I'm not done,
hominids.
brother. Hold on, brother. I got you. But we could clearly see that these people share genetics with multiple different animals, bro. They have. I forgot what I was even gonna say after that because you disrupted the flow. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying, right? Like that's what I was bringing up, as far as like human evolution and like phenotypically, there were hominins and also different like lemurs and stuff that did have the same hair types as us. That's why I brung that up. Also, like I don't have a problem with creationism. I don't have a problem with that. I was bringing up the evidence that I have, scientifically speaking, because you guys are y'all not just seen, but y'all speak very eloquently, and y'all seem like y'all know what y'all talking about. So that's why I was bringing up that perspective, to bring up the scientific perspective, right? But if we're talking about creationism is just like the
Talking
belief
about
that
that
we were
though.
created, fixism, no evolution
It's
never
not a
happened.
belief, and it's not creationism is not that. We're talking about quantum science, quantum entanglement,
Biology, genetics,
biology,
chemistry,
yeah, anatomy,
physics. This is
physiology,
what we're
like
talking about.
neurology, neuroscience. We're talking about science as a whole.
The
We're
whole
not
field.
talking creationism is made up. It's an ism.
We're talking about biogenesis.
Genetics, which the base word of that is gene, which means origin. So
Yeah,
creationism is something that's like your ethics and your morality that's created by the same people that we're talking about that's non-conducive to the planet. Genetics doesn't lie. We can look at each other and tell that we are not the same based off of our phenotype. Our phenotype is programmed based off of what's within our genetics. That's just gene expression. So if we're the same species, we would all phenotypically present the same. We're not because we have different genomics. I land my plane. I know that New Silent was supposed to speak though.
yeah. I'm gonna land my plane because so phenotypically and genotypically is.
Go ahead, news.
Hey everybody, thanks for letting me astral project into this very entertaining live.
Yeah, and we don't do semantics. You sat in here and waited for an hour just to say that lame ass shit, and it didn't work. Next guest.
Well, they go ahead, Bishop.
So I ain't gonna lie. So no, we're not the same species. So if you look at the so-called Caucasians, the so-called YT, they produce the RH factor. You feel me? Which is the rhesus monkey gene. You feel me? So this is where red blood cell hemolysis and hematologic disease plays in there. You feel me? So if you look at how so-called YT people and black people could procreate, it's because of the Rogam shot. You feel me? Without the Rogam shot, the immune system would attack the fetus, would attack the monkey gene, which would kill them. Which is why a lot of babies they end up so I don't want to say I ain't trying to get y'all banned, but
Just say it.
they end up passing away. You feel me? Because the immune system has a defense mechanism to attack the fetus, to attack the monkey gene inside of the system, because it's a foreign substance coming into the body. You feel me? So this is where red blood cell hemolysis and hematologic disease comes in at. You feel me? So the immune system now, this is where a lot of so-called black, because it's the red blood cell hemolysis, bro, and hematologic disease is used. I can't even say what I'm trying to say right now, but it's used to attack the fetus. You feel me? So the only reason why white people and black people can procreate is because of the Rogam shot. Without the Rogam shot, there would be no procreation. You feel me? So that's the only reason why we can procreate. You feel me? That's the only reason. It's because of the Rogam shot. Without this technology, this Western technology, we would not be able to procreate. You feel me? So red blood cell hemolysis and hematologic disease is where a majority of the shit comes in at. You feel me? That's the only reason why we could procreate. Without that, the immune system would attack the fetus, which you feel me, the fetus would end up passing away. You feel me? So no, we not the same species at all. Like, you feel me? And that's obvious, because without the program shot, you feel me, there would be no procreation. You feel me? They produced the rhesus monkey gene, you feel me? The RH factor, you feel me? We are RH factor, and they feel me, they had the rhesus monkey gene, you feel me? So it's like saying we are the same species, that's not even science, bro. Like, you just that's just what you think. You feel me? Scientifically, we cannot procreate. The immune system has the defense mechanism to kill the fetus. But now the program shot makes you kill the. This is where red blood
Bro,
cell
you
molecules
You
could
comes
gotta
in at,
say
because
unalive. You gotta say
yeah,
unalive.
my bad, unalive. So this is where the program shot comes in at, because now red blood cell hemolysis and hemolytic disease, it attacks the black woman's red blood cells, and this is where black women could get cancer at, because now it's supposed the immune system was supposed to attack the fetus, but now they got the program shot to switch the attack on the fetus, and now it's attacking the red blood cells, and this is where you get hemolytic disease and red blood cell hemolysis at. You feel me? So it's like you feel me?
But brother, I know exactly what you're trying to say. I'm just gonna help you out a little bit because okay. The Rogam shot has only been around since the 60s. That's new as fuck. That's because of the different antigens that we all have now. And you're right. The RH comes from Rhesus monkey. They first tested that shit out on a Rhesus monkey, but they also did that because they have Rhesus monkey blood. So absolutely factual there. But the reason why we can procreate with these people is because of introgression. That is not the same thing as hemolytic disease or the Rogam shot. Hemolytic disease is when the two species do procreate, or anytime y'all are having sex with the opposite species, that's hemolytic disease. That's where your blood is thin. That's where when you do procreate, where the mother or whoever is looking, it would be the mother that looks at that fetus, that so-called black fetus, I'm just using that for contextual purposes, as a foreign species, and her body begins to attack it. So what he's trying to say, y'all, is that the Rogam shot was introduced so that it would blanket that process that is being evoked. But that's whenever they procreate. That's what happens to the fetus. They need the Rogam shot to basically pull the child through. But
Exactly.
why we can procreate with them is because of introgression. That's something completely different. That's not the same thing at
Could
all
you
as
and then
allegedly.
break that down?
that introgression then causes a process called red blood cell
Yeah,
hemolysis. Then that process comes after. But we feel what you're saying though, but the abundance for that.
yeah, abundance. Somebody said Michael Jackson had vitiligo. Please, like that has nothing to do with melanin, bro. Y'all gotta understand that there's three types of melanin that pertain to so-called humans, and then there's five known types of melanin, and you got to unpack and understand how they each work because your melanin is describing your DNA. The type of melanin you have is directly related to the type of DNA that you have.
And no, he was not cloned. You cannot clone so-called black
Bro, you
people.
can't clone black people, bro.
Only so-called black people can clone our own DNA and pass it on.
Right,
You
through
can't do
binary
you can't cut
fission.
into our genetics and take genetic information out and put genetic information in like these people. You could literally create a whole species, a group of white people or a group of Asian people with no eyes. Their scientists can do that, and they've been doing that with animals. CRISPR-Cas9 is that. You see what I'm saying? So that's what
CRISPR
I'm saying.
is the bacterium in
And
the.
Cas is the protein
Yeah,
9.
baby, I can't even finish. I'm
Go
not
ahead,
even
go ahead.
done. CRISPR is the bacterium that goes after the virus, and how they actually, like when people say splice, the splicing part of that experiment is with Cas9. They cut that with protein 9. I just wanted to say that. Protein 9 is nothing more than like yellow 6 or number 3 cheese. It's a synthetic, yeah, it's a synthetic chemical protein that mimics the real thing to do something fake, and they use this every day in gene therapy. They're using introgression to quote unquote heal people, which they also take that same essence from Orgon Energy. They built Orgon accumulator. Like these niggas are they I'm telling you. And for those who say that this is pseudo science, I want you to do some research on Orgon Energy and see if you don't come across pseudoscience in the first 30 minutes of your research and see if they don't tell you that all science, especially medical, is built off of pseudoscience. A scientific theory first has to be tested through you have to first have a hypothesis, right? Which is theoretical, which is what? Pseudo. You have to test that in order to see if that is a definite phenomenon. So pseudoscience is everything.
Hey, I
Until
had a
it's
question.
proven to be factual, then it is then deemed a law. When you talk about universal law, go ahead.
So I know you said so-called black people they can't be cloned, and I'm gonna lie, I totally disagree with that because I feel like majority of the black people you see right now are clones to this day. They're carbonated copies. That's why you see all them gang bangers, all that, cause they like it's like they clone. It's like the They Clone Tyrone movie. You feel me? They're legit sent here for an agenda. You feel me? To be in the hood. You feel me? To keep this matrix going. You feel me? Like I don't even believe majority of the so-called black people are even real. You feel me? Like that's why majority of the black people they still in the hood. They still do this. They still do that. Cause it's an agenda. You feel me? They like it's their clones. They have a program to be like that. You feel me?
Right.
So it's like
That's programming. That's not
but
necessarily
again, but it's
that.
that's what I'm saying. You said you couldn't clone them, but the clones are programmed though. You feel me? The
So,
clones are
You
programmed
can't
to,
clone
to act
neural.
like that.
Wait, you
but
can't
yeah, go
clone
ahead,
black.
Harrison.
You can't clone so-called black people because you can't splice neuromelanin in order to get to our information though. That's the thing.
But you don't have to splice a neuromelanin to create another copy of you feel me? To create another carbon copy.
So that's why this whole live is about that, because we have to understand genetics. Because yes, you do. In order to take genetic information to clone, you have to first have it in hand to copy. So that's why I was explaining CRISPR. That's half of what they're doing. The actual splicing, the cutting in to then put that information into an organism is done with Cas9. That's where they take UV light to splice into cells. So what the host is saying is that the only way to splice into a cell is with UV light. As so-called black people, our cells are coated in neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight. You can't splice light with light. It's only going to absorb itself like a black hole. And I have a video about that on my page too. I got to do a part 2 to that. I just haven't. But the the thing with what's happening in the music industry and celebrities and stuff, they all play multiple roles,
But they're not. They're
but
carbon
they're not
copies. They're not real though.
cloned because you can't
They
clone neuromelanated people.
so you're saying you need to splice a gene to make another genetic copy of the same person?
Absolutely. To
Which
grab the genetic material to copy, you can't just take a cell and copy it. You don't it's not a printer machine to begin with, so you can't just print another cell.
Yeah, and the way that the cell copies itself, it uses the DNA to create protein enzymes to actually build up the cell and to build up the tissue, then the organs, then the organ system, then the organism. So in order to copy somebody, you need what's inside of that cell, the DNA. And this is why they use that bacteria and protein 9, CRISPR-Cas9, to actually cut into cells, to these animal cells, and take genetic information out and put genetic information in to bind with that cell and actually change the mRNA. That's what that protein 9 does. So they can't do that with so-called black people because our cells are coated in neuromelanin, which is the only way you can cut into cells.
But they do use us to spark the experiment.
Facts.
They do use it as a power. They do use the totipotem stem cells as the power source or the sparker of that experiment, and that's why our women and our children and our men as well are going missing, because they are constantly electrically fusing shit on a daily basis. Cotton
So let me
candy grapes are clones.
so let me
So
ask y'all a question. Have y'all watched They Clones Tyrone?
absolutely, I watched that dumbass shit and I couldn't even get
You
halfway through
said
it.
dumb man. They Clone
Yeah.
Tyrone is a documentary.
And that was before I really even knew about splicing for real. That
Yeah.
shit was real superficial as fuck. I couldn't get into that whole. Right when I got to the chicken scene, I cut that shit off. That shit was lame as hell to me.
And the thing is, these Neanderthals, these Homo sapiens, these humans that we have today, that's they clone Ted, they clone Sarah,
Yeah, they
they
cloning
clone,
them.
they
They're not.
clone, they clone,
Nah, bro.
yeah, they clone
They
I'm
Clone
saying
what you
no,
Tyrone.
mean,
but
nah?
brother, you're asking me a question about it and not even knowing. That's not.
I mean, I just listened to you for like 5 minutes. What you talking about?
But
Yeah,
you
you
can't explain to us
right,
genetically
but you
how
asked me though.
exactly.
You asked me a question because you didn't understand, and now you're saying they can't do that, but you haven't done the research on it though. You just
So
going
all
off
right, so all right,
what your sources based on
break this shit
Tyrone.
down again. Break this shit
So
down
I'm
again.
not gonna do that for
Nah,
you
bro.
because you just told me 3, 4 different times that I was wrong, and now you
I
want me
didn't
to
did I
start
never say
saying,
bro.
yeah, you did.
I'm not finna
You just
entertain.
did. You
Just
Look,
just said
disagree, bro.
nah.
I'm not look, this is what I'm saying right now. I already had this shit encoded into my DNA, how they could actually, you feel me, make carbonated copies of black people. You feel me? So I'm trying to really understand what you're
I
saying
mean,
right now, but
okay, it's
I can't
coded.
really understand it because this some of the shit I like. You feel me? You're speaking really scientific right now. I'm scientific too, but it's like you gotta break this shit down, folks. Like I can't.
Right,
You feel me?
but
Just
you're saying it's encoded within your DNA, but you can't explain to us how to splice through neuromelanin. That don't
splice,
make no
bro. You
sense to
saying
me.
splice? What does splicing have to do with
How
making
do
a
you
genetic
think people
copy?
get cloned? You have to get that genetic information, bro.
And your hair is your genetic information. What you talking about? That's your hair follicles
Can
genetic
you
information.
clone? Okay, brother. This is why I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I understand. But you have to go do actual real research because you have to understand is electrical fusion is cloning. All of it, cloning, whatever the fuck, is all starts with electrical fusion. In order to clone, you need electrical fusion to begin with first. So in order for you to copy something, you have to have it in possession. Yes, you have the hair, but you don't have the organism. So how
Okay,
do
well,
you
who's saying you
create
don't have the
a hair?
organism? Who's saying
So
you
how
don't
do
have the
you
organism?
Okay, so how do you create a full organism using a single strand of hair? You have to go in and collect the genetic information to then create in a lab and mesh other genetic material with that. This is what CRISPR-Cas9 is explaining to make it a complete DNA sequence.
Exactly. That's
Right.
what I'm
So
saying.
again, you can splice a eukaryotic cell. You cannot splice a prokaryotic cell. You
What
can
y'all
use a
talk about in this
prokaryotic
jump?
cell to spark the experiment and to be the power bank or the source of light for that, but you cannot splice into that cell.
But what does splicing have to do with what you just
Okay,
said?
I'm not explaining it no more. You
Because,
got
bro,
it,
you're
bro.
literally talking about cloning, bro.
It,
Cloning, you're talking about taking a piece of hair, bro. You got to quit watching cartoons, bro. Go read a book.
you talking about
Like,
cartoons.
nah,
Cartoons is
respectfully,
esoteric
quit.
facts.
You're going off of what you seen in like cartoons and shit, bro. This ain't no damn cartoon. Like, go read a book or some shit. Go actually study this shit. Like, you're trying to argue
You
with
know
us.
books is not 100% facts, right? You know books is not
Bro,
100% facts, right?
I'm not even trying to come at you, brother. We gotta just stop talking and watching movies and thinking we got it all figured out, and we gotta sit down and read a book
So
on how the
let me ask you a
cells
question.
function.
A
If
book
you
is
want
not
to talk
100%
about,
facts.
Yo,
okay, but again, a book
yo,
is not a. I'm done, bro.
listen.
These
So
niggas
boom.
Hold
be
on, bro. We
so.
don't.
Wait, bro.
You
Why
gotta
the
quit
fuck are
over
you trying
talking.
to speak and it's two people speaking? Wait a second. He asking me a question.
I don't even know.
Okay, look. You have to look into cloning. The only way you can clone is through electrical fusion. There is no other way. So that's the reason why we're talking about splicing, because splicing is cloning. Cloning is electroporation. Cloning is racemization, transfection, sonoporation. All of these different things are different types of introgression. So that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's not, these books aren't built off facts, but these books have peer reviewed research and essays and things that you can actually see for yourself. You don't need a research study to understand the function of a eukaryotic and a prokaryotic cell. That's just using denotations, dictionaries, Google to just type in something and then you go use a book, a textbook, the actual research, not Google, and then you go get the information and you use your context clues and you're using all of that based off of facts. Movies are opinionated. They clone Tyrone. You can't use Netflix to teach the next generation, bro.
Facts, man.
You can't use
But look,
cartoons and shit to teach the next
I'm
generation.
not I'm
Sit
not
down with
using
his
I'm not
test.
using
Let her
that.
I'm not
finish.
saying that. I'm talking to all 140 people that's in here.
Let her finish, brother.
You see what I'm saying? We be doing these lives all the time. So I'm just talking to them. I encourage my people, sit down with science.
If y'all
Fuck
know
with
this
his
much, y'all might as well go
test.
and clone the goddamn person. Then y'all ain't working to clone no revolutionary nigga.
Bro,
Look,
What the hell is he talking
what
Yes,
about?
are
yes,
you
in
look,
the
talking
comments,
about,
saying what we
bro?
be talking about, and then
look.
now
Can
we.
can I respond to what she said? All right, so so look, you said I got cloning from They Clone Tyrone. No, because at the end of the day, I'm going off of my soul and what my soul sees on a day-to-day basis. I could understand the majority of these people are not, like, I understand you speak a lot of science and shit like that, because I do too. But I'm just not up there with you feel me? That's just a fact, you feel me? But again, you could use them words to manipulate people all the time. So what I'm saying is when I go outside and I see people, I look into their eyes. So I can
Okay,
tell
hold
they're
up.
not, no, let me speak, gang, let me speak. I could
Hold on, actually, hold on, because you're saying that because our people are in the hood and they're doing all these things, they're programmed
I'm
because
not saying that. This
hold
let
on, because you're saying that they're clones and they're programmed to be that way, but you're not talking about how our people are chemically imbalanced. You're not talking about they're eating these destructive ass foods that's slowing the development of their brain. Our people have underdeveloped prefrontal lobes and all that shit because of the foods that you're eating. You're not talking about that. You want to go straight into cloning, but you can't explain to us how you can clone neuromelanin. That's
So
the thing.
let me ask you a question. You eating all these foods, right? So how did you get to this
I'm
consciousness? Because
not
you was eating all this food too, right? You was chemically imbalanced too, right? Right or
right.
wrong?
Right.
Exactly. Now you got to this age. Now you know this stuff. So you
Yeah,
can't use that
because I
as an
quit eating
excuse.
the foods, bro.
But you knew that before you stopped eating the foods. That's why you stopped eating the foods, right or wrong?
No, I didn't know this.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I did. How you gonna tell? Okay, I'm not even
That's the
gonna. You
fact.
got it. You got it. You got it. Like,
What
yeah.
about Henrietta Lacks? You know, her cells were cloned in order to benefit the medical field in which they utilize her
Her
cells.
cells kept on reproducing. Her cells
Yeah,
never
yeah, they're
unalive.
called
So
super
they
cells.
right. So her cells was never unalive, and they kept reproducing. So that's not
Right.
cloning.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not specifically talking about cloning. What I'm talking about is, you know, the utilization of our cells, and then in order for them to keep reproducing as well, you know, they do have to clone them. I mean, when
They
a
don't.
when what no 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 when a cell reproduces, that is the definition of a clone. You know, it's just the natural
Not really.
manner of
Right.
it
We
doing
make
so.
replications of our cells, but as far as somebody splicing into our cells and getting information out of there, you can't do that with so-called black people.
Right. Nah, nah, because black people is
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah. I don't
understand the
think cloning is
DNA
on that level yet.
is literally like thousands of generations of living people, right? It's already in your DNA, it's already there. Somebody can't just hack into that. It's like somebody hacking into the lineage between you and your father genetically and altering those genes between you and your father or you and your mother. It can't do that. Like you can't change DNA that your mother gave you or your father gave you. Nobody can come and change that. Only you can change that.
Yeah, yeah, with selective breeding, well, natural
Right.
selection is what they call it, but also with I believe Sky, what they were talking about earlier with CRISPR, they are trying to, you know, add and delete like certain things to, you know, get rid of certain ailments and disorders in
I
you
think
know the
Bro,
I think the
human
other dude
I
was
population.
talking
think
about
Hold
programming as
on, hold
far
on.
as
oh my
what
gosh. Um, again, if you have never sat down, and I mean for a while, and actually did the research on how CRISPR came about. I'm not talking about what they use it, quote unquote, for today. You got to ask yourself, how did CRISPR itself come into play? How did they perfect Cas9? How were they able to merge the tech together? They've been tampering with this tech since the 9 and 1000s. So we can't just go based off of, oh, they're using it for that. Of course, they have a cover story. And of course, all across the world, ethics and morality is being discussed behind that same topic. So if you have never researched this topic like extensively to where you understand it, it does no good for you to be having a discussion with people. If our job is to build as a community and as a species, to sit here and converse and talk about things that you don't really know about. Right. That's harmful and detrimental to our ascension. If we're all spiritual, we need to all be doing the spiritual work so that it can align physically, so we can get our women, our men, and our children back. No more hopes and dreams, or I think, or I guess there you, or maybe, or I think, well, I don't. That's the Piscean age. It's the Aquarian age. All is being revealed. It's time to know.
What do you know?
What do you know?
That's what the energy on the planet is saying now.
What do you know? And it's exposing everything. When we say all is being revealed, that means you too. Right. Everything is being exposed. Your patterns. The fact, nigga told us the other day, oh, I just can't give up chicken. That's sad, bro. That's a genetically modified organism, and you know that. So again, niggas are not wanting to lock in. They just want to talk. Instead of sit down so you can have an actual, like, you know what I'm saying? Like a conversation where everyone is building with each other. I don't know how many times we have to say that. You know what I'm saying?
We shouldn't be teaching y'all shit.
This is
we're building.
We remembered. I don't see all of that. Them DMs and shit. Teach this or can you do? I don't teach nobody nothing. Right. You are a divine being, like you say that you are. There is no genetic difference between me and you. The only difference is frequency. And discipline. So I tapped into myself and went within for several years. Several years I didn't have the social media. I didn't have social media for like 3.5 years. I was researching. You see what I'm saying? That's just me. I'm not telling people to do what I did, but in order for us to come together and build, nigga, you got to bring something to the table. No more thinking. The next generation don't want to hear I think, or maybe, or that they want to know. Like, what the fuck?
Just like you wanted to know when you was a child, facts. You wanted to know the same way children want to know too for the next generation. So we gotta we can't just pass down genetic information physically, but right. Not know how to pass it down mentally and spiritually. That's no,
not
we're
good.
Not doing that.
Yeah, and I see the brother in the comments saying, I've been talking about building. You still think we can be spliced? You still can't explain this stuff to your brothers and sisters, bro. You know I'm gonna hold every last one of y'all accountable because y'all are my brothers and sisters. It's not about friendship. Wait until I'm done. It's not about friendship. It's not about none of that shit. It's about getting our fucking children back.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck? You know how many times we went live and said that our women and our men and our children are being experimented on? And I can guarantee you, as soon as I'm done talking, somebody's gonna ask me something that's not related to that. And it's men on the panel. If y'all are the protector of the species, the enforcers of universal law, we got to start talking about why are our women and our children and our men fucking missing?
Exactly. We worried about cloning.
We worried about cloning and shit, but you don't even understand the genetics that you think are so-called being cloned, bro. We got to start small and go big fast. Earth has been shifting for the last, we can pinpoint 10 years, bro.
Facts.
10 years, ground level UVC radiation, 2015. We in so-called 2025, bro.
Affecting the atom molecule of every organism
on the planet.
But it's our job to affect. It's our job to detect or decode crazy, how it's affecting us and how it's affecting the eukaryotic species. You see what I'm saying? We can clearly see what's happening to their DNA. You worried about the celebrities, all of their people. They already sold their soul. When they forgot about children, they already don't give a fuck about children. Their fate is sealed. But what the universe and the sun is letting off right now, you don't gotta worry about them. You gotta worry about the children that are in front of you, the women that are going snatch. That's what we gotta worry about.
So then, why is the live title "We Are All One Species"? If you really wanted to worry about the kids, then
he goes live about that too.
But if you're saying the majority of the facts is about the kids, it's not about the kids.
The entire time. Didn't I say as soon as I finished, somebody was gonna say something dumb?
Nigga asking
you talking about dumb. How is it dumb? It's a fact. What you talking about? If you want to talk about kids, why is it live about one species?
That you talking about, Bishop?
This live is proving that our children are biologically different and genetically different than every other children.
Nigga talking about why you not going live about that? You know how many times we done said it in the live though since you've been here and you haven't gave no energy to that as a masculine energy though. Just speak your frequency on it. If you understand, this is what I keep trying to tell y'all. If you understand the topic,
Like what the
God
hell,
damn.
man?
Then you would know that it goes back to
Exactly.
children.
If you understood genetics, you would know it goes back to children. If you understood
Thank you,
species,
Weezy.
you would understand it goes back to children.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
You
you
Weezy.
said
don't
if you
know.
know
You
if you
don't
know
know. You
genetics,
don't
majority of
know
people don't know
genetics.
genetics.
You
You
don't
don't
know
know
Okay,
genetics,
why
genetics.
which is
don't you
why
know
you
your
don't know why
genetics
it's
though? That's
important
the
for
thing.
children.
Majority, I said
This is you
majority.
don't know, bro. You're arguing, but you don't know. It's okay.
It's okay to not
All you got
know.
to do is go
Who?
research and go dive within yourself and go listen to that voice within yourself and stop listening to all of these spiritual leaders on the net, bro.
You saying who, but you
Fuck.
said Rogam shot is the reason why we can procreate, which is a false.
No,
false
I said the road. I
information.
said the road, bro. That's
Yeah, you
not
said
what
the
I
reason
said.
why we can procreate with these people is because of Rogam shot. That's when I came on mute
Oh
and
yeah,
and
that
yeah,
is
okay.
is that
So
not true?
again, so you didn't know, and that's
Is that
okay.
is that not
You
true?
asked me a question and I told you.
Is
That's
that
all
not
we
true?
saying. That's all we saying. Instead of answering something that you
So
don't know,
is that
and
not true?
bro, can you shut up while somebody else is talking and have some fucking respect?
Man, fool, you've
Let
been
me
talking all this
finish.
time, folks.
Okay, so then how can I'ma just help you out? Have a nice day. You haven't added shit. Now I'm finna get disrespectful. Don't overtalk me because you didn't know what the fuck you came up here talking about. That's your bad, bro. You gotta know I'm not here to be play with y'all for real. This is real shit. Our women and children are going missing because of our lack of ignorance. This is easy shit that we knew. Imhotep was the first documented multi-genius. He shared the same genetics with every brother that's in here. How the fuck is you asking another brother, how? Teach me, what's the, you the same as him though. You just not applying yourself. That's why we don't know thyself, bro.
This nigga
Because we're
getting mad at
not
us.
applying. Your mama taught you to not overtalk nobody, but you doing it in here because you think it's TikTok. You
Right.
think you think all of that shit go out the window. You're your mother's child, bro.
Let me ask you a question, sis. What do you mean by going missing? Because I kind of came in here late.
I mean, look it up. 8 million children are going missing worldwide.
I mean, that's something that's been happening for a long time.
Exactly. That's the point.
I
Women and
mean,
children
black.
have been going missing for quite some time, and we're still arguing about BS. We're not talking about the real problem. We got an inorganic species on the planet. This is why I titled this "We Are Not All One Species," because once my people know that we are not all one species, then we're gonna know. Okay, let's stop taking our women. I mean, let's stop taking our children to their schools and their hospitals. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm actually befuddled trying to regroup because what other, and I'm not trying to come in, but I'm just really trying to understand when someone says that there are people missing, like, isn't there only one meaning for that, baby? I
Exactly.
just
I'm just
it's like we
wow.
don't. Has there been any brothers that are already on the panel that want to speak on being the protector of the species? Like, how many lives have we did?
For real,
I done
bro.
said this shit 3 times. This nigga said, "What do you mean missing?"
This nigga acting
Oh
scared,
my
I'm
bro.
saying, what's the
life,
structure?
though.
I'm saying, you saying being the protector of. I mean, I understand the universal structure of everybody,
Do you?
whatever, right?
Who's the
That's common
universe,
sense.
bro?
I'm
Let's start
saying,
about
what's
that.
the structure you specifically talking about being the protector and the guide of?
Bro,
I mean, it's
now
common. I know
look,
the common. Not we can't just say melanated black people because even all black people, everybody ain't meant to go wherever. Even when we talk about the 144,000, that's just something specific. Everybody's not meant to go wherever we're supposed to go. Everybody's not meant to lead. So, what structure are you referring to?
see, bro, there's no one for bro. Nah, that just goes back into the nine, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Like, as so-called black men, we are the protectors of our species. That's just what it is. That's why we was created. If you don't understand that XX came first, the female was first, bro, and then she created us to protect the species. You
Right.
feel
I
what I'm
know all
saying?
that. I
Right.
mean,
So you know all that. So why are you asking the questions then? Respectfully,
because I'm trying to understand. Right. You say, see, there's different structures. Right.
there's
All
not
black
different.
people, all black people do set. They share the same genetic information. True. Right.
Okay, yeah.
But there's different houses for different structures, right? There's different structures in the system.
Right. So if we share the same genetics, why that don't make any sense what you're saying because my genetics is not gonna say something different than yours. You feel what I'm saying?
It's
Look,
not, but it
hold
will.
on. Animals and nature operate off of their genetics. You feel what I'm saying? They know what they're supposed to be doing because they understand self. So if me and you share the same genetics, bro, then I'm not my genetics ain't gonna be telling me something different. We got the
Right.
same mission. You feel what I'm
True.
saying?
True. But every lion pack does not run in the same lion pack. There's different packs, right? Same thing with wolves.
But
Different wolves, different genetics. All wolves don't run the same. You understand what I'm saying?
but you'll
All
never
bears, you
see.
got black bears, you got fucking polar bears, they're all different. They don't operate the same.
That doesn't have anything to do with the discussion about being the same species. They are all still the same species. They're doing what's coded within their genetics differently
On a
because
different
of
landmass.
that was what was coded like in their genetics because they're each fragments of the universe. So they're
Right.
working towards one goal, which is their species, their women and children, because those are the producers and the mothers of life that give life to the species. What we're saying is that if you understand universal law, you're not even asking this question. You basically, and I'm just holding you accountable. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude. If you say, I understand universal this, but what's the structure? Then you don't understand it.
Yeah.
Universal
Well,
law is universal law. That is the structure. It's universal law, laws
right.
of the universe,
And
laws of the
So so
cosmos.
so
So when
so
you're
maybe
saying
you
the
didn't
structure,
understand.
well, maybe I'm repeating the same question that you said. When you're saying what is the structure of the universe, but I understand universal law, that doesn't make any sense.
and the thing is, you will never see a lion go to an elephant family, start teaching his family, and start hanging around his family. Each species know to be within their own species and pass down genetic information mentally and physically to their own species. And that's not what we're doing as a collective. And for so-called brothers, it's a privilege to actually be in this body. And we're in this body to enforce the universal law that you're talking about. And the universe is our woman. That is the producer of life, the mother of energy. And it's our job to protect her because her body was never supposed to undergo stress. And we can see throughout history that this or eukaryotic organism has been putting her under stress this whole time. Men have to do, bro.
Man, I like how
Let me
y'all
scale
broke
it
that
down.
down. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me
Shoot,
scale.
I agree with y'all protecting the children and the women and making sure everybody's protected and they are fully immersed in their growth. I have no disagreements and I'm gonna go ahead and salute y'all. I'm gonna dip out, man. Y'all do what y'all do.
Okay, let me scale down my question a little smaller so maybe it could be, overstood a little better. Okay, right here in North America, right? I'm assuming everybody in here is from America, right? What is the structure in America as far as uh you say the men supposed to be the protectors, which I agree, right? Of a system of universal law, of my act, right? We understood, we understand that. What I'm saying is, what is the structure? You could say organization, group, whatever. How the whole thing, because I'm thinking, right? It has to be some type of organization. It has to be. That's the only way you're gonna gain structure. So everybody can't. I talked about this actually. Let me try to get out what I'm trying to say. Inside every household, that's every man's job in your household. Then it goes out into the community. Then it goes out into your country. Then it goes out into the planet. Before we had house, tribe, community, same thing. So when you speaking universally, you speaking you speaking universal as in the whole planet. But trying to get black people on the same page is a struggle. Now, if there's a universal worldwide, only one I know of that is Pan Africanism, and that's what I support.
Is that
So
a law of the universe, brother?
when we talk about planetary,
Is that
planetary,
the right? Is Pan Africanism
yes,
universal law?
yes, planetary.
You're saying you're saying
It operates.
planetary,
It
but
operates on universal law.
okay. So Pan Africanism, African, a word, a title.
which
Right.
That's
means
just
That
to
we
conquer and
identify
divide.
as melanated people on the planet.
do
It's
we?
just a word.
That means
It's just a
conquer and
Right,
word.
divide.
right,
Yes,
right. That means conquer and divide.
which is what they were
Goes
doing with
back
us.
to universal law. When Pan Africanism is saying African, like we don't all share the same genetics, and we were just told that we were different because they separated us. Again, African to divide.
Yeah. I mean,
Right. So how
it's
does that
just a
go back to
word.
universal law?
It's
Right.
just a
So
word
I
because
know that it's a word, brother.
That
I know
carry
that it's a
energy.
word. It
so
carries energy when we're talking about universal law, though.
right.
Why are we subscribing to something that is rooted in dividing us, thinking that it's uniting us? When people still think, oh, the Africans not us.
I'm saying the programming. We
Do
can
you
always
think that
change the
all of our
word.
brothers and sisters? So okay,
We can always change the word. But the programming of Pan Africanism is that all black people, no matter where you are on the planet, we all share a common goal, common destiny. We all share a common similarity. That's the programming I'm talking about. I ain't talking about the word. When I speak about structure, that's what I'm talking about.
You're
Something like
talking
that. It don't
about
even have
so
to
when
be
you're
Pan
talking about
Africanism.
structure, you should just explain Pan Africanism instead of saying Pan Africanism, though, because you are talking about the structure, but you're just telling us Pan Africanism. I
See,
can
it could be
guarantee you,
anything. We could make up a word
I can
as long as
guarantee
we
you, brother.
understand what it means.
I can guarantee you, brother, that Pan Africanism does not align with all universal laws.
No, I'm not talking about all universal. I didn't say all universal laws. I'm talking about the common law of connectiveness, just as melanated people.
Quantum entanglement.
No, I'm talking about
What is
then how do how does
universal law
then
is
what how
universal
does
law.
that how do
Universal law is anything that connects everybody together. It's a universal law.
No, that's not what universal law is. That's not what universal law
I'm
is at
not
all.
saying in the totality, not in the totality, but if I agree that
bro?
all black people, no
Looking at
matter
your
where they
species.
are on the planet, share a commonality, share ancestry, right? That's a universal law. It's not the
Wait, what are
universal
you
law, but
not
it's a
inter?
universal law.
Hold on. What are you not understanding about so-called black men being the protectors of their species? Like, what are you not understanding? Because that's what we was on
I'm
at
not
first.
I'm not disagreeing with none of that.
Right, I'm not saying
I
you're
understand
disagreeing,
that
but
and
what
I
are you
agree
not
with it.
understanding? Because you're talking about a structure. So what are you not understanding here?
Because everything has a structure, brother. Even universal law has a structure. Structure is everything. Until you understand or overstand or understand the structure, we gonna be lost.
He asking you to explain the structure. That was my question.
The structure as I overstand it is DNA connectiveness. There's no separation. I mean, same thing you saying. All black people, Pan Africanism, same thing. We share the same commonality. That's a structure. We can start there.
Pan Africanism is saying that we all came from Africa.
No, that's not what it's saying.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
yes it is.
is.
It's
It's
saying
saying
all
that we
black
are
people are
all
from Africa.
connected because we came and originated from Africa, yet we were found and were dominating all land masses.
Wherever the sun
They
touched.
they cling to Africa because that's where they were spliced and that's where they got their education. If it wasn't for them getting taught in Africa, they would have never had their golden age. So that's where the whole out of Africa comes from. And again, out of Africa is still connected and tied to the same theory as evolution, which are both not factual. The base premise of how we went from
Which
hapless to
evolution?
diploid wasn't proven. Those
Which
two studies.
evolution? You talk about Darwin's evolution? What are you talking about? It's still tied to evolution. because we're all still evolving. Evolution is
We're
a
all
occurs.
expanding if we're neuromelanated. Evolution is different from expansion, universal expansion, which is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Pan Africanism is
Universal.
limiting us as a people because it's tying us to one land when we dominated every single land. We were found on all along the coast of all landmass.
Yep.
Right.
Along all the coast. So we can't just talk about Mother Earth and Mother Gaia and then disrespect the rest of her womb like the rest of the land is not her.
So
So
so you
that
saying
Mother Africa and that I mean that out of Africa and shit, we gotta learn to drop that, and we gotta learn to drop the whole America is the motherland. All of her land is hers, y'all.
right?
It's
Okay, so
all
you
her.
saying
I'm
expansion
just gonna
and
go to the
evolution is two
comments. My
different
bad.
things?
What was that?
You saying expansion and evolution are two different things?
Evolution, as far as theoretical evolution and universal expansion, are two different things. Yes.
And you believe which one? You believe the expansion and you don't believe evolution?
Can I say something?
Do you think so-called black people are the same species as everybody outside the so-called black race, brother?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain that to us? Explain that to the people on the live, please.
Explain that black people are not the same as other races. As it was taught to me, it was taught by the ethers. You got three ether, six ether, and nine ether. Then you got ghosts. So this is what I learned from Dr. Malachi Z. York. Um, you got the three primary races: the Mongoloid, the Asians, the Caucasoid, which is three ether. The Mongoloids are six ether, Caucasoids are three ether, and the Negroids are nine ether. Those are the three primary races on the planet. Everything else is like a mixed breed. Oh, and the ethers are, so when I say nine ether are a combination of all known gases in the universe. All known gases in the universe. Those are the ethers.
You're just okay. I got you. Host.
Anybody disagree with that?
The host is by his phone or not, but um, I mean, we asked you to explain us how we're not all the same species, but you brought up
I
ether,
mean,
so
I just explained it.
And you
you
brought up
just
Malachi's New York to further explain what you were saying.
I mean,
And
that's what you got stuck on. I mean, I just gave credit where it was due, where I learned it from.
no, I
But
understand that, but if you let him finish, he was getting ready to
okay,
tell you that that man is behind bars for touching children, and he also said
that's
that
not that's not what we talking about. We talking
no,
about
we're okay. I'm
information.
done with these
and
niggas who want to overtalk,
and
man.
he
I'm
also
I'm
said that we
I'm
came from
losing.
apes
Damn. So I bring up Dr. Malachi York, the guy that I learned it from, and we talking about I'm not
because
talking about that.
the brain.
Damn. They could bring up Dr. York. Jeez.
They kicked you out?
Yeah.
We literally are trying to explain why we're saying what we're saying while you're talking over us. So you
Facts.
don't know why we're saying that. But I digress. I truly digress.
Hey, what he's saying is true though. The not
Hold up. Go ahead, CHK.
I'm saying I was talking about in the
Hold
beginning.
up. Nah, we moved on. Go ahead, CHK.
Yo, what's up, man?
Are we all one species?
I've been on this panel before, and then I just went ahead and mentioned how black people are, you know what I mean, different, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And then I mentioned Miss Lax, and they use their stem cells and stuff like that, right? To this day. But nah, I was just entertained by a lot of these people coming up here talking about a lot of stuff, man. Yeah, I could pick up.
Do you think we're all one species?
I mean, oh, I mean, no. Well, then when I went ahead and said we're not because I mean, in a way we are, but we ain't. We are not because we do. We all just we talk, we breathe the same, we do a lot of stuff the same. But
That doesn't deter the
um,
species, though.
species.
Yeah,
Okay,
breathing
yeah,
and communication doesn't
right,
deter
right,
a
right,
species. So,
right. But and then I mean,
actually, let me just ask you this: why did you request up?
oh, you guys were talking a lot about just a lot of stuff, man. It just went off the subject, really.
Okay, what? No, I'm saying why did you request up though? Like, what made you want to request up?
Just to talk about how to give a little bit of what I think about what just my personal opinion, I guess. What
On what?
about
This is
um
Go ahead.
my bad. Ether, this is an agent for real. This actual picture be on several different bot accounts. Like this same picture was just here the other day, but this is not the same account. You remember the other day when the man came up here and said he was Native American? He had the same picture, but this is not the same
Oh,
account. So I'm not even gonna waste my time with him.
what? It
all right,
sounds weird.
abundance, bro.
So peace. If I could real quick.
I don't know. Oh yeah, you was next. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I think you was next. Not Nile, and then I'll get to
I
you after.
appreciate it. Yeah. Um. So my take on it. Obviously, we're sharing a 3D collective experience. Like we have humanoid
Wait,
form.
do you think we're all one species though?
Trying to get to that.
Nah,
So
I want to know. Like, do you think we're all one
so we're
species?
not the same species.
Okay, can you explain that using genetics?
I'm trying to say it. Um. Okay. So yes, I can. I was actually in the middle of a thought. So what I was trying to say is that no, we're not the same species. Um, Phonetically, our phenotypes are different. We have different melanated people have an extra DNA strand, so we have three DNA strands. Our hair, um, other species have fur. They're more animal. They even smell different. They have different tendencies, right? And this is no
Neanderthal.
disrespect to any they have this is no disrespect to any of the life forms. I believe that this is important. This differentiation, this distinction is important so that the to for melanated unity for us to come together. I believe it's important because part of our enslavement or our bondage was teaching us that we're all one, and that's not so. Um, so we're non-ether beings. We're eight ether. We're seven ether. These are gases. These are conscious gases. Obviously, we breathe in gas, so we are also our avatars
Can you explain
are
genetically
staying
how
as
we're not the
conscious
same
gases,
though?
right? So, um, okay, so genetically, uh, we never came. Genetics obviously uh, extends from bloodline.
Gene means origin. So
What are you trying to actually ask? Because I'm trying to understand that.
yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Ace. Yeah, Ace. Go ahead.
All right. All right. It was painful hearing them guys. Yeah, we are different by
Me too.
genetics.
Hearing the lack of
Some
magnetism
are
from
built
your
different,
voice. Go ahead.
muscle structure wise. They can take more things. Basically, like when you're black, you hold in the most energy. Like black holds in the most energy. And yes, they're nine ether. They don't get sick as often. They're actually they don't have they have 12 strands of DNA. Like the blackest people that you can see have 12 strand DNA. and that only degrades through the racial mixing. And
Man, that's bullshit.
we're all, bro, we're all different, bro. I've seen files that you have never seen, brother. I promise you, straight from Russia. So I'm getting all this knowledge from people that know their shit. So we're different beings, biology wise, yes, but conscious wise, some of us are limited because like some of us are asleep, but usually the most like melanated people are the most woke, the most open minded, and that's due to the way the like like the biology, the way the brain forms and everything. So blacks hold in the most energy. They can push out the most energy. They are also the so-called warrior race of the human race. They're the strongest people on the planet. And
So-called black people, we are not human though. That's
yeah,
the
you're
thing.
not human, but you are the warrior race of this planet. And if we were to go to intergalactic war or anything like that with any other type of person or not person, any type of species, you guys would be the front line. And that's
Hold on,
how
hold on, hold on. Wait a minute,
um,
because all right. So now we got to explain where did everybody outside of so-called black people come from?
um I mean there are different realms in the realm that we are in right now. Like Panthea, there are different humanoid beings. So the other
All right.
humanoid
So
beings
just for the ones that we can see that's around us right now, all of them share animal DNA, right?
oh yeah,
From
for
multiple
sure.
different
Like
types of
from the
animals.
pig, from the dog. Okay,
Right.
so
So
yeah, it's
how does
pig,
that
dog.
explain that they came from a different realm? Because we see those animals today, and they're actually unnatural as well.
No, we were actually a genetic experiment. And so it was the Anunnaki here first, bro. This is the Anunnaki's realm. There are different realms on this
What does
big ass
Anunnaki
whatever we're
mean?
on, but
What?
What does
the
Anunnaki mean?
Anunnaki, I don't know, but I know a lot about the Anunnaki. Like there are different gods. Like Anu, I believe, is one of them. Fucking
Right. So we just using words and we don't know what it means.
bro, I know what I'm talking about. I never dove into the Anunnaki. I just know
Question.
You just
certain
said you
words.
know. Hold on, hold on. You just said you know all about the Anunnaki. Now you ain't dived in.
I never said I knew all about the Anunnaki. I said I knew a lot about the genetics, the different type of genetics. My
Hmm.
woman is a nine ether being, like 12
Please,
strand
please,
DNA, so I
please,
know this stuff.
please. What does Anunnaki mean?
People should be able to have a
What
discussion.
does Anunnaki mean?
Those who came down in the
Well,
50s.
Hold on, brother. I'm asking for your
I
melanated.
do not know that because I never dove.
That's what you
I'm
should
black.
probably do, because that's very key.
Yeah, that is key for this realm. You guys are supposed to be in this realm, but there are other humanoid beings
Okay,
as
I'm a
powerful.
nigga. Don't. You're not conducive to this planet. Okay, don't tell us what the fuck we supposed to be doing, because you not even supposed to be here. Please don't get beside yourself. We don't give a fuck that your girl is so-called black, red blood cell hemolysis. We already explained that. So again, if you don't know what Anunnaki means, you need to understand that. Because that just means those who came from above. Yakub just means subplanter. These words have meanings. Y'all are here through electrical fusion. So let's lock in on your genetics. We're not all the same species. Explain the genetics. Let's not get mystical.
Okay, can you explain the genetics? Because I think
Hold on.
Bro,
We
if it's
talking to.
genetics, we're all human, my guy.
Go ahead.
All whites or anything like that, or pantheons like platinum hair, pale skin.
I'm trying to learn something. I just need a conversation to stay in one.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Just I'm gonna get to all y'all. Just
Getting heated, you
talk
just
one at a time.
energy downwards. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming here through peace, not through argumentative,
Right.
whatever.
We're just asking you. Okay, so we understand that you, as a melanated person, you share animal DNA
Oh
with
yeah, of
multiple
course.
different types of animals. Okay, so that so-called nine ether woman that you're with, you understanding that she's actually a fragment of the universe and she has no animal DNA. Do you understand that that's destructive? You being with her. Like I mean, you can laugh all you want. This
So
is facts.
it could,
That's
Mama,
right.
shut up! Oh my god. So basically, yes, it can, but it's only damaging to the DNA, not to the very consciousness. You, we are all the same consciousness. Just some have certain things like that they can't
Right. So
understand.
your six ether consciousness,
But we're
she's
not
nine
ants,
ether
bro. We're
consciousness,
not ants. We can't think the same.
bro. Like
I got a
You said we
question.
can't.
stop over talking. Like I'm talking to Ace right now. Why is anybody else trying to speak? All right, go ahead, Ace.
All right, so yes, I understand that it is detrimental to the, I guess, safety of the DNA. Yeah, but we are all the same consciousness, but
No,
with
we're
a little
not,
bit of
bro.
roadblocks.
No, we're not, bro. You're
The
six ether
physical,
consciousness because you're spliced with multiple different types of animals.
yeah, but that isn't
Animals can only
soul
use
energy.
six
That
ether
isn't
consciousness.
source energy. That isn't source energy. That is biology. So we come from the same source, just with block roads in our
We don't.
brain and
Okay,
DNA.
if we come from the same source, why is the sun unaliving your people at a mass rate right now? 1.5
Because we're not
million
meant for
this
this
year.
realm, like I said.
No, there's no. Y'all don't come from no. Y'all don't
There
come
are
from
different
no
realms. Do you
any other
believe in the
realm, bro.
firmament?
You feel what I'm saying? Y'all was created here. That's the thing. Y'all was
No, we
created.
came here. We came
No,
here.
you
You,
didn't.
you
How did
never.
you come here, bro? You have you're spliced with multiple different types of animals that are in this
So
realm,
back.
and
I'm
those
gonna
animals
reference
are.
something. I'm gonna
Hold
reference
on,
something.
hold on.
So
Those animals. Hold on.
Christopher Columbus
Those
said he found a new world.
Hold on, bro. Those animals are not even natural to the planet, bro. You're spliced with pig, cow, chicken, dog, fruit fly, yeast, plants, eukaryotic plants. You feel what I'm saying? So my thing is, all those are here, bro. Those didn't come from no other realm. So how the fuck you come from another realm, bro?
When I say realm, I mean place because this is considered a realm. We are inside a circle, an ice circle. We're still in Pangea.
Wait, when you talk about
Right.
realm,
So the
are you trying
only
to say countries or
hold
something?
on. So the only way that so we understand that a pig and a cow can't naturally reproduce with one another, but it's inside of your genetic makeup. That's the thing.
That's why the reason we burn.
Right. So my thing is, why are you saying that you come from a whole different realm, bro, when you was created? You're a put together organism because eukaryotic cells are not natural to the planet. And that's what you're composed of.
Because there are other beings that have access to all their like I wrote a file on pantheons. They are platinum people, platinum hair, and they can stop you just by the energy field in the back of your neck. They can tap into your brain. They can stop your body movement. They've done that
Okay,
to
who do
people.
they look like?
There are solid white people, platinum hair, like I said, platinum hair, everything, dark bluish gray eyes, and
Like, nigga, that sound like a put together
No,
organism to
black
me.
people
no,
have
they
blue
have
eyes,
they
Hold on,
have
right?
their
hold on.
own realm. They live in the ice realm, like Panthea. Panthea is an ice
Right. So
realm.
you're saying they tapping into some energies, nigga. They a put together organism just like you. What are they
No, they're
tapping
not.
into?
They
Because
have
we
their
don't.
own.
Hold on,
They
hold
have
on.
their
I don't
own
see
origin.
y'all niggas be saying that y'all tapping into all this spiritual and mystical shit. But my nigga, I don't see any animal that you're spliced with tapping into that type of energy, my nigga. You know what I see? I see 98% chimpanzee DNA. You know what I see the chimpanzee doing? Cannibalism, my nigga. That's what I see them doing, waging WARSs on each other. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I see. I don't see them niggas stopping niggas with their mind. I see them. I see them shitting in their hand and throwing it at each other. That's what I see, bro.
But
So
you're also putting
stop
different
playing.
biological makeup. We are the same through consciousness. That's all I
Okay,
said.
but genetics determines phenotype, and phenotype is also behavior. We if we look throughout history, we see that you perform the same acts the chimpanzee was performing.
So, do you believe in zodiacs?
Do you
Do you
think
believe
that
in
we all
different
have
type
the
of
same
people?
Nigga
consciousness? Ace, do you think that we all have the same consciousness?
I yes, we are all extended from the same consciousness, aka government file, government black file.
Nah, bro.
Don't believe
Look,
me? Shit. Hey, I'm
Yo,
just trying to
bro.
spread truth
No,
here.
hold on.
You know white people are just
Hold
black
on,
people?
Hold
let her
on.
finish, bro.
So, if we all have the same consciousness and your physical body is connected to your etheric body, is that correct? Do you believe that?
Yeah,
Physical
through
body.
the cord, through the
So
cord.
if right, so if we don't have the same genetics,
We don't, but we are
so then
we
how
are
are we the
different in
same
spirit also, but
spiritually?
the
So
same.
then how are we the
Let her
same
finish, bro.
spiritually?
because this physical, it doesn't really matter. Once you die, there is no death. You just go somewhere else where you stay here. You
You
know what I'm
just
saying?
said they was connected, bro. They're
No,
connected
I
for a
did not say
reason.
that spirit and body is well, I did say
No,
that
you
they're
just said your
connected, but
spiritual body is connected to the physical body. You literally just agreed.
it is okay, so they are connected, but what I'm saying is that's why, like, do you know how
Exactly.
to
They
look at
are
yourself in
connected.
your spiritual body? You do not look like a flesh and body form. You're usually crystalline light or something.
Right,
Some
light. I
other
like how
color.
you said that. Like I said, your people are unalivened from the sun. So-called black people, we are the soul walking in the flesh. SOL. If you look at the etymology of SOL, aka soul, it's the sun. Y'all can't biosynthesize the sun, bro, because you're not
Because there
natural
is a
to the
black
planet.
sun. We're not in our own climate. You know,
You
there are
can't identify
genetic
with
mix.
anything in the cosmos. It don't matter if you went to a different star, you're still gonna suffer from acute body radiation, bro. It don't matter. Nigga, you not Superman. Different sun, bro. A sun
Well,
is gonna
technically, the
affect you the
black people
same
are
way, nigga. You're
so-called
not
supermen.
Superman, bro. Respectfully.
No
Like
one
we
said
gotta we
that.
gotta quit with the cartoon shit.
No one. Well, what are you talking about? You said you're basically saying that I think that I'm Superman, and I'm just telling you
Because you're
that
saying that this ain't your natural, you just said that this ain't your natural son.
this is not
Right. What son do you identify with, Brody?
the black sun.
What
Nigga,
the?
you
There is a black
you
sun, and
don't
that's
you
why the
don't
pantheons are alive,
biologically
and
identify
that's why
with
Ace,
they're colored
anything in the
you
platinum.
think you
cosmos.
you think you identify with the black sun because your
So,
counterpart David
so
Wilcock talked about
the
it?
sun isn't even out in the
Hold
cosmos.
on, Ace, I'm asking you a question. You think you're connected to the black sun because your counterpart David Wilcock talked about it?
And the thing I want to
Let
say
it.
is,
I really want to hear his answer.
So what's the question again? People keep talking.
You think you're connected to the black sun because David Wilcock talked about it and
You
is the
think?
same counterpart as you? Or
No. You're saying that I think I'm connected? No.
I'm
What I'm
asking you
saying
a
is the
question. I'm
sun.
asking you a yes or no question, Ace. I'm just asking you to understand your
That
thought
is not
process.
a yes or no question. I have to
Yes,
break
she
that
said,
down
do you
because
think? Do you think, bro?
that I'm connected to the black sun. I don't even.
Yeah, is that not a yes
Okay,
or no
never
question?
mind. Never mind. Never mind.
I got one question.
thing
When
Right,
is,
you
right. We're talking about
wait,
good
wait,
energy,
you're
but
talking
somebody's
about. Hold
experience
on, hold on. The thing is, you're talking about.
toxicity and bad
Hold
energy.
on. The thing is, you're talking about consciousness, and we're all in the same consciousness. But your consciousness is directly connected to your DNA, and you obviously said it in the beginning that we have a different DNA. You see what I'm saying? So if our consciousness is connected to our DNA and our DNA is different, then how are we the same species? And why should we be procreating with each other and living with each other and trying to build families with each other and be medically evaluated by each other when we're not the same
Live in
species?
unity, brother.
Because the reason why I think the way I do is because of my genetics. You see what I'm saying? The reason why a lion thinks the way it does is because of his genetics. You see what I'm saying? The reason you think the way you do is because of your genetics, and your genetics is composed of chimpanzee, fruit fly, mouse, dog, all of these different animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other, and was on this realm. You see what I'm saying? You don't come from nowhere outside of the cosmos. You're just dropping facts about our genetics. There's a black sun, or there's a inner sun. All of these things are talking about us because we biologically identify with the planet. Y'all are sulfur and ammonia based. You see what I'm saying? You're not natural to the planet. Your consciousness can only rise as high as an animal because that's the genetics that you have. Our consciousness is going to rise as high as that star up there because that's the genetics that we have. We're not the same species, and stop spewing that. And that mother of life, she was laughing, but your boyfriend, he can't even answer none of these questions.
Facts.
He's falling under pressure, under genetics. He even acknowledged that y'all have different genetics and is still trying to procreate with you. That is
You see, I
detrimental to
acknowledge
your
that we have different
eggs.
genetics.
He's trying to disrupt your eggs and unalive your eggs. That's what he's trying to do. And
Right.
that's what his
Red blood
semen
cell.
does.
Yeah. Hemolytic disease. Y'all wiped out 2 continents and other countries alone with your semen. That toxic poison ass shit.
Zoonotic disease too.
Poison
Then we go to
potion.
the hood and y'all.
And
Bro,
we don't
we
care
can't
about
be
the hood,
blaming race,
nigga.
bro.
We don't care about the hood. We
People
talking
killing
about
each other. What about
genetics.
consciousness?
We're talking
Yeah, but
about
genetics.
consciousness. And when we talking about consciousness, you have six ether consciousness. Your consciousness can only go as high as what's within your genomics, which is what he has on the board with fruit fly, chimpanzee, dog, cat, wombat, fucking celery, cabbage, certain mushrooms. All of
Facts.
this is eukaryotic organisms.
How do you think my people are able to get sickle cell disease today? Hypertension, all of these different diseases that were not here 7,000 years ago. But now, when we look at your history, you guys got here 7,000 years ago. And then 4,000 years ago, there was no such thing as mixed children. And when we came into contact with y'all, like she said, our women were dropping unalive.
Literally. But
Quick.
so you don't, just because there's nothing happening on a macrocosm level, every time you lay down to have sex, hemolytic disease is being invoked, and that is 100% a fact.
And zoonotic
And
disease.
zoonotic
Because
disease.
you are an animal.
So that nigga that you're with, sister, is thinning out your blood. And even when they lay down and procreate with each other, zoonotic and hemolytic disease, because they're not the same. The only thing that makes them the same is the fact that they have animal genetics, but those animals are not the same. So it is called incomplete dominance, even when we're talking about their species. That's why two YT people sometimes have to get blood tests first, because they will have the RH factor as well. And that will affect their fetus.
No contact with white people. Oh my god.
So even two YT people, that can be incomplete dominance. 9 times out of 10 is incomplete dominance, because you can't have at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for all 50 trillion of your cells, and then procreate with somebody that has five. Them animals are not gonna always be the same.
And this is not about white people. This is about everybody
Everybody
outside
outside
the
of our
so-called
species,
black race. Everybody outside
Asians.
of so-called black people, y'all all share DNA with animals. Phenotypically, we see it every day, and we see how y'all behave and how y'all been treating us throughout your man-made history. And we seen the animalistic behaviors y'all depicted on us. So don't try to say, "Oh, we just hate white people." This has nothing to do with race. This has everything
Well,
to
where
do
is
with
the hate
genetics.
coming from,
And the
though?
animals
Where
that you
is
share
it coming
genetics
from?
with, the
Nah, it
animals that
doesn't
you
have to
share
do with
genetics with,
genetics.
show why you did everything you did to us during
I
slavery.
hear so much
So
anger.
stop
So
playing.
much
Yeah, it's
blaming
not anger.
genetics.
You're just hearing magnetism because you have a lack of it, because you have a different audible sensory and integumentary system than us. So of
Bro,
course it
I
sounds like
swear to
anger.
God,
Of
I'm a
course it sounds
fighter.
like anger because you are here through electrical fusion. So all you have is a spirit. So that's the consciousness that you're talking about. You have a spirit, but you don't have neuromelanin. So there's no way you could have the soul, SOL, condensed sunlight.
Right, right,
Then your
right.
consciousness is just as high as the animals that you're spliced with. Nigga, we got books written by neuroscientists, doctors, black neuroscientists, and white ones. Everybody, your top scientists and historians are saying this. So if you think this is hate speech, take it up with your maker. Ask him why he created you with fur and created me with so-called hair. Ask him why I have ether and why you have fur, because the three structures of
Comfortable in
your
my
fur
bed.
versus my
Talking
hair
about
being two
yeah.
is just different. See what I'm saying? Y'all think this shit is about race. Is race biological?
All I hear
Where has
is
race been?
we're
We
better
don't
than them.
care. You have a different audible sensory system than us, so you're not even really hearing us.
I just want to know.
The
I just
fuck?
want to know.
Yeah,
Racism is
you
different,
feel
bro.
me?
I
We
swear
was
to God.
out in where was we? And the lady had a parking space right next to her. She bitching at us because that's what's within her genetics. That's a female dog. That's no disrespect. We like, ma'am, it's a parking space right next to you. She was bitching at us for 7 minutes straight. We like, nigga, look right beside you. Then that's when she was like, oh, you see what I'm saying? Because they have a different field of vision than us. Dr. Layla Africa talks about that in the first 10 pages of his book.
Look,
Like, come on, this is not
can I ask?
BS. Y'all don't have the same genetics, so y'all don't have the same consciousness. You're non-conducive to the planet and the cosmos.
I'm just trying to ask a question, y'all. I've been listening.
I'm gonna get to you, but we on Ace real quick. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna get straight to you after Ace, bro.
I know, but I'm not learning nothing.
Okay, you're not supposed to be learning. Go research. We're not teaching nobody.
Okay, okay. That is not about each one teach one. Is
Nah,
y'all
it's
just
each one reach
right?
one.
Y'all
Also, too, that what you're saying
uh,
Two brothers talking. You shouldn't be involved in that conversation, nigga. Don't piss
I'm
yourself.
just
I'm not
listening.
talking to
I
you,
got a
but Willie.
question.
Willie, I'm not
I
talking
just
to
got a
you.
question.
The white boy was trying to overtalk you, brother. I'm trying to set, you know what I'm saying, order in the room. No over talking, y'all. One at a time. Let's
I,
calm down and recenter the room. What
I
the
just
host
had a
is
question
telling you.
since I've been
Go
listening
ahead,
to y'all
Willie. Go ahead.
interesting conversation.
Go
We
ahead,
I've
gonna
been
Willie.
get to
listening.
you, Willie. That's what we saying. Just give us a moment. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna get straight to you. I understand you got
Yeah,
some questions, but I'm gonna get to you
I
after
got one
him.
question. One question, and
All right,
I'm
and
done.
I'm gonna get to your one question. Like, it's a respect thing. You feel what I'm saying? He was here before you. That's why he's speaking.
Oh,
I
okay,
just
but
have
I'm
one
saying,
question. My
but I
third.
didn't know we were gonna go on for an hour of combating each other. I'm not learning nothing, but y'all ain't here to teach.
Like I
So
said, I'm not here to teach nobody. This is for people that know. You
yeah,
feel what I'm
yeah, yeah.
saying? You
I
heard the
trust
key
God.
words. We use multiple key words since you've been in here, bro. You could have been looked it up if you really wanted to know. You just want me to spark your neurons, and I'm not doing that, bro.
Nah,
You're
I ain't trying to
grown.
get you to spark no neurons,
No,
but
yes, you want me to
it's
spark
like
your
you just want
neurons.
to
You're
be
a
right.
grown. Listen though. You're a grown ass man. I'm not finna spark your neurons, bro.
You can't, son.
I know I can't, and I don't want to.
I'm just trying to observe and listen and learn some shit.
Okay,
Why?
you can do that in the
I
comments,
got
bro.
spare time.
You can do that in the comments, then, Willie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a conversation that's just want to be right, man. Intelligent people
I'm
would
not
never
trying
be
to be
wrong.
right. That's the thing. Like what?
To be right.
Nobody's trying to be right. You agree with me, bro. You said you have animal DNA. That woman that you laying with don't have
That does
animal
not mean that
DNA.
I am less
Hold
than.
on. Nobody's saying I'm not saying you less than nothing. I'm just saying you have animal DNA and you're laying down with somebody who doesn't possess any animal DNA. She actually biologically identifies with the cosmos. That's not a good mixture, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And if you knew that, then I mean, you're claiming that you know that. So why are you laying down with somebody who stems from the cosmos when you stem from different types of animals?
Because it's simply free will. Like it is simply just look, because life is experience. You guys are talking about genetic DNA. It is what it is now. You have a whole bunch of mixtures running around. There is no denying that or taking it back. I get it. It might make the Queen of Cosmos or whatever mad or whatever, but it just doesn't matter
But you don't
anymore.
give a fuck though. That's the thing. Just say that. You don't give a fuck. And that's completely fine. Just go ahead and say that, bro.
Me and my woman have lived healthily and
Obviously
have good
not.
lives,
Him a lot
so
of
it doesn't
disease.
matter.
That shit has been taking place every time y'all lay down with each other, bro. Like that's just a fact. So it's not a healthy
And
thing,
yet
bro.
we still stand and live and breathe.
You don't understand genetics or esoteric, so you don't understand how you're disrespecting us right now. You
Okay,
just
this,
called
you're
your
taking me as this. I'll say that's
listen
how I
to
know
what the fuck I'm saying. Then
you're mad.
stop. Where I'm have a nice day, bitch. See, y'all be pissing me off, man. That's some bitch genetics, bro. Stop over talking and being reactionary. Wait your turn. We understand that it's multiple animals that want to speak. Wait. We're not gonna fight with you though. We just trying to have a conversation, bro. You're disrespectful by calling the mother of life a queen. That's for your royalty. That's what y'all created. That means whore. That's the origin of that word. So you don't understand.
And the thing is, you are less than her. You talking about? Does that mean you are less than her? She's the mother of energy and the divine creator of all organic life, and that's about to get revealed on the planet, bro.
Mhm.
And she gonna see that, and watch how she gonna do your ass.
Watch how that son is doing
Watch
them
how that
genetics,
son doing
bro.
them ass.
She is the son. That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
Neuromelanin in the flesh. Y'all are not going to be able to be in the same space for much longer. Y'all are not. Y'all are not. You can go out in nature right now and you can see animals that are out past their season. Eukaryotic animals, the cell is breaking down. This is what we've been talking about the whole time. You can see that happening on a global scale. These people are already no longer reproducing with themselves, y'all. Asians are sterile. They try to make you believe in they fake ass government because you allow them to govern your mental with this whole red note shit. Oh, red note, red note. And did you see how the motherfuckers was already talking shit before niggas even got on the app? Gene expression. Niggas was so quick, ready to go to another app. Them motherfuckers already saying, come over here if you want to, and we gonna talk shit about you in our fucking language. They were already being disrespectful as hell. But then y'all want to subscribe to their system so bad. Y'all want to subscribe to the eukaryotic mentality. And that's the reason why we can't get our children back and why we don't know thyself, because we too busy subscribing to a completely different neurological wiring that's not ours. We trying to be like them so bad, and that's not what's in our genetics.
And like I said, she's the divine creator of all life. Watch how much life forms are going to step for her when it's a time in the alignment. You see what I'm saying? The way y'all disrespecting her is crazy. She's the reason why all life is here, organic.
Facts. Go ahead,
Hello?
Tay. Not Tay scheme, but official Tay.
Yeah, y'all all know Vaughn, right?
Yup.
Yeah, y'all all know Vaughn, right?
Are we all one
So
species?
yeah, because I was reading about something about like that white people had phenomelanin and we have melanin, right?
Are we all one species though?
I wouldn't say like as far as like, humankind. I feel like everybody's from somewhere else, you know. But us as black people, we're genetically different. Like, that's why they try to oppress us, or try to put like, try to keep us down in a low frequency. Cause they know like once we reach like our godlike peak and we raise our frequencies, it's like hell for them. Like they not gonna fuck with us for real.
So did y'all call
When
my
have
name or
they?
did y'all call Tay Scheme?
I was talking to official Tay. Oh, I was talking to official Tay. Yeah, you was here
Yeah,
before.
that's me. That was Tay Scheme talking.
Oh, okay, my fault. Go ahead though.
No, so we talking about we are not all one species, right?
Right.
So the way I look at it, y'all know 17 what date 1753 is?
You said, do I know what is
The date 1753.
the date?
Yeah, what's significance of the date of 1753?
No.
So 1753 is when they first coined the term Homo sapiens, meaning that the way they differentiated that we're different from animals in certain ways is that we all share as humans 99.9% of our DNA. So also I want to ask this question. Are y'all believers in the faith or not?
No.
Okay, so I believe that we're all the same species, being that we all share 99.9% of DNA. Like every human has 99.9%
Okay, why don't we
DNA.
phenotypically present the same then?
Why don't we present this DNA data?
Why don't we phenotypically present the same?
Can you explain to me what you mean?
I mean, if you're saying that we share a 99% match uh genetically,
No.
then you should know what phenotype is.
You talking about phenotype and genotype?
Yes.
I need you to explain a little bit more to me because I have forgotten what phenotype and genotype mean.
Well, maybe you should go look that up and do some more research before coming back up here.
Bet I will look up that, but I do want to say this before I go. If we are the only reason why I say that we're all one species is because of the DNA that we share, but also the fact that I feel like the reason why we can conduct and bring in sun more than YT people, if that's what y'all calling them, I feel like it's because that back in like AD or BC time, they were caved and we were not caved. So when you don't receive
I want to
sun,
say
it's
something.
Hold on, I'll get to you. Hold on.
So when you don't receive sun, you can't really you can't really sun can't really enter your body in the way that it's supposed to. Just like if you're consuming a kind of food that you've never eaten before, that food probably was not gonna mix into your body, or your body won't accept that food. So if you're not regularly getting that sun, then that sun is probably not accepting into YT people's bodies or other nationality bodies that haven't been exposed to that over a certain period of time, as black people have been exposed to that sun.
Right. So how did they get on the planet though?
But okay, so I can answer your question with a question. How did you get on the planet as a black person? How did you get here?
Nah, quit playing around, bro. How did they get on the planet? Like, let's stop playing.
We all have been created. Well, it's going to be different from me than you because you're not a believer in the faith. I'm a believer
I
in
mean,
the
if you're
faith
gonna
that
say
there's
God
one true.
created it, did God create us all equal?
God created mankind equal. Mankind is the reason why mankind is not equal.
That don't make any sense. Cause
It does if you
when
think
we look
about
into
it.
genetics, everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA.
That's not true.
Okay,
That's not true because the monkeys and things have a specific amount of DNA that conspires with human DNA.
right.
Your DNA, my
So-called
DNA.
black people are not humans. That's the thing because humans tie into animals, and we, like I said, we have no animal DNA. We don't phenotypically present as any animal within nature, but we can find everybody else outside of us does. We can find their hair and their melanin in nature.
So can they reproduce with animals? Let me ask you that.
No, because like I said, we're
So,
spliced with multiple different types of animals, bro.
but if they were spliced with these different kind of animals, the DNA within them should be able to reproduce with the DNA of that spliced animal that they have.
Can a cow and a chicken reproduce?
No, because they're two different
Right. So how did
types.
okay? So I want you to think: how did it get inside of their genetics?
A chicken and a cow?
Yes.
I don't know how a chicken was created, and I don't know how a cow was created. I feel like nobody in this planet knows how to formally create something.
I mean,
Like
hold
if you
on,
go
hold on. It
out.
was actually a Chinese man that actually got 2 years, 2 or 3 years in prison for actually creating a whole new species. He was splicing genes, bro.
So
So
you,
it looks like people actually do know how to create something. So what do you mean?
I mean, like, so you can, so you as a human being, you as a person, can you go out and make another person? You know, every sense, I mean, every ounce of every DNA, bones, structure, everything, you can go out
I,
there and create a man
like I
or a
said, it
woman.
was a Chinese man that created a whole new. He created three different organisms. Two of them that we know that's lived, and
What is that?
he did that by genetic splicing, bro.
But what does that have to do with humans? Because humans and animals are two different things. We can't reproduce with animals.
Humans
Animals
and
can't
animals are
reproduce
one
with
and the
humans.
if humans share all of their DNA with animals, bro.
We sh- Humans share a 99.9% of their own data. That's
Right.
why we're
I'm
called.
not disagreeing with that. That's why I said
That's why we're
so-called black.
called Homo
That's why I
sapiens.
said
That's why we're
so-called
called
black
humans.
people are not human. Like I'm not disagreeing. I know humans share 99.9%. But so-called black people, we are not humans because like I said, humans go back into animals and we don't have animal DNA.
So what do you think we are if we're not human? If a human's a human's identification
We the
is
son in the flesh, bro.
we're the sun.
We're the son in the flesh, bro.
So you produce your own light energy that can light up the world.
Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight.
Your neural melanin cannot produce or even fathom to producing the light that the sun has. The sun basically gives you energy. You as a black
Right, so
person, you
neuromelanin
can't get.
it's a condensed version of sunlight. It's condensed, and it can condense sunlight.
Take the melanin away.
Beg to differ.
Take the melanin. take the melanin away completely, what makes you not a human?
I mean, DNA determines melanin, so why would I take that away? That don't even make any sense,
But
bro.
DNA determines that you're a human as well. So
Yeah,
where's the
DNA
where's the
determines
line
the type of
between?
melanin that you got. So,
No, DNA determines what kind of category that they put.
like, I'm not even sure what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Everything, in order to be a living organism, you need some type of or some form of melanin. But go ahead, Deja, since you wanted to, disagree so bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I believe we all are the same species.
Okay, explain that using genetics and science, please.
Okay, from my experience and from what I'm going off, because I'm very biased and
Yes.
I'm learning. But
Hebrew and I'm real. Cherokee was up here and then she got up here.
but
Who?
I feel like it's about blood types. As you
Oh,
go deep in.
that my fault. Go ahead, Cherokee. My fault. I didn't know you was already up here.
Who was up here and then Cherokee and then it was
Oh,
Tay and then
Kibu,
it was
Kibu.
Deja.
All right, go ahead, Kibu.
Um, what's up, y'all? I watched some of y'all lives and I agree with everything y'all have said. I already know that we are conducive and indigenous to all land masses in the universe. I know what we supposed to eat, what we're not supposed to eat. I know about neuromelanin, the sun frequencies, and more. I want to know y'all opinions on what we should do moving forward. Like, I want to buy some land with like-minded, neuromelanated people who want to be self-sufficient. We can teach our own children, grow our own food, build our own homes, and most importantly, protect each other. I don't know if this will help the whole world, but not the whole world, but all so-called black people. But y'all think it's like a good way to ascend? What y'all
We
think?
we need to be reaching our brothers and sisters. More importantly, our children. We need to give our children the truth.
Yeah. All right. Got you.
Is that all you wanted to add?
Yeah, that was it. Just wanted y'all opinion on that.
All right, abundance. Who is next? Was it Tay or Cherokee? Thank you.
You had cut me off, but okay.
Go ahead, Cherokee.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I'm an older guy, but once I was young and I came through all that religion and all of that kind of stuff, and I started to compare the two just with life. It's like they try to like fake us, pump fake us not to read. They tried to pump fake us not to actually dig into, you know, the stories that we were told and taught. I'm just gonna tell you right now, you're not gonna get to any baby boomers. I'm a Gen X. You're not going to get to any baby boomers. That's my parents. You get what I'm saying? Because it's just like a typewriter. If you keep typing, guess what happens? And you no longer have to look at the keys so long, so you're a program. Our people had to learn how to break out of the program and realize that we are not a
Hold
program.
up. Are we all the same species?
No.
Okay, can you explain that?
I can explain that through what you were saying, the neuromelanin, just from our spiritual aspect as indigenous. Um, our spirit is fire. The inside of us, our souls are fire. We never die, we ascend. Okay. So as far as the neuromelanin coming from the sun, how he said we wouldn't be able to, what he was saying, the other guy was saying we couldn't produce sunlight. Yes, we do. We produce sunlight and bringing good emotions to people when they feeling down. We bring good sunlight and good neuromelanin to people when they need help and need. That's how it comes to us as natives. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, that's how it comes to us. That's my insight of neuromelanin, the way you treat one another. You get what I'm saying? The way we treat, we want to see our people thrive. We want to see so many great things. And I hate to say it, it's gonna come to something to where a lot of us gonna part ways because of the lack of knowledge. You know, and I just want to say I'm proud of this younger generation because when I was coming up, I had to, my mama, she like, why you ain't coming to church? Why you ain't doing this? I was like, hey, something don't feel right, mama. You know, and then now it's like, shit, my mama, not even my mama, none of my family no more. You know what I mean? I'd rather stand alone and continue to do what I'm doing and manifesting things from my mind and without out my mouth. I don't pray to nothing outside of myself. And once our people start realizing that, guess what? Then we become a force to be reckoned with, man. And that's all I wanted to say. And that's what I bring God-like energy to everybody.
The abundance. Go ahead, Taste King.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like us as a people, we're all like connected to the universe. Like I didn't even know about this, but yesterday I learned that there's about 30 trillion cells in our bodies. And you know how sometimes people say in our DNA that we're not using fully like of our DNA.
Who has 30 trillion cells?
The human body.
That's false.
Yes, it is. You can look it up.
I mean, that's false. So-called Caucasians or white people have 50 trillion. Asians have about 75 trillion. And so-called black people, even though we're not humans, we have 150 trillion cells.
Yeah.
So,
It's
so
multiple depending on like what age and race and all that. But that's just like, an average, like what I learned yesterday.
30 trillion is not the average.
Yeah, depending on what age you are. Like if a kid, like, a kid is not fully grown.
But all right, go ahead, bro.
But yeah, so I feel like we're all connected like to the universe and we create energy just based off like
How are
our
we all the
frequency.
same?
So we yeah, in the divine and all that, like I feel like as like, females and all that, like it's a feminine energy instead of like masculine. So I believe everything's literally connected. Like I feel like as a consciousness, we manifest in this body. And it says, I don't know if you guys, believe in the Bible or all that, but it says that we existed before we were born into the flesh.
Right. So how are we all the same though? Like, can you explain that?
I mean, it's literally in the Bible. It
Okay, the
said
Bible's
we're
not a
not
credible
we're
source,
not
though.
as the same, like we came from the same family. It said that Adam, right? Adam lived for amount of years, like 800 years, right? And he said,
I'm saying that the Bible is not a credible source, though. That's
but
new as hell. That came like 3,400 years ago or some shit like that.
no, it is like, but you just gotta like, I don't know how to explain it. You
It's
just
not
gotta,
the thing is everybody outside of us came 6 to 8,000 years ago. That's the thing. So the Bible was created 3,400 years ago. That's not a credible source.
I mean, pretty is because I mean, they said in the
Just
book thousands of years ago that Israel will be a country, right? Like Israel will be its own country. So you can't say it's not a credible source because the shit that they say in the book comes to
okay.
light, like it comes true. Like
Some whoever created the Bible is orchestrating all this. You know that, right? It's
nah,
not
do you
hard.
know?
It's
Nah,
not
do
hard
you
for a
know?
group of individuals to create a book, and then if they want something to play out, you got to understand that these people created the Matrix. That's all within the Matrix, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's not hard for individuals who've been here for quite some time to orchestrate all this.
It's the elite, not the creator. Like it's the elite that makes us try to like think like we're in this like because they said in the book we ascend, right? We gotta ascend, and it says that. once it's like a new Earth is created or whatever, we're raising our frequency to another like fourth dimension. So we're right now as a third dimension. So if you rise to the fourth dimension, like we're basically on the astral plane that we came from as like spirits or whatever.
Right. You're still not explaining how we're all the same. You're just
Because in the
you're trying to use
Bible,
the Bible
look,
as
look,
reference when it's not a credible source. Can you explain using genetics, science?
everything is connected.
Can
Like I
you
said,
explain using genetics or science, anything like that?
yes, it like literally just like how oh boy said, we well white people or whatever shared the same DNA as animals or whatever. So God
That's
created
not just
animals.
white people, bruh. That's the thing. Like, we got to get off of just white people. Everybody outside of so-called black people, if your mother is not so-called black, then you have animal DNA.
No, we share the same DNA, but us as humans, we're not like I don't know how to explain it to you because it's just like everything's created from one creator. It's not just several. That's what I was trying to explain to you. Like as just I'm just using this
Why?
as a
Okay, why?
reference
Why would the creator create so-called black people to have no animal DNA, then create everybody else outside of us to have animal DNA? What point?
because
That don't even make sense.
he created everybody in his own image.
Yeah, you're saying he, bro.
He, she, I don't know. It's just the creator of all things. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
the so-called black woman is the creator of all living things.
Do you
Yes.
have a credible source that you are not?
Do you mind not like interrupting while I'm talking to somebody?
No. Do
Like,
you
I
have a
mean, you
credible
can definitely
source?
wait your turn, Ben. Like, it's not hard, but go
Because
ahead, Ben.
I'm just using this as a reference, but it said that Adam, when he had his son, that he created him in his own image. So and then
Right.
he had
So,
multiple
how
like
many images
sons.
does God got, bruh? Because these niggas have animal DNA from multiple different types of animals that are unnatural. So is God a damn animal, bro? Like, what? I
No,
don't even.
he's not even like a I don't know how to explain it because it's just complex, but he's just not like a
It's not
physical being.
complex. That shit is fake. That's what you mean to say. Because it don't make any damn sense. When you look into genetics, so-called black people, we don't have any animal DNA, but everybody else outside of us has animal DNA. You can't explain that, nigga. You just keep saying God created us like that. No, nigga. That's not how it works. If you can't explain it using genetics or any type of science, then I'm gonna just move on to the next person because I'm not gonna use that fake ass book.
I mean, like I said, you just gotta use it and interpret it in your own like way.
Can you explain to all right, so can you explain why so-called black people have no animal DNA, but everybody else outside of us has animal DNA without using the Bible? Just use
Because
straight
us,
science.
all right, so us as a consciousness or a
No,
spirit,
no, no, no,
we
no.
manifested ourselves to be like that.
Right. So the thing, yeah. So we don't even have the same consciousness though. We have so-called black people have 9 ether consciousness. Everybody else has 6 ether consciousness, which is animal consciousness.
Yeah.
So what are we getting at?
What I'm getting at it. So we manifested in the consciousness, right? Us as a conscious, we manifested to be in this body, in this flesh. So other people, I can't say for other races, but they manifested themselves in that in their way.
So
You know what
my
I'm saying?
thing, but
So
like
if
I
you if
said, hold on. Like I said, they share DNA with multiple different types of animals, which most of them are unnatural animals. Those are spliced organisms as well, right? So my thing is, what which animal consciousness manifested these niggas? Because these animals are not the same, and they're actually unnatural as well.
I wouldn't say unnatural.
They are. A cow is not natural. A
Because
dog is not
if you go
natural.
to Sahara
Hold
Africa,
on,
right?
hold on. A chicken is not natural. A fruit fly is not natural. These are all eukaryotic organisms, and eukaryotic cell means truly seeded nucleus. These niggas was seeded into our reality, right?
Yep.
Okay, then. So if they was seeded here, how the fuck did they manifest themselves?
Because I believe like
That's the thing, nigga. You
they're a
believe? Hold
conscience
on.
too. Like
That's the thing. You're believing. You keep giving me beliefs. You're not giving me shit that you know. That's the thing. You're believing in something. Like I don't want to hear your beliefs. That's dead. Like if you don't know what you're talking about, you don't understand why you even requested up here. Then I don't know what to tell you. But I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Go ahead, Deja.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I feel like we are all connected. Humans are all connected. It's not specifically different white people. I feel like we're connected through blood types. As I go through it differently because we are not connected to humans. Animals have different blood types, and everybody go off horoscope and they go off of like that spiritual stuff and things. But when you look at it, example, I know it's kind of off topic, but if you look at killer blood types in certain people, because if that was the case, everybody that's in jail, if we are indigenous people, why do we all have certain different type of traits? Why do everybody have different traits? So if we are kings and queens, why do black people do certain things? It goes by the blood type. Example,
No,
Jeffrey.
it doesn't because
It does.
for one, blood type is only determined by antigens and it's for breeding
Okay,
purposes.
and
Hold
exactly, I
on.
understand what
It's
you're
for
saying.
breeding purposes only.
No, it's
So
not for. You notice when we
that's
go to the
it's just
hospital,
explaining the type of antigens that you have on the outside of your blood cells
black people was
and
here
how
first. Exactly,
right. So
black people was here first, but we
right,
wasn't
and
meant to
we didn't
move.
have these antigens
Yeah,
before we came into
we didn't.
contact with these
But
people.
they were meant to. We were meant to stay in Africa. We were meant to stay in Africa. We
Right.
wasn't
So
meant
wait.
to.
So did you just say that we didn't have antigens before we met these people?
Okay, if you go deep back into it, I know you don't want to get spiritual. If you go deep back into
I'm asking you a
no,
question. Is that
antigens
what
was
you were
made because our
saying?
body is our temple. But if you go deep back into it, you will realize where humans really came from, and then you will be like, "There's no beginning to it." If you read the Book of Enoch before the Bible and all that, it tells us where humans actually where we all came from. So actually,
So-called
we
black
are all
people, we are
beings of
not
the earth.
human though. That's
We
the
are all
thing.
we are all beings of the earth. We are not like if it gets Star Trek, it get different if we look deep into it.
Right.
It
So,
get
but so-called black people are not humans because humans are
we are
related
not
to.
humans. We
Right.
are not
So
humans, but it's
that's
different.
related to animals. So
We yeah, okay,
you were
we
speaking
are
about
yeah, we
you
are
was
but
you
we
were
mixed our
speaking
blood with
about.
them. We mixed our blood with them, so they are not.
Oh my God, bruh. You need to calm down just a little bit, right? So my thing is humans tie back into animals.
I'm
So-called black
sorry.
people have no animal DNA, right? The thing is, you was referring to humans. You said at your mouth humans, and you was referring to us as a whole. So my thing is,
It's
if
certain
so-called
spiritual
black people
beings.
are not human, and we have no animal DNA, why are you trying to say that we're all the same?
We are all the same as a person, as a consciousness at the end of the day.
Like I said, we have different
Okay,
consciousness.
our
So-called black
temples are
people
different.
operate off so-called black people operate off a nine ether consciousness. Everybody else outside of us operates off six ether consciousness, which is animal consciousness. So no, we're not connecting through consciousness either.
Melanin, the melanin.
How do we go from consciousness to melanin? Like,
I
do you
mean,
know the five types of melanin? I'm gonna just ask you that because y'all niggas love bringing up this shit and don't even know what y'all talking about. But
I'm
you know
still
the five different types.
I don't have all the knowledge that I need to know, but from my understanding, and
But
I'm learning
I'm
from you,
asking
and
you a
I just
question
learned.
though. Do
No,
you
you
know
just taught
the
me something new. So I'm sorry, you just taught me something new. I'm gonna shut up and let you guys continue because I'm still doing my own research.
Six is just an
yeah,
upside down nine, man.
okay, but whatever, bro. Go ahead,
Listen,
user.
bro. Listen, bro.
Bro, user ain't get to talk yet. He been up here. Go ahead, user. Oh, he left. All right, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to back to what I was saying before, and I'm sorry for interrupting because it is your platform. But what is your evidence that you don't have animal DNA? And if you're saying that we have animal DNA, obviously
I mean, when you look
you
at the
are
gene,
acknowledging evolution, correct?
nah, evolution is a theory. It's not been fully proven.
Then why do we have? Okay, so how do we have animal
We're speaking
DNA?
about genetics. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's what genetics are about.
Genetics is not about evolution. What are you talking about?
Evolution is about genetics, actually. Yeah.
Right, but genetics is not about evolution.
Okay. It's not really relevant. So, your title, "We Are Not All One Species." Why are we not all one species, brother?
I mean, you came
Call
up
him
here.
brother.
You came up here and said that we are all one species. I want you to explain to me using genetics
I
and
didn't
science.
say we are all one species. I said the prompt says
Well,
we are.
well, when you was interrupting, you actually did. You was disagreeing. That's the thing. So let's not play around here. You literally interrupted me when I was talking to somebody else earlier to try to disagree.
Interrupted to ask for evidence. So, do you have evidence?
Yeah, nigga, look at your genotype and your phenotype. You
But
pretty much
Ben,
an animal.
my bad. Don't you think that it's kind of counterintuitive for you to come up to a panel that you requested up to and ask him questions? There's no
Yeah.
question on the board. He's
Yeah, you
making a
made a he
statement
made
by
a
saying
statement,
that
and I'm
we're all the
asking him to
same
back up his
species.
statement.
No, you need to come up and argue him. He's not, this statement that he's making, the evidence is already out there. If you haven't come across it, that's something that you should do
It's
before
not
requesting
common.
up to a live and then cutting other people off.
Bye.
And then, yeah, thank you. Have a nice day.
Yo,
Go ahead, L ball, ball, whatever the fuck that shit say.
What up? What up? That joint El Balahim. But like I was
Are we
saying,
are we
bro,
all one species?
we the highest species. We are the supreme beings. Yes, you feel me? But
I'm saying, are we all one species?
without us, it would be nobody else.
Why are you dodging the question? It's a simple yes or no, bro. Are we all the same species?
Without us, it would be nobody else.
Yeah, bro. Quit playing with me. I ain't gonna lie. Please quit playing with me. Go ahead, the friendly baller.
did my nigga Ben wrong, bro?
Hey, I want to change my stance, man. We all
I got y'all. Like, I'm talking to the friendly baller. Is y'all named the
Hey
friendly baller?
yo, you can proceed real quick. I'm like doing something. I'm still listening. If it's okay, you can come back to me. If not, then I'll miss my turn for right now.
I mean, you requested up for a reason. Just go ahead.
No, I'm just doing something, so I'm not able to have the conversation. I would like to have the conversation. So it's other people here. If it's possible, you can just pass me for now and come back to me. That's okay.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Zaniru.
Yo, so pretty much like, yeah, I'm not here to refute any of that shit. Like, it's pretty much facts. If you can know where to look, find all the information. It's pretty much like everywhere around, and the only reason it's not common knowledge is because, I mean, realistically, it's pretty scary for other people like to think about shit like that, right? So, I mean, that's pretty much it.
So you agree that we're not all one species?
Correct.
All right. Can you explain why you think that?
I think a long time ago there was some shit that happened with like a lot of the melanated beings and like some other like I don't want to talk too much about it because there's like, bro, I'm not a fucking scientist, but you know it is shown in human DNA that there's like a splice, like at some point like some motherfuckers was cutting our shit up, right?
Cutting who up?
Cutting like our DNA, like our genetic, like everyone's DNA is like
What are you?
is edited.
What
What
are
am
you?
I?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask. So my dad is African and my mom is white. So like I don't even know, bro.
You a eukaryotic hybrid because the mother, you get 95% of your genetic material from your
From my
mother.
mom. Yeah.
Yeah, so you be considered a eukaryotic hybrid.
Yeah. Exactly. I already been knowing that shit, but like, but yeah, I mean, I just want to come up here. That other dude was being kind of annoying, bro. He like had no fucking, he didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. Just trying to be angry and shit. So, but yeah,
All right, go ahead, Five Blitz.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Alright.
I got something to say for real though. You feel me? Cause we really not all the same species. You feel me? Y'all Caucasians don't even come from this planet. Y'all come from the planet Nern. You feel me? Y'all crashed here 1492. If you ain't black, I ain't gonna lie. If you ain't a god or goddess, we not the same species. And like bro said, the other guy was annoying. Everybody who's saying we the same species is annoying, bro. And it's low key making me mad. And we gonna get y'all. Y'all are children of Zeus, another god. Y'all do not. We
Where'd
don't
you
got
get
the
this
same source.
information from?
Where I get this information from?
Yeah,
The ancestors.
type shit. So my thing is so-called the Caucasians you talking about, even though it's not even just them,
Yeah,
they
it's
don't,
not. It's
they
not.
don't,
It's not. It
right,
ain't.
right. So they don't biologically identify with the cosmos, nor do they biologically identify with this planet. So they didn't come from no other planet.
Nah, they did though.
They didn't though.
Zeus created them on planet Nern
Who is Zeus?
with our animal genetics. Who is Zeus?
Who?
Another god. The one who made the Matrix. The reason why we where we at.
What is a God backwards means dog. So why are we saying God and shit like that?
Because he was a god. He just
What
like
is
me
a
and you.
God, bro?
A non-ether being. What you mean?
He was
The one
no
that came from
so-called
the
black.
Orion belt. Our people
So-called
that
black
came from the
people,
Orion
okay,
belt.
so-called black people did not create no other species because in order to
So
create
Yakub
that,
didn't create the other species? Yakub didn't?
you just said Zeus, then you went to
They the
Yakub.
same
You,
person. Zeus,
you don't
Jesus, Satan, Yakub, they the same person. It's
type
all
shit. And guess
stories.
what? Yakub means subplanter. So that's the thing.
It's still Zeus.
In order, like I was saying, in order to create these other species, we would have to unalive so many so-called
He
black
did
human
no.
children.
He unalived our animals, our dragons. That's why they made with animals.
What?
Bruh,
Dragons
you
are
feel
still
me?
here, brother.
I'm sorry, bro,
Yeah,
but
they
I'm losing
here,
brain cells
but
right
that don't
now.
So
mean
if
we
they
wasn't
if they
killing.
were spliced, yeah, if they were spliced with their DNA, don't you think they would be wiped out?
Who?
Don't you think that we would still be seeing the splicing taking place today? Because again, a crocodile is the same thing as a crocodilomorph. The only thing that happened was that it shrunk in frequency, literally due to a lack of interstellar gases being on the planet. There's way less oxygen on the planet than there used to be in the Carboniferous stage. So the
There was
same
no
animals that
oxygen
were
on the planet.
spliced that you're saying, the dragons, are still here. They don't
Yeah,
have
they
the
was,
same
but there was
DNA.
more. There was
They don't
more.
have the same DNA with them with our so-called dragons, bro. They don't
No,
have crocodile DNA.
they don't. They don't
They
got
don't have
dragons.
dragonfly DNA.
The 13 families on God they do. I ain't talking about the ones
Right.
here. I'm talking about
I
the
understand
originals.
what you're saying, but there's two different types of cellular function. So the animals that you're talking about, are they eukaryotic or prokaryotic? Because there are pro and eukaryotic turtles, fish, dogs versus wolves. I mean, you got to know which animal is which, though, and how the animal came about before you just say that we were spliced with them
But
or they were spliced with them.
we ain't even
And
have all those animals in Atlantis. We only had dragons.
okay, so again, the dragons that you're talking about is like the present day marine iguana, which was known as the Neurosaurus. Crocodilomorph, known as the Neurosaurus. Crocodilomorph changed the name.
The aquatic turtles,
The yeah,
all of that.
are the same thing that they used to be. The only difference is that they're not the same size. They
Okay.
still have the same
Nah,
genetics.
that's real.
So
And another thing about that is dragons.
is that they're not the same size. They
Okay.
still have the same
Nah,
genetics.
that's real.
So
And another thing about that is dragons, turtles, iguanas. These are all titles to a depict an organism.
facts.
And dragons is the same thing. They just fell in frequency once the oxygen levels dropped and the Earth rotation went the other way. That's what happened.
So they can't.
But where y'all
Ants,
think that
ant,
animal part of the brain come from?
right?
Where
But
y'all think that
That's just
animal
a,
part of the brain
they
come
that's
can't.
from?
just a name. That's what we're explaining. They can say that your heart is a foot. That's not gonna
Exactly.
change the function. A
Hell
foot, a
nah.
foot is still
Hell
gonna do
nah.
what a bro. You saying
Bro,
hell nah, but you
bro,
don't
listen,
even
Wow.
understand
I done see.
anatomy and physiology, bro.
listen to the
What we're
analogy she
I
just
saying,
said.
what
see.
we're oh my fucking god,
Bro, we're not gonna
bro.
speak over you. She just said,
Fuck.
you just said, oh, what
You
about the
just asked
reptilian
me
part
a
of the brain?
question and then
And
cut
she
me
just said,
off.
yo, if you call your heart a shoe, that doesn't change it because
That
the
doesn't
function is still gonna be the
the
same.
same. So it
You see what
doesn't
I'm
matter
saying?
what they call it. It's still the same. It's still gonna do the same thing.
Exactly.
So the animal's name changed, but it's still doing what's within its genetics 300 million years ago till the date.
So once you learn
So
the
these
comprehension,
animals didn't change.
so once you learn the comprehension of organisms and structure, you will know what everything is, bro. You will know the function.
That's how you'll know they didn't use them animals to splice.
You just gotta
That's
study
how
the
you'll know
function.
that if you understand the function of the organism itself.
That's it.
Does it function like a eukaryotic organism? Was the nucleus truly seated there? Or did this animal actually evolve with the planet? Prokaryotic versus eukaryotic, that's what evolution is talking about. Haploids versus diploids. Autotroph versus heterotroph. So you can't just tell somebody that they wrong and you saying nern. These niggas don't share no biological identification with nothing in the cosmos. So they don't, ain't no fucking nern.
Yep, they
The
can't
entire
observe that.
cosmos is tropical, just like this planet is, just like all realms are here. That's the way that it is in the cosmos, as above, so below. So y'all be saying that as above, so below shit, and then trying to get these niggas whole time. So they from Nern. Nigga, every planet turns into a star.
Exactly.
If these niggas don't possess neuromelanin, which is the essence of a star, how the fuck could they share genetic and biological identification with any planet, any star?
Exactly. They try to say Neptune, Pluto, all of that shit is cold. No, it's not.
No, it's
Y'all
not.
just can see the color, but y'all can never go there.
Yeah, you don't actually understand. You can't go there to
understand the
collect the
function.
data to bring it back to analyze it, because then you'd find out that it's a completely different interstellar gas that you don't even have to tech for.
Exactly. So they
So
can
that's
see the
why they
structure,
can't.
but they don't know the function.
Thank you. They don't know the
see what I'm saying?
gas that's actually on that planet. So there's no way they could even say, "Oh yeah, we from here." You never been there before, bro. You just got created 6,000 years ago, and in the last 2,000 years, your eugenics was fixed.
Right. All right, let's stop it.
So how you know that they don't share genetic information with anything else in the universe?
I mean,
That's what I just said.
It's a valid question. That don't mean you know everything. You don't know.
I'm
You
not,
don't
I'm
know
not,
all the elements
brother,
in the
I'm
universe.
not saying that, but I just answered the question. I just said if you study the function of the organism, that's how you will know that it doesn't share genetic or biological identification with the planet. You have to understand genetics.
The reason why you ask that is
I'm
because you don't
saying
understand that. It's because you don't
no. I'm
understand the
saying
function.
I listen. What I'm saying. She say that white people don't share no genetic information with anything else in the universe. That's what she said.
right? They don't biologically identify with anything throughout the cosmos nor on this planet because
But
they're
how do
spliced
you
with
know that?
they're spliced
You
with
can't say that.
like
He's
I
just
mean
saying basically
we can
all the
look
You
into
can't
it.
say
information
Hold
that,
that
Then
she's
on.
bro.
what would
telling
they
him.
splice with? If it wasn't
Hold
our animals,
on,
what would
bro.
they
Like
splice with?
why the fuck do y'all just talk when somebody else is talking? Like the reason we know this is because we're looking at their genetics and what they share DNA with, bro. They don't share DNA with any prokaryotic animals, bro. That's the thing. They don't share DNA. They can't biologically identify with that sun up there. They can't biologically identify with any star. They can't biologically identify with this planet. Like in order to create them, who their creator had to create unnatural animals first to create them. They're not spliced with natural animals. Look at gene expression right there. Like what the fuck?
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. You can't say that they don't share genetics with anything in the cosmos because they don't share genetic compositions with the sun. Bro, there's a lot of species on the planet that's not suited to take in the energies of the sun. And
They
you
all natural
and
animals have their way with dealing with the sun. But like I said,
bro,
their creator had to create unnatural animals and unnatural plants before they could actually create these organisms that we call the so-called white man, Asian man, Arab man, all these motherfuckers.
but
So they're not spliced with
I'm
nothing
gonna
natural.
get to that. I'm gonna get to that. But she said that they don't share any genetic information with anything in the cosmos. You don't know
Right.
that because we don't know every element of the cosmos. There's elements
So we
outside
know
of
every
outside this solar
the
system,
animals and the plants that they are spliced with.
bro. It's some plants on this planet that didn't
But we
originally grow
know
on the
the
planet.
plants that they are spliced with, the ones that they share genetics with. They can go to their geneticists right now and they can tell them all the animals that they're spliced with. They can do that right now. Nothing in here is misinformation. I can
So let
promise
me
you that.
ask you,
They can go there and they can tell them that. But what I'm saying, brother, is if you have never studied this topic, it is very counterintuitive to tell people that what they don't know
you
when they
keep
have
saying
studied
that.
something and
Exactly.
because you
Studied.
keep trying.
I've been
Right, but
Exactly.
studying
then how
for
are you
over
asking the
15
question
years.
about genetics, brother, if you understand it?
Because you say a statement that
Okay,
doesn't
I
resonate.
got
It's
you.
not
Okay,
true.
I got
You
you.
make a
So do you
statement.
know, I got you. You know Dr. Layla Africa?
I
I know
do.
some
I
of Dr.
do.
Later Africa
Hold
stuff.
on, hold on,
Absolutely.
hold on. You said you do, brother?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you know that he was spitting the same knowledge that I'm spitting right now in the 80s?
Yes, I
Okay,
understand
then.
that.
So,
But you know
okay,
there were other
okay.
teachers outside of him
Hold on. I
also.
got another question. You know Delbert Blair?
Of course.
Okay, so he was spitting this information when? 80s, late 70s, and the whole 80s into the 90s.
Right.
Right.
And a lot of it, a lot of it is true. But what I'm saying, a lot of it can't be measured. A lot
Genetics
of what
can
they
be
say,
measured. Genetic
I'm not
composition can
talking.
be
I'm not
measured.
saying. I'm
That's what we
saying
talk
not.
about in here, though.
This is what. Listen, what I'm saying. You can't say if you don't know everything it is that makes up of a thing, right? Because only thing we dealing with right now is the 99 plus elements on the periodic table that we know of, right? That's the only thing that you can measure anything about right now in this day of time. Until you find other elements, right? Or other genomes that science haven't brought forward, you can't use those measurements. You can only measure things by what we have right now. It's all we can do.
Do we not have their genetic composition as them being eukaryotic organisms?
We got that. That's not
Okay,
what I'm
then.
saying. I'm
So we
talking
are
about
able
your
to
statement.
measure it. Hold on, brother. This is basic science. Everything that you see and can observe can be measured. This is why I asked you about the laws of the universe. You told me you knew them, but then you ask questions like that. That's what I'm saying. If you understand the topic, you don't ask certain questions. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude. I'm just saying, in order for us to add and build with each other, you have to go do some research and sit down with yourself and study. So when we come
I
back
mean,
and
it's
commune, we can actually build. If you're telling me what I don't know, you don't even fucking know me. So how can you tell me what I don't know when I have books that I'm sitting in front of right now that you
by the
haven't
statement
read?
that you made.
But you couldn't tell me what universal law was. You said
What do
that
you mean
universal law,
universal law?
brother, you said that universal law was Pan-Africanism. Awkward ass silence. You said that universal law was Pan-fucking-Africanism.
My mic went out. My mic
That's
went out.
okay. Good. Good. Good at
Okay.
this point.
So
You see what
so
I'm
you
saying? So
misunderstood what I
again,
said. I didn't
Hold up.
say
look,
Hey,
universal
brother,
law
I'm
John.
gonna
was Pan
complain.
With
Somebody
Africanism.
else want to speak, and you arguing with me, and that's not fair to the host. I land and I digress. Like I'm not.
See? See,
Yeah, go
like you
ahead.
over talking me doesn't.
She
Bruh,
got
don't
some
act
real
like you
knowledge,
already
y'all.
been
She got some
spoken.
real knowledge.
You already didn't
Man,
prove
you
that
using big words.
you didn't prove that you don't even understand what we're talking about. Like it's no point of us to keep talking to you. You keep requesting up to disagree and then don't even know what the fuck you disagreeing on. But go ahead, the friendly baller.
No, I was just going to let John know if he wanted the link, I could have gave it to him, but you already took him out or he left, so it's okay. I just messaged him privately.
What
But
did you request up here for?
I was going to say on my behalf that white people, black people, all that, Asians, all different ethnic groups and all that is actually all the same.
Okay, prove that scientifically.
So scientifically, people would like to use genetics, but that is an orthodox where it was actually only built into the 19th century.
What does gene
So
mean, bro?
gene, I'm not going to go into genetics because people
What does
use
gene
that.
mean though? Like I hope you're not Googling it, bro. Like You don't want to use genetics because you don't understand genetics. Just say that, bro.
Conversation is about.
Is actually useless. And I can just give you a link
What are you up here for if it's useless? Why are you using your energy in a
because
useless
because I
conversation?
actually can offer some
Okay,
people
so
the
if
actual
it's
stuff.
useless, then let me help you out. Have a nice day.
Hey
Why
Scott.
use your
Can I
energy to be useless? The
can
host
I ask
wants
a
to have a
question?
discussion.
All right, go ahead, Lino. Or yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I was gonna
I,
say, does anybody know about how there's European organizations studying the science of melanin and how it's more powerful, how it's the most powerful thing on earth?
Right. So, are we all one species?
I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Can you explain that scientifically?
No, I can't explain that scientifically. I need more information. I don't have enough information.
So, what did you request up here for when the topic says we are not all one species?
Oh, okay. I thought this was a universal conversation on because this topic can pertain multiple topics. I was just requesting to join because of my question of the melanin. I was asking if you guys knew about that.
Yeah, they study neuromelanin, which pertains to so-called black people.
Okay. Yes.
Right.
God bless you guys.
And somebody said that y'all keep saying, "Oh, they're a little disrespectful." We don't care. It's a TikTok live. Y'all are over talking people while they're speaking. I was literally just speaking and two people spoke over me. And then I'm asking y'all questions that you can't answer. So now there are people saying, "Oh, she's disrespectful, she's competitive." I'm asking you, how do we go from haploids to diploids? Because that's what the conversation is about. If you can't answer that question, we're just saying go study the topic. That's all we're saying. Why request up and spread misinformation to 200 people if you're not well versed in the topic?
Right, like the topic is literally we are not all one species, and niggas want to come up here and play Q&A. This is not a Q&A live.
right. I ain't want to cut nobody off. I just let
I mean,
everybody
yeah, you can go ahead. You was
talk.
next. Go ahead.
I was trying to see if y'all. So I've been doing research and everything, and I remember going into the Chinese restaurant and seeing they calendar, and they had it's different from I'm gonna say our calendar. Like they got a pig and a
Are we
rooster.
all one species?
Yeah, I'm trying to like um build my case and get to the conclusion. I was trying to see if y'all if that have anything to do with like the species situation that y'all talking about. Like how she was saying they're not in the cosmos, like a certain group not in the cosmos, and but the Chinese have their Canada and they have their spot in the cosmos. I could be wrong, but I'm still like doing my research. I wanted the other like
So
y'all to like
I'm asking, are we all one species?
no, I don't believe that. Nah,
Okay,
man.
can you explain that scientifically?
Can I explain why we not all the same species? Because scientifically, from my knowledge, from me my experience, man, I didn't see people with tails. Know what I'm saying? Like they started cut they so from my perspective, that right there let me know like everybody not the same species. Know what I'm saying? Like it could it goes so far to where the way people walk, you know what I'm saying? To how they built. Like I don't know. I pay attention to a lot of things, but
All right,
I
so
just
why
know
do
we
they got
all,
tails?
huh?
Why do they got tails?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's something in their DNA. They spliced, or you know what I'm saying.
Like,
It probably
do
came
you have a good understanding of DNA?
not that well, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you, not that well. But I have heard stories that like us, we have more strains of DNA than any other race on the earth. Is that true?
You tell me, brother. You say you heard it. You say you was studying it. So you tell me.
Well, I was studying, like I said, what I was studying was
I'm still studying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect with it, but the Chinese have their own calendar. They have different animals or whatever, mammals or roosters than what, like, we have the Gemini, the Leo, we have the bull. You know what I'm saying? We have the Sagittarius and everything. So if if we're written in the cosmos, I think they're written in the cosmos too. But
How can something that's spliced with multiple different types of animals that are unnatural be written in the cosmos?
okay, so this is my opinion. Let me
Nah, I just want facts. That's all.
right. Well, it could be facts. This is my opinion. It could be facts, or it could be not. So, what am I about to say? So, all right, I look at don't laugh. I look at the world like it's a computer, bro. Like, people was here before. Like, well, we invented this world, and we the Anunnakis, and we, we had a lot of say so in what we did. Some kind of way, we merged with them, with the like bots. Let's say we invented the earth, we created the earth, we made bots and shit. Know what I'm saying? But like a game, we come spawn into this game, live our life, and we made bots just to like do like slave work, I could say, or whatever. And
All right, can you explain that?
we started. This is what I'm trying to say. Why I think the slice came in there, like with the DNA, with the species. We started having intercourse with the bots. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's slice the species. It's sliced like from
Who are you referring to?
the draconians and such things like that, man. Like,
Are you saying that we was procreating with draconians?
no, I'm saying I think they was here. From my knowledge and my research, they was here before.
They was here
Like,
before so-called black people.
yeah, black people wasn't the first people to walk this earth. It was things walking this earth. It wasn't. You know what I'm
But
saying?
so-called black people created the earth though.
But we wasn't the black people wasn't the first people to walk this earth. Like,
So
we
why
created
would
it.
we create a planet that we didn't walk on first?
Like a neutrino tank to house souls, for us to pay off our karma. Know what I'm saying? Just to us to come here, play this game called life, and roll out. Know what I'm saying? But the cats came, they played the game, they loved it, they want to stay here, so they found ways to cheat.
I just want to speak about genetics. I don't want to talk about the whole Star Wars shit. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Go ahead, Jaden.
All right.
Yup.
Go ahead.
Hey, stop turning off my mic, pal.
Go ahead.
All right. So number one, I'm gonna start off simple. And this is for me common knowledge. When a black person gets impregnated, when a black woman gets impregnated by a white male, 9 out of 10 times she's gonna have to get a shot that is going to block her immune system from destroying the foreign substance that entered her womb. That's called the Rogam shot, and that basically allows for the two different beings to procreate because we are not the same. We are not compatible biologically. That's number one. Number two, when people be talking about, oh, we're all the same people, we just got more melanin. No, that's not true. We do have more melanin, but we have different melanin. They are a completely different biological specimen than the black man or black woman. They are a sulfur based people. They say that we're the carbon beings and all that. That's partly true. You know what I'm saying? We're not literally made out of carbon, but our melanin is carbon based. Theirs is sulfur based. Our carbon takes the UV rays and it transmutes them. Their melanin is sulfur based. So the science behind that is that it takes the UV rays and it pushes it back out through the skin because they can't. They don't have the biology to transmute that. So it pushes it back out through the top layers of the skin, causing them to burn from the inside out. They are not us, right? They were just grafted. The people that made them, or the being that made them, grafted them out of the template. So meaning that they have the leg, arm, head, but they don't have the same biological essence that we carry, and that manifests as them not being able to gain from the natural environment as a natural person would be able to. It destroys them because they aren't compatible with it. So they aren't necessarily supposed to be here. And the animals that they were spliced with weren't even natural animals. They were spliced themselves. So we are not all the same species, and it's very easy to tell. Like we don't even smell the same, gang. Like no cap. Like you could smell somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like that's Caucasian, and they have a whole different smell to them. Like they smell like an animal, gang. Like not even trying to be mean. You know what I'm saying? But like they smell like animals. No cap. Their hair. Like if you ever smell a white person's hair, especially like a white dude. You know what I'm saying? Smell his hair after he come in the crib or something from like being in the rain, and he gonna smell like an animal, bro. You know what I mean? Like you could literally, it's blatant, it's obvious differences. You know what I mean? When you actually understand the science, like you start to see like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I see like all the stuff that I've been seeing since I was a kid. Like I knew we weren't the same. You know what I mean? It just makes more sense when you actually understand the science behind it. You feel me? Shock, you going?
Are you done?
Shit, do you want me to be done?
Hey, you got the floor right now. Go ahead.
All right. So basically, right, they were replicated. They were modeled after us. You see what I'm saying? So that they were modeled after us, but you can't replicate what we have. You can't replicate the black dot. You see what I'm saying? So when they were being grafted, they were trying to make them out of the image of us. But you can only go but so far with that because there's certain things that only the Ethereans can give to lower beings. So they don't have the biological essence to go past the fourth dimension. They were certain things you just can't put into a body from a science lab. See what I'm saying? So when they were created, they were only created for one purpose and one purpose only, which was to cause destruction. So even in biological and spiritual nature, we are completely different. They were bred for a whole different purpose compared to the Nubian man and woman. And I'm not nervous. It's just cold as hell in my crib. I ain't gonna lie. It's cold as hell right now, and my heat not working. So I'm not nervous though. But yeah, so yeah, exactly. Sunblood. We got sunblood. You see what I'm saying? We were modeled after the Ethereans, after the higher celestial beings. We were given their biology. You see what I'm saying? If they condensed themselves down into a physical body, they would look like a black person or a black man for me, or a black woman. You see what I'm saying? But they can't replicate that. You can't biologically assimilate that into a vessel. You see what I'm saying? That has to be given to you from the cosmos. So when they talk about oh they burn from the sun, it's because they weren't given they weren't gifted that from the creator, from the most high, from the all. You see what I'm saying? They were a process of engineering. So you can't engineer divinity. You see what I'm saying? That has to be born within you. But back to the scientific aspect of it, you see what I'm saying? When you look at the biology, look at the hair follicles. Look at the hair follicles and compare those to that of a dog, like a poodle. Look at a poodle and then compare that to the hair follicles of a white woman. You see what I'm saying? Look at even the skin color, the skin color. If you shave a dog's hair, the dog is going to be like, or not even just dogs, most animals, they're going to be like, have this like reddish undertone to their skin. You see what I'm saying? Because we don't see their skin, we're just mostly looking at fur. You feel me? If you cut the fur off, they're gonna have the same skin color as most Caucasians, that white with that reddish undertone.
That comes from gene splicing. You see what I'm saying? That all comes from gene splicing. Whatchamacallit? Them blowing them like basically like spontaneously combusting when they're in the sun. That is from gene splicing. Like I said, melanin or neuromelanin, melanin, whatever you want to call it, right? That carbon based compound is a transmuter and a transducer. So they don't have that. You see what I'm saying? They can't transmute anything. Any of the energy from the cosmos or the rays from the cosmos, they can't compute that. They don't have the biology to even do that. That's why I say they can't go past the fourth dimension. They are basically stuck in the lower realms of existence because they were never meant to even traverse further than that. Because like I said, their whole point of existence was to be the adversaries for the gods and goddesses of this planet. That was the whole point of existence. You see what I'm saying? So when they were built, they like I said, they were grafted from us, so they were modeled after us. You see what I'm saying? They gave the melanin, but you can't bless a species with something that the all did not give them. You see what I'm saying? So the melanin had to be replicated using sulfur, but that sulfur isn't as optimal as carbon. You see what I'm saying? So they're able to live here long enough. You see what I'm saying? But they can't prosper here. There's a big difference between living and prospering. Black people were meant to be here and to prosper off of our environment. Everything that we interact with in our environment, it helps to not only strengthen us, but it helps to make our lives longer and strengthen the genes for the future generations. They don't have that. They are dying faster than they are reproducing because they literally aren't supposed to live longer than what they were designed to do here, and which was to cause destruction and cause hell. You feel me? So they are literally trapped here. Biologically, they are trapped here. They can't. When they say go inwards and that's how you see God, they can't see God. You see what I'm saying? They were never necessarily meant to. They were only supposed to be a brief period in existence. They only really existed depending on what you were taught for 500 to 6,000 years, which is the tiniest moment in speck in time in history. You see what I'm saying? Who are your ancestors? What do you mean? But yeah. So they are literally biologically trapped. They can't go within and do anything. They weren't built with the biological mechanisms you need to spiritually ascend. They don't
Right.
have that.
I want to know how did they come from us?
Um, they like I said, they were grafted from us. So they
All right. How can you splice neuromelanin?
nah, you can't splice neuromelanin. That's what I'm saying. The brown germ was bleached over generations, and that eventually created the white germ that was stripped of all its essence. So they basically like they took the brown germ and they just kept stripping it up until the point where it had nothing left, and then that's where you get all the other beings from. So they take the brown germ, strip it all the way down, and then
Okay, how
they
did the phenotype change though?
they mixed it. So they mixed it with the other animals on the planet. You see
Right,
what
but
I'm
in
saying?
order to do that, you still have to splice neuromelanin, and you can't do that.
Nah, they didn't splice neuromelanin. That's what I say. They
That's what I'm
gave.
saying. Like, you can't splice neuromelanin. I don't know if you were referring to our albino brothers and sisters,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking
right,
about.
but
So
they still have neuromelanin, bro.
they still had neuromelanin, but that's what I'm saying. The brown germ, they took it and they stripped it, starting with the albino, and that the albino was like the template. So basically, they
I'm
didn't.
saying, but you're saying you in order to mix, you have to splice the cell, but you cannot splice neuromelanin. So how did they use albinos?
Well, because number one, albinos don't have they have melanin, but I forgot the exact science behind albinos, but they have melanin, but their melanin isn't exactly the same as a regular black person like me and you
It
that
is,
have
bro.
color.
We all have neuromelanin. Albino is just one of the 48 shades that the so-called black woman can create.
And also neuromelanin is 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 only found in the brain. Is you melanin and
No, it's
neuromelanin.
found. It coats the neurons, and we have sensory neurons throughout the entirety of our bodies. So that's not. It's not
But
just
you're
found within the
but
brain.
but you're talking about
It's
the
produced. It's produced uh by the pineal gland.
but you're
Uh,
talking about the extension of the nervous system. That doesn't account for the all of your biology. The rest of your biology is you melanin and then the neuromelanin.
you
And
melanin is animal melanin though.
no, pheomelanin
No,
is
I mean if you look at there are animals with you melanin. It's a
yeah.
fact.
We have all melanin. We have neuromelanin, pheomelanin, and you melanin.
We don't have animal DNA, so how do we have animal melanin?
We don't, bro. Animal melanin isn't. Oh my goodness, it's not necessarily animal melanin, bro. Everything on the planet was
Yes,
created from
pheomelanin is
us.
strictly for animals. That's why so-called black people we don't have that.
We do though, because look at the bottom of your hands and feet. It's white naturally. That's not that's not
Right.
neuromelanin.
That's not the same thing composed of pheomelanin though. That's the thing.
Do you
It
understand? My
oh
bad.
go ahead, go ahead.
Do you understand why our palms and the bottom of our feet are white?
To absorb light or frequency,
Right.
right?
Right, radiation, but that's still neuromelanin. That's not pheomelanin because we're not producing animal protein, so we don't produce pheo or eumelanin. Eumelanin turns into pheomelanin. It's the same thing. They're both pseudomelanins.
That's what it's
They're both a
called.
part of pseudomelanism.
Could I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
How are we not?
What?
How are we not all species? That's my question.
I mean, how you been listening?
No, I just got in.
All right, so basically, to be the same species, you have to be compatibly. You have to be compatible biologically. We are not biologically compatible. We are a different set of being. Even down to the what makes us up. Black people are 100% human. By from scientific definition, we are the only people on the planet that are 100% human that aren't mixed with any animal genetics. So even if a white person is 95% human, 5% Neanderthal, that still makes them a different species. You see what I'm saying? They may be the most similar species, but they're still a different species. That 5% difference, that 10% difference makes a difference. You see what I'm saying?
Right. With so-called humans though, humans still have all humans have animal DNA.
Wait, can I say something?
Mhm.
So yeah, all
Are you a
humans.
nigger?
Like look at their gene expression, bro.
Yeah. I also me personally, I also do believe that black people were spliced with animals as well, just not the
No,
same
no,
animals
I'm
as
not.
white
I
people.
don't think so-called black people are human, nor do I think they're spliced with
Hey, what's
animals
good,
because
black people?
you can't splice so-called black people because you can't cut through
Hey, can
neuromelanin
I ask
because
a
in order
question?
to cut through a cell,
No,
in
we
order
weren't
to cut,
tampered with
hold on,
by
in order to cut through a cell,
no
you
lower
actually
beings. Our biology came to
you got it, bro. Go ahead, Jaden.
Can I ask a question?
yo, my fault, my shit muted. Um, hello.
What?
Can you remind me of what I was saying before my mic muted?
I don't know what you were saying because you was over talking me. So
No, I wasn't, bro. I was letting you talk. It was the other dude. But if I was over talking you, I apologize, gang. I didn't mean to. You feel me? Um,
I was just saying that so-called black people are not humans, and you can't. We're not spliced with animals because, like I said, you can't splice neuromelanin.
oh yeah, I don't necessarily think that. When I say human, for me, I'm just kind of like for lack of better term, so I'm not running around the same words, or you know what I'm saying. But um, I from my understanding, we aren't human, obviously. We're the original man. There's man, human, and then mankind. I believe that for me, we are man. But from my teachings and what I learned, human beings were actually spliced with other ET species to create the Nubian man today. And the first Nubian man, which was the African man, he was the product of when they talk about how the Anunnaki came down and they used the template of the primates to create the new man and all that stuff. The African man was the product of that.
Are you trying to say that our African brothers or sisters have animal DNA?
Nah, they do, and that,
They
and
don't,
that,
though.
that's a fact.
That don't make sense because they don't phenotypically present as any animal, just like we don't phenotypically present as any animal.
But here's the thing, though: the American Negro is also a slightly different species than the African Negro. The
It's
African
not.
Negro
It's not
is
nearly.
an older species. The American Negro is a newer phenotype, a more powerful, stronger phenotype at that. Um, and actually, if you go and
What do
you
you
look
hold
at
up?
certain
Hold up.
at
Hold up.
certain
Hold up.
tribes in
Hold up.
Africa,
Hold up. What do
huh?
you mean by a stronger phenotype?
Um,
Like, give me an example.
uh, just overall, the American Negro. I mean, it's kind of like
Can you explain to me what phenotype is? Because you just said we somehow have a stronger phenotype. So what is phenotype?
I think I mixed up phenotype with genotype.
They coincide. So explain to me. You can either explain to me genotype or phenotype. Go ahead.
Isn't the phenotype is
Now, don't ask
the
me a question. Tell me what it is, because you just made a statement. So I need you to.
and I want you to clarify if or tell me how correct I am or not based off of what I'm saying. So
I shouldn't have to
phenotype.
tell you though. The thing is, you're acting like you've been studying this, so you should know what phenotype is, especially when you use it like that. You just
All
said
right,
that Black
all right. So
Americans have a
so so
stronger
for
phenotype.
phenotype.
Yeah, you just said Black Americans have a stronger phenotype than our African brothers and sisters. So I need you to actually explain that because you don't just. That don't even make sense to just bring up phenotype and you don't even know what phenotype is.
Real quick, I just did a simple Google search.
Correct me if I'm wrong, please. But phenotype is the way that the genes express themselves in terms of how you look and like your eyes, nose, ears, and all that. Correct?
Right, so it's how you it's how you what you show, yeah,
Yeah.
including behavior.
So I use phenotype wrong in that situation. I apologize for that. But basically, what I was saying is that the American Negro is a stronger, newer, I guess, species of Nubian. Um, and if you, I don't know how much y'all study other teachers, or the old teachers, but in certain doctrines, it talks about how the American Negro is actually a product of over 20 different species of being, and that's how we came to be. And then once the process was done in the science lab, the ancestors then came down and then mated with their new and improved species to make a new breed of gods.
Right, but
My
so-called
brother, my
our
brother. First of all, I would.
hold up. So our brothers and sisters in Africa literally they're the same as us though. That's the thing. Like they have neuromelanin too. So you're saying that they're spliced with animals, but you're not explaining how you can splice through. Well, actually, you said that you can't splice neuromelanin. So they're neuromelanated
Well,
beings.
they
Hold
can't
on.
necessarily
Why
like
you over
the
talking, bro? Like I
my
wasn't.
fault, my fault, my fault. Go ahead, bro. I
I'm
apologize.
saying that the Africans that you're saying are spliced with animals, they produce neuromelanin just like we do. They're neuromelanated beings just like us. So how can you splice them?
So basically, what I was trying to say was is that they're not like when I say spice with animals, I'm not saying in the same sense as the white man. Um, it's because like I said, when the whole story goes is that when they came here, they saw the original primate that was already natural to the soil, and they used that primate
Okay,
as the
what
template to
primate?
create the new man. So they didn't even have neuromelanin to splice yet. You know what I'm saying? They
Grant,
were
I would
working
like
with
to
the
say
primate.
grand evening to the whole entire.
I got you. I'm gonna get straight to you after he's done.
Good.
So
Grand evening, goddess. But yeah,
what primate are you talking about?
um, Homo epithecus, I believe. I think that was it. Was the first one was a Homo epithecus, and that was the original template, and that's why, and that goes back to, when they say that black people look like monkeys, we don't look like monkeys. You see what I'm saying? But if you go to Africa, some of the older tribes actually do look more primitive, and they actually do display some of those traits within their phenotype. See what I'm saying? The same one that the old people, old white folks used to try to say we look like. Some of those older tribes of the Africans actually do look like that. You see what I'm saying? And that they even have like the big gums and the big teeth and all that, and the prominent facial structure of primates. You feel me?
So you do know that when it comes to the species, right, the primates, the primates, you named one. I can name one that came about 1,000 years before them, or excuse me, like 5,000 years before them. Homo floresiensis. They went extinct 5,000 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So again, if we're all the same species and that's their ancestor, why don't we share biological identification with Homo floresiensis?
Because, like I said, it was all a process over generations. So the ancestors, when they were trying to create their children, um, they were going through a series of, like, I guess I want to say prototypes, but they were experimenting with how to get the genes to be as strong as they possibly can be. You see what I'm saying? So basically, when it got to from the Africans, and then now you have the American Negro, and the American Negro, like I said, is a new and improved version. So after they so the very first original man, those were the processes of the very first experimentations. And over periods of time, they kept strengthening and strengthening and strengthening the genes through experimentations, and through assimilation by mixing the other groups of men together. They were trying to build something, and then once they got that finished product that they were looking for, they then came down and laid with man. And so the American
Oh
Negro
my
are
goodness.
literally.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Nah, you still talking, bro. Go ahead.
All right. So basically, the American Negro is literally the children of the Anunnaki. So so we're all black people, we're all nine-ether beings, all African people, and American Negro. It don't matter what continent you are born on or are from, you are a nine-ether being, and you belong to a higher race of being. Period. See what I'm saying? But within that mixture of beings, there's even different species of nine-ether beings on our planet. So we're all nine-ether beings. We're all Nubian beings. We're all dark matter beings. We just don't all have the same biology, and that shows. You could look at it. Even now, it's common knowledge now that the American Negro, we have the biggest culture in the world, and everybody wants to be like us because we are the children of the Anunnaki. So now we
All right, but before we was quote unquote American Negroes, what were we? Because that's just a title.
um Well, I'm just using American Negroes as like to like categorize our our sector of non-ether beings. You feel me? But before we were American
I mean, why
Negroes,
why can't we go by genetics though? Because genetically, me
I
and my
see. I
African
see
brothers and
something.
sisters are the same.
because we do not have the same genes as African people, bro. Look
That's
at
fine.
us. And nigga, I grew up with Africans in my school. You see what I'm saying? They don't look like how me and my friends look, bro. They look different. You see what I'm saying? They're still black people. We're all still black, but they look different. You see what I'm saying? The American
But
I
Negro looks
mean, that
completely different
doesn't
than
mean
me.
that doesn't
You
mean that
100% right.
so-called African Americans and so-called Africans have different genetics. They are the same genetically. We are each just fragments of the universe, and we're just replications of the very first man and woman because our cells replicate through binary fission. That's how
Nah, facts.
procreation
And
goes. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not disputing that. Like I said,
But
we're all
gosh, bro, I don't want to talk no more. I'm done for the day, bro.
all right, bro. But bro, she just did the same thing that she started talking while I was talking though. Like what the hell?
I waited until you were done, just like you did just now, and I spoke. I did not speak while you were talking.
Am I allowed to speak yet?
Oh my goodness, dude.
go ahead, bro.
I would just like to put give my input because I'm getting downloads, and I guess that's why I came on your thing in the first place. But with all due respect, I'm getting something totally different. I am getting the reason that the Africans, some Africans, because it's
Now,
not all
are
Africans,
we all one species? That's the topic.
are we all one species? Well, that's hard to answer because okay, I can answer that. I
I won't
am
even
not. I don't even consider myself from here. That I'm getting downloads right now to speak on what he just said. I wanted to respond to that because
I don't want you to respond to that. The reason people are requesting up is because of the topic right there that says we are not all one species. So can you focus on the topic?
yes, and that's what I'm going to answer as well. I don't believe that we are all one species because I don't believe we all come from here. I think that some of the Africans do look different, and that is because they are eating more meat and they eat it without cooking it. So they're taking the blood in and they're starting to take on some of those traits. I do believe that we are the originals, but they are like cousins. But so the reason some of them are taking on different looks and they are starting to look like the animal, the teeth are starting to go like the animal, is because they're eating animal with they're eating animal without even cooking the animal, but we are not supposed to be eating animal in the first place. None of us are supposed to eat animal. And when we do eat it, we're making ourselves sick along with the medication, the pharmaceutical medication that they give us. So, yes, I do believe that I don't believe it's a different species in that nature, but I don't believe that I come from here. I believe that I've been sent here to help others wake up. Some are earth beings, some are earth angels, and some are star seeds. I am a star seed, but we are all here to work together to wake up and to start seeing things for what they really are. I believe that our Africans are like a distant cousin, but some of them are eating animal raw and they're drinking the blood when they do that. Some of them actually bite into the animal without cooking or anything else, which is making them act animalistic.
I'm still waiting.
Okay, hold up, when I get to you. That don't really make any sense what you just said. I'm not gonna lie.
It doesn't make sense to a lot of people or people that only believe in reading books, but the books have also been written in a certain way to confuse us.
Right. So the functionality in these books don't ever change. Like that's why we read these books because it helps explain thyself. And
Not really,
when I
not really, because
it
if the
does
books have been written by man, then man.
it does explain it. All you got to do is learn how to actually comprehend. A lot of niggas just want to read and they can't actually comprehend what they're reading. That's the problem. That's why niggas sit here, come up here, and try to dispute what we're saying with a damn Google search. That's exactly what y'all niggas do all the time. Y'all literally hop on Google before you request up and try to dispute what we're saying. Ain't never read or comprehended a book in your life. I'm just gonna be honest, like so our African brothers and sisters are genetically just like us. There's no difference. The only difference between all so-called black people is frequency and discipline. Frequency and discipline. So it's like for you to come in here and say that it's detrimental because if children are hearing this and that's what we're passing down to the next generation, we're gonna just keep going right back into this cycle.
Am I allowed to respond to that?
Go ahead.
Okay. I feel like, yes, you are right, but I have read books. A matter of fact, I've done my research. A matter of fact, I've gone back into my family traits, and I know that I was one of the originals that were here, my people anyway. My people that were already Americans on in America went to Nigeria to help build Nigeria, and then there was the mix that happened. So when I speak, I am speaking from one of the original Americans, and I'm also African. So when I'm speaking on both behalves.
That's just a title though. African
It's
and
not.
American is just a title that don't matter. Genetics is what
But
unites
no,
us.
you just said that I was saying something.
I didn't drop her.
Yeah, I didn't. It just said
Yeah,
guess
I
what?
didn't drop her. But the thing is, we clinging on the titles and not understanding genetics. So when you say, "Oh, I've done the research," I'm not denying that the sister has done research. The problem is with our community is that we've exhausted history. We've exhausted subscribing to these titles, and we operate our bodies 100% of the time and don't know how it works. We don't know anything about our spleens, our brains, yet we so spiritual, but nobody can tell me about the brain and about the subconscious mind. So how does your physical body relate to your spiritual body? That's how we know we're not the same species. Your genetics, your phenotype doesn't align with the planet itself. We can look and see that. And when we look at what's programming your genetics, we can see that you're non-conducive to the planet. That's what this conversation is about. It's not about mysticism. It's not about history. It's not about records from 1100s. It's not about that. I'm not denying that they place these titles of us being American or of us being so-called Negro or of us being African American or Africans or whatever the case is. We were the Olmecs, the Mayans, the Incans. All of these different titles are just superficial titles that they placed on us. Do you understand that the earth does not understand this language and it only understands frequency? So why are we clinging to titles that we did not create? That's what the host is trying to say in here, y'all. He's trying to get us to understand that our genetics ties us to this planet and to the entire cosmos. Why are we working for an animalistic species that does not biologically identify with the planet? Why are we allowing them to medically and psychologically evaluate us? Why are we sending our children to their schools? You see what I'm saying? When you send your children to them schools and they put them fat ass headphones on their ears, tell them to raise their hand when they hear a beep, that is an experiment. This is how we know that they're experimenting on the children. They do it right blatant in front of you. And you think it's cute. Oh yeah, they did some little activity at school. It's an experiment. And that's nothing compared to what they're doing to our women, our children, and our men. Our women and children are the most abundant carriers of totipotent stem cells. If we don't know anything about totipotency, fuck racism, fuck cultural appropriation, fuck box braids, fuck talking to white people because we know nothing about ourselves. We talk about the matrix but don't understand what it's really for. It's an energy bank for them to harness our energy. But do you understand the type of energy that they're harnessing and why? That's what we got to unpack as a community and stop turning our wheels in this same shit of us being American, of us being African, of us being that. Genetics is the answer and it's explaining everyone's origin. Let's drop the titles because the titles came 2,000 years ago after their eugenics was fixed. And our DNA goes back 13.6 billion years. What the fuck are we picking up new shit for? Exactly. So I'm not denying that people are not doing research, but what kind? Research, reading books, sitting down with yourself in any way is meditation. What are you meditating on though? You're using telepathy 1000% of the time, but do you know what you're meditating and how you're using your telepathy. What are you focusing on? See what I'm saying? That's what I wanted
I'm
to say.
speaking like
Once you study genetics, you will see that we are the same genetically, and our phenotype is the same. When you really look at your brothers and sisters, our phenotypes are the same. And then when you see what happened on the planet, how they colonized us differently and added different sorts of antigens from different animals, foreign substances into our blood, which is what determines phenotype, your blood type. You see what I'm saying? So now you start to see what took place on the planet and how your brothers and sisters are being harmed. This is
Facts.
not about a motherland or any of that. This is about Mother Earth and her children.
Exactly. It's not about, oh, they're eating meat. They're eating meat. We're eating meat globally.
Exactly.
And antigens have been introduced to us globally. That is the reason for your blood type. Originally, there was no mixing before the 12th dynasty, which was 4,000 years ago, 4,015 to be exact. That leaves us right at ancient Kemet. You see what I mean? Not that ancient at all. Feel me? But then we want to go back ancient Kemet, ancient Kemet, ancient Kemet. Let's talk about what we were doing on the planet prehistorically. It just takes discipline and frequency and aligning and concentration and doing the work to find the answers, going within first. The universe will lead and guide your steps there. I just glanced down and somebody said, what's the first step? The first step is going within.
Exactly.
Don't ask nobody outside of yourself for what the fuck you should do with your life. Sit down with yourself and figure it out.
Exactly.
That's
Like
what
she
I
just
want
said.
my brothers and sisters to know. Stop getting on the internet looking for the next best thing. That's what the programming is for. It's programmed your mind to subscribe to them. The government governs your mental because you allow them to. The moment you step away and say, I'm no longer playing the game, what the fuck is a matrix? You're not playing that shit anymore. Simply pivot, focus on your species, and then we get the children back. We're divine beings asking another divine being, what do I do? How can I? What books? What do I? You are the divine being creating your reality by sitting here.
Exactly.
If you don't like what is happening within our community, sit down with yourself, align your energy for where you want us to be, and watch it manifest. But the reason why we're not seeing it happen is because we're going to work, we're sending our children to school, we're eating meat, we're feeding antigens, parasites. We don't know nothing about our body, and we don't care. People say all the time, oh yeah, it is about the children, and they don't give a fuck for real. And that shit really pisses me off because people think just because they're taking care of their children that they care about them. Mm-hmm. Doing the bare minimum doesn't get you a gold star. Right. Sitting down with yourself and understanding you first so you can guide the children is how we get our children back. That's how we shrunk in frequency, is because they took so-called God out of the black woman and put them in the fucking sky. Sit down with yourself, people. And slow down, really concentrate, focus on what you need and what we need as a species, because everything in nature is moving based off of what we put in their genetics. And I'm talking about the prokaryotic animals, not the eukaryotic ones. Ants are doing what's within their genetics. And they cost your government millions, billions. I've even seen in some sources trillions of dollars each year.
Exactly. So that's the war. They already
That's the war.
That's the war.
That's the war that niggas don't know about. Dragonflies. They built helicopters off of dragonflies. Their army is built off of army ants. Watch how ants move in nature and tell me if that's not what's happening in the military.
Exactly.
It takes being an observer and not an absorber. Observe first, react later. This is why we say, I can tell you don't meditate because y'all want to overtalk. Wait. Slow down, brother. Listen to what I'm saying, because I promise I'm not against you. It's a little antigen, it's a little parasite or something that's blocking you from seeing the truth. But if you lock in, there is nothing that can stop the flow of neuromelanin. You just have to do the things to produce it more, to open up that calcification more and detox that. Ginkgo has been on the planet for 200 to 300 million years. This stuff is around you. Fan-like leaves shaped just like the brain. And guess what it does for it? Decalcifies that pineal gland. Very good for cognitive function. Anytime you're stimulating your brain, you are stimulating the flow of neuromelanin in your pineal gland. Yep. You should be tapping into creativity every single day. And if you're at work, you are not being creative. You're operating below your frequency. So it takes time to tap in. Excuse me, it takes energy. We're not applying ourselves energetically, we just applying ourselves physically. But I went on a
Neuroplasticity, that's facts.
yeah,
Where you rewire your
neuroplasticity.
brain. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying? That's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the mental switch is at of locking in with yourself. That sensitive voice that speaks to you every day, that tells you what is untrue, truth, confusion, chaos. Y'all are ignoring that shit every day to listen to TV, to listen to the phone, computer, not knowing that this computer was built off your liquid computer, which is neuromelanin, the biochemical substance that programs all of your prokaryotic cells in the body. All of your 100 trillion cells in the body are programmed by the neuromelanin.
Facts.
Thanks. Like lock in with yourself for a couple months though. You feel what I'm saying? Like don't just. It's not finna take a day. It's not finna take a week. You feel? You gotta. You
Facts.
gotta
Keep it
It don't
going.
even, hey, brother,
It don't even
it
stop.
don't even take a few, and then facts, and it don't even stop. You know how long it took me to sit down, like for me to get to where I am today, to where I can actually concentrate and manifest something into my, that shit took me 8 years. And niggas is giving up after 8 minutes. And really, manifestation is easy. It's just how quick can you lock in and concentrate? It don't take 8 years for everybody else. Sometimes it take niggas 8 minutes. Sometimes it take 8 days, 8 months, 8 years. Sometimes niggas never get it in this so-called lifetime. They have to recycle and come back and remember thyself. But you can't remember somebody else's piece to the puzzle. You got to sit down and you got to understand yours. That's why you can't just come in here. So what's the answer? So what's this? So what's that? And pick my brain apart. This is my experience. Experience is the teacher. So you're asking me for answers that I received through my journey.
Exactly. And you
Like,
want us to recite the whole
whole
thing,
thing.
and then when we when
And
we
then
when
when
we
we,
do, when we
yeah.
when we don't say it, then you're like, then y'all talking like lies and shit, but we're
Yeah,
not.
but we're,
But we're actually talking facts. You see what
but
I'm saying?
literally, when we start to answer the question, you're looking for a simple, quick little answer because AI
Exactly.
has programmed you to think that you need it quick. You see what I'm saying? That you're like, oh, you're not really answering my, you haven't even let me finish because you eat meat, because you feed parasites and antigens that speak for you and they want to talk. They're the ones that actually want the sandwich, the meat, the shrimp, the chicken, they want that. You don't even want that because it's not coded in your genetics to want that. See what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let somebody else speak though.
Their abundance. Is it Goon June? Go ahead, bro.
Um, yeah, I'll be pretty quick about it. Um, it says we are not one species. I do believe that we are one species.
You lagging a little bit, brother.
I'm a Bible believer. Um, you said I'm lagging.
Oh, you good now? You good? Go ahead.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a Bible believer, so I come from that understanding. So to be polite about it, you know what I'm saying? I really appreciate y'all room and y'all space and the conversation y'all bring forth. But it kind of, what I'm hearing coming from you, it kind of sound like bug out. You know what I'm saying? I think it's Ecclesiasticus 12 that says, be careful of the making of many books, meaning watch how much you study because, like, too much information is like no information because it has nothing. There's no there's nothing for you to stand on. You believe in too many things. You understand what I'm saying? There's no foundation when everything is coming from everywhere. What's your foundation? You understand what I'm saying? I heard the sister say something like, it ain't got nothing to do with food because the other sister came here and was talking about people eating meat and drinking blood and stuff like that. But then she said it does have something to do with food. So it's just like a lot of stuff is coming from everywhere.
That's actually not
Now
what
to
I
get back.
said. What I said was that she said that it was because of Africans eating meat, and what I said was we are eating meat globally, and then I explained antigens and how they affect all of us. That's what I said, and then the
Okay, well, that is what I got from it, but it's still
we're all the same species, June. I didn't meet you, so I don't know what happened.
we
But
are we are absolutely the same species. Like I said, I come from a Bible understanding, so that tells me that there was several species at the beginning of man, but after the flood, we all became from one line of species, and that was from the lineage of Adam through Noah.
Did we
so
not
you
hear the
believe
goddess earlier?
go ahead.
Hold on, I get to you. Hold on. The only thing with that is genetics is saying a whole completely different thing. That's the thing.
Okay, can you break it down? What you mean for me?
Everybody outside of so-called black people have animal DNA. So so-called black people, we don't have any type of animal DNA. We don't produce animal proteins. We don't do none of that shit right there. But when you get into the white, Asian, Arab man, and everybody who stems from them, they all have animal DNA, and you can tell because of their phenotype, and your phenotype is determined by your genotype, and your genotype is just genetic information which goes back into DNA. So that's how we know they have animal DNA.
Okay, well, the thing that sounds slippery to me, I'm, you know, like I said, I just came into this room. A lot of stuff you're saying is kind of foreign to me. I'm not gonna lie, but the slippery thing that's the sub you saying animal DNA, like there are plenty of animals. Like, what do you mean? What separates us from the animal? What do you mean animal DNA?
So they share DNA with multiple different types of unnatural animals, such as chickens, cows, pigs,
What's unnatural about a
fruit
chicken or
fly,
a cow?
yeast, plant. You feel me? And the list goes on because it's a lot of animals. Yeah, so it's a lot of animals that they share DNA with, and they're all unnatural. They're all eukaryotic organisms. So-called black people, we are prokaryotic cells. All of our cells stem from totipotent stem cells from the so-called black woman. This is what makes us prokaryotic because all of our cells stem from that totipotent stem cell, which can turn into any type of cell in the body.
Okay. Well, do you believe that all black people are the same species, or are black people different?
Yeah, every so-called black person is the same genetically. We just like my
Okay.
brother said earlier, it's just different types of antigens that make us look different.
Okay. So you telling me a Dominican person is the same as an African American?
Every so-called, like, I'm not, are you referring to
I'm referring to everything you said makes us whatever it is that you're saying makes
which
us the same.
Dominican are you talking about? The one that looks so-called black? Because this is why we don't go by titles. You feel what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of hybrid ass Dominicans out there.
This is what I'm saying, but from the naked eye, we consider Dominicans black. Just from the naked eye, you don't know if they're black or you don't know what they are. They look like what
I
this
mean, you
society
know
would
what you
call
look
black.
like, bro. Like you can see your reflection in Africa. It don't matter if there's a so-called black person in China, Europe, Russia. It don't matter. You know what you look like. You know your reflection when you see it. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I don't. Let me see. Well, I think you're talking on the. I only see the sister in the picture, so. But when I see myself, I don't see an African. I don't know if you look in the mirror and you see an African. I don't see an African. I see a
The
black person,
African is
an
just a
American.
title. That's what I'm saying. Like you're trying to subscribe to titles. It's not about titles. It's about genetics.
Well,
Now,
the
our,
reason
our our so-called black people that reside over there in the landmass that they refer to as Africa, yes, they are genetically the same as us. We all stem from that first so-called black woman and that so-called black man. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean, everybody, everybody stems from that same. We all have
That,
that same common
that's
essence.
not true though, because like I said, so-called black people, we have no animal DNA. So if these other people outside of us who possess animal DNA stem from that, how did the animal DNA skip so-called black people?
That's an interesting question. I'm gonna have to do some research to see what you
The
mean about
whole question, the whole prompt is about, brother.
it. I
Yeah.
understand. I just don't. Animal DNA is just foreign to me. I don't understand the animal DNA thing. Like, so you're saying that white people are part chicken and black people are all human? Like,
Nah,
where's
so-called black people, we're
where's the
not
scholarship
humans.
in that?
Humans are related to animals, so we not humans. When you look up humans, it's gonna have ties in with animals.
Okay, I understand. I understand that. But like I said, I'm about to do some more research with that part. So I'll drop down so that I don't confuse anybody. Y'all can get to what y'all on. I appreciate the time.
Most definitely
And
abundance.
gratitude. It's just y'all. I'm just gonna say it again. I'm not gonna say it no more. It's just gonna be my last time. I know y'all probably tired of hearing me say this. It's just when we're having a discussion, it doesn't matter what it is. If there's an open panel, it just makes sense for the people to request up that can actually have the discussion. That's all I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? If you don't know and if you're asking the host, how can he have a conversation with you when you're just asking him questions? That's the only thing I just wanted to add.
Well, I was
The abundance.
just to clarify my part that we just have two different understandings. Is all it is. You understand what I'm saying? Like you guys are free to believe what you want to believe in that. That's not my belief. I was trying to get some understanding on your beliefs. That's why I'm asking you questions. You know what I'm saying? But if you want everybody to come from the understanding that you have, that's not gonna happen because people don't believe the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But I was coming for understanding.
It's not about beliefs. It's just about knowing. Like we're speaking about genetics. You feel what I'm saying? That's all. We're not talking about God, the Most High, Yahshua, Mohammed, Allah, Buddha. We're not talking about that fake shit right there. You feel what I'm saying? We're not getting into that. We're talking about genetics. Gene means origin. That's what we getting into. But I mean abundance.
So that's real to you, but everything else is fake. I mean,
I
I
mean,
could say from,
we can
I could
clearly.
say,
I mean, I'm not gonna argue too much on it because I don't care for religion or the Bible or anything because it's just a belief. The word belief has lie in it, so I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to faith. I subscribe to knowing. So
that's that's fine, brother. Like I said, I appreciate the space, brother.
most definitely abundance. Go ahead, Fifi. Yo, go ahead, Fifi. You off the app? We can't hear you.
How everybody doing?
Uh, Go ahead, Mayo. All right, go
Thank.
ahead. Dot dot dot.
So I just wanted to follow up on what June said earlier. So
I
I
want
was
to address the topic though. We are not all one species.
okay. So Sky has said that they took God and put him in the sky, and notice how he came in saying that he was a Bible believer. I didn't really grasp that context, because if you are into religion and you're in this live, then you're obviously interested in the topic of what we're talking about. So it's about like if you're asking the host questions, you're basically asking yourself questions. So you, like Sky said earlier, you have to go in and reflect and meditate because you wouldn't be sitting here arguing about religion if you knew who you were.
That is true.
Yeah, that's facts. But can I ask you though? Are we all one species?
Are we not?
No.
Okay, can you explain that?
I think that we're not humans. Nothing about quote unquote the title black people. We're not humans at all. Like you said, our genetics are totally different from a white person in a sense of, let's say they don't have junk DNA. Well, our DNA is not junk at all. So we kind of have to tap into that, and they don't want us to. So they give us titles and entertainment and religion and all that extra stuff because they don't want us to connect to our DNA and really tap into our what is it called? I forgot the name of it, but our Akashic records. I think that's the word.
Okay.
Just if I
Yeah, we
could,
hold up. Nah, bruh. We got other people that was in line. So go ahead, Richie.
All right. Hey guys. Yeah. On the fact of like, what do you say? Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. The white people actually have the Neanderthal DNA in them, as proven by scientists from Africa. Because you know how black people are being called monkeys and all that bullshit, and it's like, yeah. The white people are the ones with the Neanderthal DNA, while we have the pure Homo sapien DNA in us. So that's what I'm just trying to get across, and that's scientific proof. You can do your research on that. And yeah, we are all not one species, obviously, because black people do age differently to the whites and the Asians and the Hispanics and all that. We all age differently, so you can't say we are one species. So yeah, I agree with your statement. We're not one species. Yeah, that's what I gotta say at the moment.
Alrighty. Go ahead. 064.
No, we none of this stuff is about race. It's about exactly what you said it's about. It's just about genetics. Our makeup is different from theirs. We smell different. We see things different. We vibrate different. And our DNA and everything about us is different. And they know that. It was never about race. It's about what they know, who we is, where we from, and what they not. Everything that they done is out of pure jealousy. Uh, we're natural. They're unnatural.
Alright, can
And
you explain that?
that's why they call themselves humans. And they keep calling us black, but you can't view black on the hue spectrum and all that stuff. Like when you look up the definition of human and like law, it means a creature, sea creature. So that's what it says right there. They the humans, or mankind, or man like. Uh, we're totally different. We got melanin and they got melanin. They got something different. We can hold melanin and they can't. So
Alright, can you explain that?
like pretty much what like we like photosynthesis, right? Like plants is natural, right? Plants take in photosynthesis and stuff. It helps them grow. When plants doesn't get light, they turn brown. And they 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 pretty much not natural. Like they can't be in the sun and all the different things. That's why they created all these buildings and all these movies. Everything is in our face. All this illuminated and the stuff. Pretty much like everything you said, like the genetic makeup and them making movie talking about vampires. Not to get off subject. They pretty much telling you right there like they unnatural. They've been saying it for the longest. It's just like people just don't care, and they mad at the difference what they not, what they never gonna be. And the same thing I told somebody the other day. I was like, you guys can commit genocide all day long, but it's still not gonna change the genetic makeup because you guys carry a gene from the Neanderthal, which is unnatural, that carry this animal DNA. And you see it today.
Go ahead.
The attitude too, like the Reds monkey, right? And they call our DNA junk, but it's really not junk. It's a part of ourselves that they don't want us to remember. And like I said, they know about us, and like everything came from them. Mingling with these animals, and they're part animal. That's why they're animal lovers. They love animals so much. They'll treat an animal better than they'll do any one of us on this platform. This is what they closest to.
Right.
So everything about them, down to their DNA, their actions, their behavior, psychologically, everything. It shows who they are. But I don't know. I've been on different platforms, but my thing is like, okay, what we gonna do? Because it's like we know all this information. Do people continue like allowing them to control? Because like even with the whole like corporation thing, they just a company operating on our land. Who allowed them to do that?
But you know
That's
what I think? I
that's
think the biggest problem is
hold on. Yeah, that's the exact question. Like we think that we gave them we believe that these people have power over us. They don't have no type of power. That's the thing. Their whole system operates off of us, literally. And if we just understood self, then we could pass that down to our children and therefore we could actually thrive.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Because
I have a
I'm
question for
manufacturer.
O six War, if I can.
Yeah,
What is it that you think, like, to the people that think we should be doing something? What is it that you think we should be doing?
disconnecting from their system.
Okay, so how do we each do that?
can I jump in on that one?
One second, Mayor. I just wanted to ask him, and then the host is gonna get to the next guest.
Hold
Okay,
on.
like what the host was saying, right? Genetically, right? They studied us so they studied our habits, what we like, what we don't like, what make us sick, what control us. So what we got to do now is we have to study them. Because I was on another platform that made sense because we all have to come together individually and set aside our differences, pride, ego, and all this stuff. Because that don't help at the end of the day. It don't matter how much money you got. This person rich. This person got $1 billion. This person got $1 million. That don't matter. You don't got no power. Power is in numbers, and we have to come together individually, and everybody bring they blessing and their skills to the table, and we create our own government. Like people wouldn't feel being unalive, but that's promise for everybody. So, but the difference is what they doing is they don't care because they almost like a lesser version of what's natural. They unnatural, so they know they fate already. So they don't give a shit. They been crashing out since the beginning. They've been conquering and dividing for the beginning. So in order for us to uh go forward, we have to come together, disconnect from their system. So when you born, you know you have a social right. And I ain't trying to go like far from what you asked me, right? Everybody's connected to their system, even their own people. Everybody's looked at as like cattle. So in order for people to be free, really free, is not to be a part of the system. So when you born, if you ever have a child again, or somebody might have a child, they're gonna ask you, do you want a social? When you get a social, you make yourself a part of the system. Admiralty law. The admiral is the captain of the boat. You're on the vessel. They trick people like words like magic and spells. They trick you into believing you're on the common law, like on land, but you're on the boat because they came on the boat. So they still operate like they're on the boat because they came here on the boat, but they lied and said we came on the boat. And their captain is their leader, and the person, the admiral under admiralty law, is the Vatican. They operate under the Vatican, the same peoples.
So you're saying that the way that we disconnect or we dismantle the system is that we come together
Yeah,
and
disconnect.
come together collectively.
Yeah, the system needs us. We don't
So
need the system.
I
The
got
system
you.
needs
I
us.
got you. So in order for us to come together individually or collectively, you mean physically come together? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like it's not about race. That was
So
the biggest thing too. And the system, the whole thing they talking about the Bible, the beast is a system. It's because it's feeding off us. It's feeding off us, and how it's keeping everybody hooked is health. If you go back to the earth, like the mother, Kai, whatever you want to call it, Turtle Island. It give us everything we need, herbs, everything to heal ourselves, like mucus. If you look up everything right now, like viruses, all of them act the same. But I don't want to go too far on this. I might have to look this ourselves. But
I got you. So we are all sitting here in this live,
yeah,
129 people. We are together on so-called Black TikTok, Black Lives Matter, clubs, bars, cookouts, different types of events that are marketed towards us. We flock to. Black people are already together physically. We just are not together mentally and spiritually.
yeah, we
So
need
in
to show
order
love
for
and
us to
unity
come
too.
together in order for us to come together collectively, we have to each sit down with ourselves individually so
Yeah,
that we can understand that the togetherness is electromagnetism. That's through telepathy, which is our original communication. We use telepathy 1000% of the time first, then we speak. When originally we were not speaking, this language does not create audible friction. It actually destroys our prefrontal lobe.
I
So,
agree
in
with you.
order for us to come together, we have to drop everything that is eukaryotic, the ideology, the system itself, which the change in that shift takes place inwardly. That means that there is nothing outside of yourself that you need to do. There's nothing, there's no plan, there's nothing that we need to do as people besides go within. That's the one thing we haven't done. We've tried to get better credit so we can, I guess, further destroy ourselves. We go to their polls and we vote for our own destruction. Like we do everything outside of ourselves, thinking that we can fix us by putting a black face on their system. So instead, we think we need our own government. Like we're not governed by the cosmos and like we're not governed by universal law. What the fuck do we need our own government for? When the universe has her own laws that we're just not enforcing. And as masculine, the masculine energy is supposed to enforce universal law and to protect. That's what the vessel is for. So when we say, what are we supposed to do? You got to sit down with yourself and understand the energy that you are wanting to manifest first. If you don't understand that, why ask for it? When you get it, you're not going to know what to do with it. See, all these people want to talk about genealogy and getting land and shit. You don't know how to cultivate it. All of this stuff that we're asking for and saying that we need, we do not know how to. If we get it in our, if the system shuts down tomorrow, which is very likely, what are you gonna do? Do you know how to grow? Do you know how to
Yep.
chop down wood? Do you know how to build? And that's good for you, brother. But your other brothers don't. Your other brother is sleeping with the opposite
So we
species.
gotta teach them. That's what I'm saying.
So
Like
there's
those.
no teaching that needs to take place. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I agree with
We
you. I
each
agree
need
with
to
you.
tap into our genetics so we can understand our piece to the puzzle. That's when we will naturally gravitate towards each other. That's what protons and electrons do. That's who we are
Okay.
on a quantum level. That's what I'm saying. We got
So,
to go a little.
okay. So I want to respond to that. I agree with you 100%. And not just on this app, like you say, everybody getting together all over that want to come together and schedule like meetings. Like I heard on another app, like how what we go from here, like physically, not just on the app, just talking about it and having farmers, engineers, all these people just coming together. And you're right, we having a government, but at the same time, it's the world is what we eat off of the planet. Like we got everything we need already. It just they took control of it and they making us pay for it. So we living backwards, and we have to disconnect from them, and we have to come together.
They
Like
never took
each one
control
teach
of it
one.
though, bro. We're allowing them to have control. That's the difference. They can't take control of nothing. And
True.
it's nothing for us to learn how to cultivate the land ourselves. It's nothing for us to learn how to grow our own shit. It's nothing for us to learn how to,
Yeah, farming.
filter our own water. You feel what I'm saying? It's nothing to do all this.
Yeah, but
We're
like
just
people.
depending on the system. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
And then
Because
they
a
look at
lot
us like kids, like government. Like you look at the whole breakdown and the etymology and the whole prefix and the whole meaning of government. They look at everybody like kids and cattle. Like, but I was saying like in the sense like them taking control is they looking like y'all not depending on y'allselves, y'all depending on us. So that's what I mean by like they took control, but they really don't have no control because as we know, they need the system needs us. It feeds off us. It's a beast animalistic system that's feeding off everybody. It's parasitic. It's a one big old parasite. It's eating off people. So without us, it dies. So when we disconnect, we start teaching each other how to farm, botany, planting flowers, herbs, different herbs and medicines and all the different things, engineering, doctors and all the different things. Like we don't have to go to these schools to learn these things, but it's good. So we each one teach one, and we can just disconnect. We don't need them. But people were scared saying, "Oh, they're gonna bomb us." Remember they had Black Wall Street. Remember they had this. Okay, we just stopped there. That was ancestors was supposedly whatever. That was in the past. Like we gotta come together. Like if people gonna be scared, they gonna be scared. But me personally, I ain't scared. So I'm with whatever y'all with. Y'all, we can schedule meetings. We can come together. We can get other people's, and we can come up with a real plan, a real life plan. It
Bro,
ain't
we
everything
already we
happen
already
like.
together though, bro. So
Yeah, make some meetings, like schedule some meetings and everybody learn and we ain't gotta be, coming at each other next, like, hey, no, you stupid and you don't know this and like we all learning
so
together.
the thing
Oh,
is we
brother,
not go ahead.
my bad. I was just gonna say, if we come together right now, don't you know that nothing will get done because none of us know thyself? How can this is what I've been saying the whole life, brother. If we can't come together, if you don't understand your piece to the puzzle, how can we put our pieces together to form the puzzle?
Those who do
So that's what I'm
are
saying.
ones
If
to come
you
together and
don't,
teach the others.
guys, I'm
That's
host
that's on their journey.
abundance and gratitude to the panel. You know how I am. I've been trying to speak. You know what I'm saying? I've been already saying the same things multiple times. So I'm probably finna head out.
Abundance.
Sister, before you go, can I say something to you? And this is Mayor Van.
I just
You mind if I? You mind
absolutely
if I?
y'all. It's just we gotta wait, let each other speak each other's frequencies, or else we cannot build. That's what I'm saying. You want to come together with me, but you want to overtalk. So how can we build when you're not listening?
Are
That's
you
all I'm trying to say.
Are you referring to me? Because I just got here and I just wanted to ask you
I'm I'm
questions.
just
Bro, she's
I'm
just
just
speaking to the
still,
species,
yeah,
bro.
I'm just speaking like again, when we come together, we don't know even how to come together. We can sit in a room and over talk each other because we don't understand letting each other express our frequencies. We don't understand energy. If in order for us to actually move forward, you think we can do that when everybody else is going in different directions? No. We have to come together in our frequency. We have to internally shift so it can show on the outside that we are moving collectively. But you have to be together within yourself. People be scatterbrained as fuck saying, let's come together. Hell nah. You finna put that energy on me. I understand what you're trying to do in your energy because I've been there, but I also ascended and I can see things, especially as I've cleaned up my vessel because I don't consume meat. I don't consume eukaryotic plants like kale, cruciferous vegetables, celery. I don't do that. I can now literally smell from way further than I did last year or the year before last. That's how I know these niggas are sulfur and ammonia based. Because y'all can be what were we at in the we be like 100 or 200 feet from these niggas and can smell them.
Right.
That wasn't like I wasn't like that when I was still eating meat 2 years ago.
All of your
I was a lot of
senses.
shit I didn't smell, that I didn't know, that I didn't see, spiritually and physically, because it clogs your meridians, it causes brain fog, it causes you to do things that your body is not supposed to do, and it causes disease. We have to sit down with ourselves and be for real about our ascension and stop playing in spirituality. That's all I'm saying. If we want to come together, we have to do the work so that way when we come together, we can put each piece together to make the puzzle. But if you don't understand that you even have a piece, what the fuck are we coming together for? That's all I'm saying.
I have a question. Are you like, do you have like fear or doubt? I hear that you said you tried to do it, but there's like you could like do it for real. Like I can't say a lot. It's a lot of stuff. I know my part. That's why I said what I said. But and the other people that know their part, they can do the same thing. It's the others too. So my question is, are you like in fear, or like what, or do you think it's impossible? Like,
Who said they was in fear?
no, I'm just saying, like, I was listening to her, like, I'm asking, I'm not saying she in fear. I'm like asking questions, like she's saying, like, come together, like it sounds like she has doubt, like it's not gonna work. So my thing is, okay,
I mean, a lot of us. What's the point of coming together with people who don't even understand themselves?
but I'm saying those who do understand themselves and their position and their gifts and their blessing, however you want to call it, to teach the others that those want to learn. So it has to start somewhere. So
That's the thing. We shouldn't be teaching anybody though. The only people that's supposed to be, if you have children, you're supposed to teach your children. You're not supposed to teach grown folks. You feel what I'm saying? Like nothing else in nature tries to go teach a young folk. You're not gonna see an adult elephant try to go teach another adult elephant. You feel what I'm saying? That's not how it works.
I kind of disagree
If you
because
hold
people
on,
that
hold
go,
on, hold on. If you want to see change, then start with the children. Then, like, if you want to come together, start with the children. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we don't have time to sit here and try to teach grown ass adults. Nigga, y'all been on this earth. Motherfuckers been on the earth 50 years, still asking questions instead of going to get the knowledge themselves. You feel what I'm saying? I don't got time for that. There's children out here getting snatched up. You feel what I'm saying? My children are still going to the schools. My children are still going in these hospitals getting medically and psychologically evaluated. So why would I focus on teaching another grown ass adult? Go do the work yourself.
I agree with you to a extent, but that in itself, that right there, it's people that, okay, like, okay, this is my dad told me, right, one day. Just because a person is up in age, that doesn't mean they're holding wisdom and knowledge. So therefore, you may have to share something with them. They might not be able to take meat right now. You might have to give it to them and like baby spoon, just share with them and let them catch it themselves. So they grown. That's true. They got to go fetch the knowledge and seek the knowledge themselves. But it do start with all the kids, like telling them the truth. Like all these fake holidays and Christmas and Easter, all that's fake. That's fake religion. All that's fake. That divide people. People was never like we was never like religious people and all this stuff and Jesus. That's fake. We predate all that. That's fake. They took them
Uh,
stories from other stuff and tablets and scrolls. They didn't mix some stories and that's man made. All that's fake.
Wait,
Like
wait, wait, dude. At the end of the day, no one.
I'm just saying it's fake. It's a lot I can say on this app, but they'll shut your app down. Like on my own experience, stuff I know to be true and facts, and I know my position and my part, and I ain't scared. I go all the way with it. If it becomes revolutionary, however it goes that way off this app. Me myself personally, I'm tired, but it do start in the home teaching the kids because they do the same thing. They teach hatred in their home. They teaching them to hate us, but they not telling the truth because there is no reason for them to hate us. But they're doing it out of jealousy because they want to instill in their kids, like you say, yeah, don't like them. They this, and this, that, and that. It's the same thing. So we do have to start in the home. But those who are old and like whatever range, we still have to share with them too the information because you got to
okay,
wake them
but
up too.
when we're having these lives, right? So the goal is children. When we're having these lives, as a grown ass adult, right, who actually wants to learn thyself,
Yeah.
maybe instead of coming up here and asking 50,000 questions, trying to get me to spark your neurons, maybe you should listen to the words that are being said and go do some research on it instead of trying to ask me. You feel what I'm saying? Because if I just up and out and just tell you, you're not gonna understand it because you didn't do the research. You're just gonna be regurgitating what I'm saying. And we don't need no regurgitators, we need knowers.
Well, when I feel like you say you get people that come up right, they ask you a question, but like I'm saying, like it doesn't like matter the age range. Like you said, you don't got time to be teaching another dope, but that dope might be coming to you because he don't know which way to go. So like you say, he still got to learn. So it comes like, all right, look, you can start here,
You're
and
not
that's
understanding what
a
I'm saying.
That's what he's saying. He doesn't
yeah.
need help from the other individual. He needs help. The help is telling you to go within because all the answers are in there. It's in neuromelanin. When you're tapping into your chakras, when you're tapping into you, You're tapping into the soul. SOL is the neuromelanin. So we give people the blueprint. You just don't like the answer. I'm looking at the comments. Y'all just don't like the answer. I understand what you mean by people need help. The help is go within, babe. Sit with yourself because you have the answers. I don't know your piece to the puzzle, but we do both have a piece. In order for you to navigate yours and for me to navigate mine, we have to explore it by ourselves. I can't tell you what to do with your piece. It wasn't given to me. So what we're saying is the help that you're looking for, the love that you're looking for, the peace that you're looking for is in you. You create the reality. Nobody else is creating your reality but you. Take responsibility for where you are, lock in, and pivot so we can get our children back. All of this other stuff in the comments and up here is excuses. You are a divine being. Ain't that what's within y'all bio? Goddess, divine being, divine masculine, divine feminine energy. But then you're saying, I need help. Are you meditating? Are you tapping into you? I thought we were spiritual. I thought we knew who we were. So I'm not going with the semantics. You feel me? We gotta step up to the names that we put on ourselves. We're gonna subscribe to titles, live by it. Cause that's what's coded within your genetics, but you have to tap into it. I can't tap into your that's what he's saying. I can't spark your neurons or fire your synapses for you.
That is true. They lie about a lot of stuff about the creator. They God is they God. They create they imaginary God. But me on my journey, I learned from seeking within myself. So that is true. But when people come to him, they come to him because they seeing what he can guide them into the way where they can go look for the information. But it's true, they got to do it themselves. That's my part. I was saying, like, I agree with him, but then to extent. So if somebody come to me, they 70 years old, and I'm only what 27, 26, and they come to me and they ask me a question. If that's something I can share with them, then that may send them on their journey because they searching. They already on their journey. They asking the question. So you playing your part. Like, I know this.
Absolutely. When it comes to that,
yeah.
But we're talking about we're talking about people coming onto a live and picking our brains apart.
Oh, okay.
That's not someone that's looking for knowledge. That's someone that's looking for you to tell them everything. So that's what I'm saying. I understand what y'all are saying. That is not the same thing that takes place in this room, though. People come up here and say, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I disagree and I disagree. And so the host says, okay, tell us and explain it. And they say, oh, I can't really explain. So then we ask, why come up here if you can't express your frequency? And then y'all get mad and then be like, oh, we can't ask a question. Why did you come up here if you didn't know the answer to what you came up here to discuss? Now we the bad guys. Now we got ego problems. Now we the problem. Now we're not. Now we're, but y'all are not applying yourselves though. This is not your live that you just, you know what I'm saying? This is a live for critical thinkers and people that are sat with themselves. My apologies that other brothers and sisters want to come here and talk about fruitless shit like racism and box braids and light skin versus dark skin. We're sitting here discussing colors and not the genetic composition that makes up the color. How can we build?
Or especially like regurgitating the same information. It just I'm at a point like I know my position, I know what I know. I'm just coming to basically like I agree with y'all saying, but like now, what are we gonna do? Like, what's the plan? Are we gonna like be coming together like collectively, and it gonna be like meetings scheduled, and people continue on their journey and learning, gaining, and gathering more information, and going forward, so on. Like,
We need to know thyself and get back to our children. Like learn thyself and get back to the children. That's all you need to do. Because like I said, yes, I could sit here and tell you everything that we know, right? But at the end of the day, children are gonna have questions, and guess what? You can't answer it because you regurgitate. You don't actually know what you're talking about. You just regurgitating because you resonated with a brother or a sister was saying. You feel what I'm saying? And we can't pass that down to children no more. We got to pass down nothing but truth and facts to children. We can't just sit here and pass regurgitation down to children because that's not going to help us grow.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Can I
do.
say?
I do want to get to the next person. Richie, you after just B, but go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. It's very interesting listening to everybody, and I don't know how old everybody is. I think Rich might be a little bit older. I'm not sure. I'm in my late 50s. Feel like I'm 30, but that's because I'm in myself. I understand it, but the thing is that when I was 20, when I was in my teens, I felt like I was by myself because where you guys are now, I was. And because of lots of different things, you get entangled and you mix yourself up energies with other people. So then when you go through life and then finally realize I was there already. Now, just to explain what I'm just saying right now is when I was in my teens and my 20s, I was by myself. I couldn't understand why nobody got it. It was like, y'all don't understand this? It's like common sense stuff.
Can
But
I
it
ask
took
you
me
a
a long
question?
time. It took me a long time to realize that not everybody is going to get it. So as I started to go on and realize there were other people like me,
Wait,
I
Mayor.
started.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are we all one species?
There we go. That's okay. Uh, can I just finish? I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and I'll answer your question. Is that okay?
I kind of want to just stay on the topic.
I did want to answer that, and because I wanted to talk about that originally when I didn't get on, but I just wanted to just tell you real quick, if you don't mind, please, and I'll be real quick and I'll answer the question. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So the alienation you feel as someone who knows, who's someone who's already elevated, who's someone who's been born into it, and a lot of us already are. The learning process is so hard when you do it by yourself. And I totally agree and understand there are people who get up there and ask the stupidest stuff or really are just negative or really just don't even want answers. Those are the people who will fall away sooner or later. But my belief, it is our job to teach, but teach in a way that they are not getting regurgitation, teaching to help people research. And this is like, just like you said, Sky, I believe you educate somebody, you make sure they understand it, and then you say to them, here, this is where you go get it. And we're not going to sit here and play the game and go round and round and round and say the same thing over and over again. This is where you find it. That's it. These are the resources. And then you move to the next individual, I believe, or that individual will attract to you because it needs to know. Now, the question, I do not believe we're all one species. I believe I believe what we call or label us black people, or I don't know if everybody here is black, which is a label, we are different.
All right, can you
I
explain
don't
that?
know. I don't know exactly how, because I don't know all the scientific terminologies, but I do know when I was younger, I researched something that did not make sense to me as I got older about when they were talking about all this stuff about Fauci and all these people about how people have these wells and certain people have these wells with a deposit so that the enzymes sit in. And it didn't make sense to me if they were animal enzymes, but we were people and we didn't have those wells and how they were sitting in it. So then I started doing more research on RNA negative blood and this and that and la 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 and going this rabbit hole, and you start to figure out that not everybody's the same, because if you have animal DNA and then you also, there's a group of you that only can carry this type of blood, and you start to realize that, okay, so now when all of these bird flu and that flu is getting around, yeah, a lot of us get sick, but some of them, they can't take it because the animals that they're using for all these viruses affect them badly. Why? Because they're not like us.
Okay, would you referring to the blood type or
No, I'm
just like
referring to just like you were saying, but what, but I do believe that those blood types and varying do depend a lot too on those things. But I agree what you were saying that is genetics. It's part of who we are. We're not the same. We don't, like you said, we don't smell the same. When I would get on the train in New York, when I used to live in New York, and it would rain, there are certain people they just smelt like animal. Period. We don't smell the same, all of that. And it's more than what we just put in our body. Yeah, if you put a whole bunch of junk in your body, I'm going to smell you a mile away if my senses are acute. But if you eat animal or certain things like that, that permeates and even changes your DNA because it becomes you. You are what you put in your body for the most part. So you can't even resonate. Now, going back to what Sky was saying about going within, I totally believe that. But now I'm this energy person. I'm this person with high energy and all this information and being bombarded. And I go to somebody to say, listen, this is bugging me the hell out. I need help. I don't know what to do because I got all of this being in me. And now that is the guidance we as the enlightened need to give. And there is no questioning on that. And I'm quite sure and I believe that that's not what Sky or anybody else meant by not giving. It's the knuckleheads with the bad energy that just keep coming back. Did I answer your question, boss, or did I just run that around in a circle?
nah, you got to the point you said we're different because of genetics. But
But my learning of it was because I had to understand why. Why were some people getting sick, some people dying, and why was there old black people and black people really not, but they was covering up and doing this, and why was it obese people, and when you start to break all that down, you start to realize that we're not the same. And you don't have to be a doctor, lawyer, or scientist. You only got to care about your own health. You only have to start eating certain things and not eating what everybody else is. And when you start eating, more fruits or a more H3O diet. And then at one point, you should be able, which I believe, is not to eat at all or
facts.
eat very little. Because totally, I believe we are energy beings in a 3D matrix skinless body, which is this gravel, but we eat sunlight. And if what I found out like a dummy at 40, the biggest organ in our body is our skin. And I learned that because when my ex-wife was putting pads on her skin for birth control, and it made me think, oh shit, excuse me. Oh snap, you can absorb a chemical like that to make you not go through the skin. And then you start to do that and realize, okay, so everything that I touch, everything that I do, I'm poisoning myself. Everything that, I put in my body, I'm poisoning myself. I got to treat this better so that the energy that I put out is able to absorb or me not absorb whatever I want. And that's another thing that I wanted to say about absorbing. You are either an energy absorber where you can pick up frequencies, smells, all that stuff, or you're somebody who puts it out and you change atmospheres like that when you move around. Now, you should be able to do all of those things, but some people are just better at others, which now leads me to believe if we have over 1 trillion something cells and you have more ability and more control over what you eat, stop touching poisons, and now you can control the energy flow, not just knowing that your inner self, but now you control the energy flow. And now what you can do is what they're really scared of.
Okay.
Rich, I'm gonna stop talking because I know you wanted to speak.
Nah, just be Jess. She's next. Go ahead, Jess.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't mean to guide you alive.
okay. Um, so I grew up being told that we were not all the same, like species. So it was the reason why my family put us on a vegan or raw vegan diet at an early age, because that was basically how our, I was told that that's how our bodies were made. We weren't made to eat animals, like similar to Asians or whites, right? Non quote unquote black people. So I never had a reference to like science or anything like that was, something like, I never had a reference to science. So it always just kind of floated in my head thinking like, okay, this could have just could be just like a quote unquote spiritual belief. But now knowing what you guys are talking about, now I really understand like this is all facts here. This is all science. So that's pretty much all what I want to say because I don't have any science to back it up. This is just, I just want to share like, that's
Research.
exactly, I want to do more research and going forward. So yeah, that's it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Abundance. Go ahead, Richie.
All right, hi guys again. Just to expand on the topic and what Mayo was talking about in terms of like say these some type of diseases that we can withstand and the other races can't like withstand. Like for example, malaria. Because I grew up like 12 years in Africa and I moved to Australia like back in 2012. So like there's certain type of diseases I have come across and it doesn't affect us as a species because we're like more resistant to most of the diseases on Earth, unlike the other races that have the animal DNAs in them. So that's just one thing, and another thing is that like if you want to connect to like your true being, your true energy being, or like a high reach a higher level of existence and know what you're actually doing and your purpose on this planet, I reckon just meditate more and like you know how we get deja vu here and there and like, it's like you've been somewhere or like you've done something a couple of times, like it happens like once in a while, but it happens, you know what I mean? That's just like your higher self trying to communicate with you and trying to guide you to go to like to do the right things and like follow your desires and your dreams and whatever. And then when you feel the feeling of deja vu, that means you're meant to be at this place at the right time, and then you know what to do at the time. That's how it is, and you just gotta meditate more and like yeah. And parallel universes, this is what I think is happening. Like there's like multiple versions of us trying to guide us and help us achieve our desired dream and goal on this existence we're living in right now. And that's just my yeah, that's just my thought about the whole thing. And in terms of us not being one species, it's true, we're not. Like you can just tell by the where we are, the energy we give out in every single aspect of life and everything. So it's pretty obvious, but yeah, it's like when you walk in a room filled with other races. When you walk in the room, the energy shifts. Like it's like a feeling of like, yo, they look at you and they're just like in awe, like jealousy, and they're envious of you. I don't know if anyone gets that, but like I do get that like a lot, especially in Australia. Like people are like less educated and everything, so when they see you, they just want to get to know you and all that. But it's like they're in awe of you, and that's a feeling of like I don't know. Yeah, but that's all I got to say. You can ask me any questions I can answer, but yeah.
All right, for I'm gonna start with Mayor, and then I'm gonna get back to you, Richie. But Mayor, what is the so-called black man's job on the planet?
The melanated man. I believe the melanated man job, because he was built to be here, was to dominate as a man. But oh, see, no, let me rephrase that. Not as a man. Let me rephrase that. I think as the entities we are on this in this thing, we are truly here to learn how to master matter. We came in this body and we're learning. We learn how to breathe. We learn how to walk. We learn how to talk. Then we have to learn also, and people think that I know Sky said something about speaking, original language, telepathy, so on. Just so I'm not saying it correctly how she said it, but just so you understand, I heard what she said. But I do believe that words have power. There is a vibration, energy in speaking, and there is creation in it. But I do also believe that at one point you will be able to think it, and the energy, just like from point A to point B, actually thinking it, and you're there. So, I'm sorry.
So I'm confused on why you didn't even throw in protecting our women and children in there. Because when you
Well,
look at nature, all the males in nature protect their children.
Well, I think when we're living in that type of energy, I don't think there's a need for protection, because we're living on a different energy, a different plane, a different thinking, a different way. So there, that violent needing to protect thing is not
Hold
even
on,
needed.
brother. Protection
That,
is not. That's not
no,
violent. You
meaning
feel what
that
I'm saying? Hold on, brother. Hold on,
in
brother.
order to protect, there
Hold
has
on,
to be
brother.
a violent
Hold
part.
on, bro. Hold on, brother. The thing is, I'm like I said, I'm confused on why you didn't bring up our women and children needing protection, because I don't know if you was in here earlier, but we stated that 8 million children are being snatched every single year, right? 8 million children. Most of them looking like you. You feel what I'm saying? And the fact that you ain't say protecting children is crazy to me, because what do you mean we need to dominate as men? How we gonna dominate as men and our children and women are getting snatched up? That don't even make any sense to me, because the only reason that the so-called black man was created was to protect his species.
No, you misunderstood me, brother. I'm sorry. And let me make it clear. When That's why I jumped back to, as far as energy was concerned, and I wanted it to be clear as far as I believe we're here for that particular thing, and learning matter. Now is when we go back, if we're talking about the physical nature, and we're talking about where we are now, and the people and the energy that we are now, to deal with the problems that we have now, that's a different thing. And I wasn't referring to that. Now, referring to that, oh yes, I totally agree that we need to take a stronger hand, because most people don't even realize that our people are being taken like that, and why they're being taken like that, because melanin is the highest thing on the stock exchange.
Right, but it don't matter. Anywhere we go, we should be protecting our women and children, though. It's
No,
not.
I totally agree. I never believe. I just didn't get to a physical aspect of what I was referring to. That's all. And I totally agree that we do have to protect our women and children, because there's a problem with the fact that our families are not together, and men need to be more of what they're supposed to be, taking care of our families.
Uh, June or yeah, June. What's the so-called black man's responsibility on the planet?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, sir. I do believe that the black man is here to lead all people in the ways of the Most High God. That is why we are put here on this earth, to be the light.
Right.
Hmm.
So is that it?
Yeah, in a nutshell, for sure. I mean, I could say more, but it's up to you.
So we're here to lead the people to the Most High God, but we not gonna talk about the 8 million children getting snatched up though, which is crazy to me. So it's like you want to subscribe to this Most High God, but He's allowing 8 million children to be snatched. And I want to ask you, as a so-called black man, if you was in the position of the Most High God, would you let 8 million children get snatched?
I'm not in the position of the Most High God,
I'm
and
asking you if you was, brother.
I don't play like that, brother. The Most High God has a creation, and He does what He will with
You
with His
can't answer
creation.
the question.
Mm.
Because I mean, so we can lead people to the Most High, but you can't even question this nigga. Like, all I'm asking you is, if you was in the position, what would you do? Would you allow these 8 million children to get snatched up every single year?
Are you not made in his image? Are these children not fresh from heaven? They're these babies. Grape used to be legal. You can read when grape was legal, they were raping, or excuse me, my bad. F1, y'all. My apologies. If I
Yeah.
get taken down, I'll come back on my backup. But they were raping our children as early as 2 hours old. Why was your God allowing that when they was just sitting next to him? So if you're made in his image, you should be able to give us some answer, bro.
Um,
If you study your God, you should be able to tell me his thought process. Why is he allowing that shit?
if you know anything about the Most High God, you do not think like Him, and I don't think like Him. He is His own entity. He does His own thing. You understand? It's pretty
Okay,
sacrilegious
so
to me.
basically, there is no real explanation for why he allows children to be raped at 2 hours old. 2 hours ago, they was with him, and in less than a day, they're getting raped, and he just
Ma'am,
created.
ma'am, it's not that there's not an explanation.
Mhm.
It's that the explanation is not it's not for us.
Oh, so
It's
it's
not
not for
for
Oh,
the
us. The information not for us, but the graping's for us.
right.
You sick as shit, my brother. I ain't going on. You see what I'm saying? And after we're telling you what's happening on the planet, you still haven't. It still hasn't unlocked something in you. Like you're not motivated by that. That our children and women are getting snatched.
You just
Like what's
said that
going
it's
on?
your duty that you believe as a man to protect the species, but then you said, "Oh, we
I
can't
never,
really give it."
I
Oh,
never
so
said
you.
that.
Oh, okay. So, oh, okay. So
No,
when the
don't
host
don't
just
put
said, no, 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 no,
sister,
no,
don't
no,
put
no, no,
don't put
no, 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 because all the lives are recorded. Make sure you're following the host, and the live will be posted on YouTube, so you can actually play it back and hear yourself later. Because he just said that he agreed. You said, I agree with you there. And then I asked you the question that I asked you. So again, why is your so-called God allowing children, innocent babies? First of all, I got another question.
Why are you
Since
following
you
him?
since you
If
already
you know
asked
that.
him, since we already asked you that and you didn't answer it, I'm gonna
no.
ask you this.
I do have an answer, but you cut me
Nah,
off.
because you said that you didn't have an explanation for it because you said what he does is what he does, so you don't know because you can't think
That's a
for him
fact.
and you
That's a
don't play
fact.
God. So let me just ask you the next question. So why is God allowing so-called innocent children, right, to be raised and guided by sinners? If it's the parent's job to train a child up in the way that they should go so that they don't depart from him, how the fuck is everybody a sinner?
What do you mean? How is everybody a sinner? You make the choices that you make every day.
But if you're connected to God 100% of the time because you train the child up in the way that it should go, how where does why are unclean people teaching innocent pure babies that were christened in water that has traces of fecal matter?
Sister, did your mother train you guys up to be in the Lord?
My mother did not. No, she didn't.
Okay, so you just answered your own question. Like, obviously, all people don't do that. So,
Right, but
what are you
don't I know
talking about?
thyself though? But don't I know thyself? Don't I know that our children are going missing? And don't I go live
I
about
don't
that?
know
And don't
what
I
you
tell
know.
the people? Right.
Oh God,
So again, you sound like you don't know nothing because you can't
you
answer none of the
know
questions that
God
I'm
is
asking you. Why is your God allowing children to be snatched and experimented on?
I do.
And the thing is, if you
Like
know,
like that's the golden
Okay.
question, bro.
if
Why
you
is your
Do
know,
you
God
want me to
allowing us
answer?
to suffer?
if you know
Yeah.
that he's allowing this shit, why are you following this
I
so-called
Yeah.
gave
God?
you
You
an
Why are
think
you
that
answer. I
shit
can
following
give
this
you
cool?
an
shit?
answer that
You
you
think that
like.
If you
shit
know
cool,
he's
bro?
allowing this to happen to somebody who genetically and biologically looks like you, why are you following and reading his so-called book?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why are you enforcing that?
When it was given to us by eukaryotic organism.
That book that you keep referring to was created so-called 2,000 years ago. Like we not seeing Revelations play out. It's 2000 and so-called 25. That book was created by eukaryotic men, and
That's
their God
that's the
is the
whole
same
point.
nigga that our children that are
That's
getting
the whole point. That's
experimented
what
on are
prophecy means.
reporting to.
That's what prophecy
No,
means.
that's not. No, 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 no. You got to understand. Who? I'm gonna ask you this then. Who wrote the Bible?
Our ancestors wrote the Bible.
Oh wow.
That's cap.
That's cap, bro. And that's sad that you even white people don't even say that. Bro, that is sad as fuck. Which ancestor, please?
Well, if white people is your
Let's
higher
go ahead and tell
power,
us
then
which ancestor,
that's
please.
fine.
Go ahead and tell us which ancestor.
Moses, the ancestors, Noah. Who else? Name them.
You
Matthew.
name them. Nigga, that's your Bible. The fuck?
Nigga.
Nigga talking about name them. Nigga, you naming them right now. You're naming superficial people, characters, just like I was
Nigga,
reading Charlotte's
they're
Web.
not kids.
I was 11 years
That's
old reading
not a
Charlotte's Web.
storybook.
The
The
Holy
Bible is
Charlotte,
not
Bible.
a story.
hold on.
You're
The
misunderstanding of
characters,
the
the
Bible.
characters in these fictional ass books is derived from the same people that Bible is rooted in folklore.
You're
Because you
prove it.
have to understand.
Prove it.
Okay,
Prove it, or you're a liar. Prove it,
I can
or you're a
actually tell.
liar. Prove it.
Okay, shut the fuck up, please, because now you're finna piss me off. Because you're over talking and you're losing. Because you still haven't answered why your God is allowing children to be snatched and experimented on, and you think you're winning an argument. That's sad as fuck.
I'm not lying.
That you're
I'm not
literally
lying.
excusing, that
Prove
you're
what you're
making an
saying.
excuse for God for allowing babies. I wish I could really post the
You
pictures.
just
I
said
wish we could show them the pictures without getting our shit banned and taken away.
you said
You
he's
see
a
what I'm
whole nother
saying?
entity, but now you have excuses of why he's letting this shit happen.
Like that's wild as fuck to
He's his
me.
own entity. He could do what he want, but he's doing it because of this.
So so do
What?
you think so let me just
You're
ask
making
you a
excuses for
question
this man.
in front of 114 people. Do you think children being experimented on and raped
Another living
under
entity.
listen to what I'm saying. Do you think children, women, men of all so-called races, do you think it's moral and ethical for children to be experimented on? I'm just going to start there. Do you think it's moral or ethical for women, children, and men to be experimented on?
I do not experiment on women and
I
children and
didn't
men.
I
I
didn't
keep
say
it
that. I
so
that's not what I asked you. I said, do you think it is
I would
ethical
make
and moral that it is happening? I'm not putting it on you. I'm
that's
asking you
not
straight. I'm asking you a question.
that's not something I would do.
I'm asking you if it
So
is
why are you
more
following him then?
moral. Hold on, no. Because I'm asking you if it is moral or ethical for it to happen. I'm just asking you a simple question.
I mean, we live in a world where anything can happen. So
I'm
Whoa, bro. Answer the
so
question,
I'm
bro.
gonna ask you for the last time. Do you think anywhere in the world, whether you're doing it or someone else is doing it, do you think it is an ethical and a morally correct thing to do when it comes to experimenting on people in any way?
People get experimented on all the time. A
I'm
great big
done
thing.
What the
asking this nigga,
fuck?
bro.
Yeah.
I'm
You
done.
fucking
I'm
weird,
done.
man. I
You're
ain't gonna
weird.
lie, man.
And
That's
I would
weird.
never have my fucking children around you, bro. I would never have my fucking children around niggas that think like you, bro.
Would you allow your child to get experimented on?
The fuck? Why would you
Answer
do you
that
have
question.
children, bro? Like what the fuck?
You can't be a real
You can't be a real nigga, bro.
you can't be a real brother, bro. There's no way,
Bro,
bro.
we sitting here asking you, is it ethical for your brothers and sisters to be experimented on? You talking about people get experimented on. I know. I'm asking you if
That's
it's
not the
moral or
question you asked.
ethical, bro. And
That's not
then
the question
I've
you
asked
asked.
you 6
I told
times
you.
and you still haven't given me a yes or no. That's a problem.
Y'all asking a question and then expecting
No,
that.
I'm asking you a simple yes
Question.
or no question.
And I asked you if you will allow that to happen to your child, and you haven't answered that either, by the way.
I haven't heard you said that. The girl been speaking the whole time, bro. What do you want to ask me so I can answer your question?
I was just gonna ask, would you allow your children to get experimented on?
Absolutely not. Like, what kind of question
Exactly.
is that?
So you wouldn't just tell
Like,
them,
first
oh,
of all, hey,
anybody
hey,
can just get
let
experimented
me
on.
let me
Exactly.
lay
You
out.
wouldn't.
Hey, bro,
Exactly.
let me.
So that's how we need to step for all of our children and our women
Okay,
and our brothers, man.
okay.
We
Well,
all the same
let me show you
genetically.
this about checking for the. Let me show you this about checking for the family. I don't know if your if Shawty's your old lady or what, but
Yo,
Shoddy, old lady.
that's no.
I
This is
don't
my
I
Wow.
don't
universe, bro. This is
I
my
don't
other
like
half of my
You
brain.
understand
When we
genetics
talk,
and energy. You wouldn't have
I
just
don't
called me
like
no fucking
going
shorty or
back
no
and forth
fucking
with women.
chick.
I don't
You
like
really
going back
got
and forth
one
with
last
women.
fucking time, and I'm going to
She has a
boot your
question.
ass off of this
You
fucking live
to ask it to
because
me.
it's hard for you to see the truth because you're eating against your genetic makeup. I'm going to come clean with you. That's what I was leading all the way up to, and I'm not trying to, come for you, but it is always going to be hard for anyone to see the truth in anything that has a clogged meridians, brain fog, clogged arteries, you not seeing nothing the way that you should. And we asked you a simple question, brother,
yeah,
about
bro.
your species, bro, about women and children. And right after that, you called me a fucking shorty or a chick? Check
A
yourself,
fucking
bro.
chicken, nigga.
Check
Like
yourself,
this,
bro.
you know what
Like
I'm
real
saying?
shit.
This is
I'm
the
coming to you
universe.
like, you know what I'm saying? Really trying to lock in with you.
Hey,
Watch how
yourself.
you talk about the feminine energy because I'm not disrespecting you. I'm keeping it real. I'm asking you questions that you probably just haven't been asked before and you're failing at answering this shit because you're not answering. You're not even giving me an answer. If you can agree that the masculine energy is supposed to protect the species and to enforce universal law, if you can at least agree with protecting the species, I know you into that religious shit, but you should be protecting the women around you. Based off of what you said, I know you don't protect women around you and you probably don't value them. I would never refer to the divine masculine as uh I don't even fucking know because I only refer to them as divine masculine or masculine.
That's a cold assumption to put on a person, but go ahead and do you. I
It's not an
mean,
assumption. We asked you a question and you couldn't give us an answer 6 times. How is that an assumption?
so you made an assumption.
We didn't make an assumption. We asked you a yes or no
I
answer,
didn't give
yes or
an
no
answer.
question, and you didn't
You
answer
made
it.
an assumption.
You didn't
You
answer
just
it.
said you
No,
just
you
said I
made an
didn't.
assumption because
So
you
that
think you
means
think
you
that I'm
made
finna
an
bust you.
assumption.
You think I'm finna bust
That
you
means you
with
made.
your answer. So you're just not giving me a yes or no answer. Right. Yeah, you're laughing,
Right.
but you literally
I'm
just
sorry, that was
okay
me,
the
Sky.
fact. Oh,
That was
okay.
me, Sky. I'm gonna
Yeah,
mute it.
because I was literally, I
Me,
was about to
he
boot
came
him,
at me
bro.
about.
Yeah,
He
like
came
dude,
at me about my
hold
weight.
on, brother. It's like you're trying to play dodgeball with the questions because you want to try to justify your fake ass God in the sky. That's the problem. Because you understand that if you wouldn't do it, now you got to question that nigga in the fucking sky. That shit. Then why the fuck am I? Why is he allowing that? You feel what I'm saying? But you don't want to get into that.
But
That's
see,
not true.
but
That's not true,
you know what
bro.
it
You
is
coming
too.
from you
If
coming.
you, brother Joan, you know what it is too. You need to understand or understand, excuse me, that he looks, I believe, at God as the Bible portrays him, and a lot of the things is that the scriptures, and I do, and I'm speaking up, and I'm not afraid to answer what he ain't gonna answer. I do believe. is wrong. But I do not believe in the boogeyman God like other people do, the how they look at the scriptures. See, I look at the scriptures as esoteric because they show you how, because just like when we were talking earlier about teaching people, that book, if you don't look at it as this boogeyman, God outside you book, it will teach you who you are inside and how to get there by doing certain things, acting certain ways, not praying but meditating. And it's all in there if you're not reading, if you're not up there listening to the institutions, because the institution has nothing to do with the esoteric parts of the scripture. And I'm not talking about the Bible. And then, do I believe that there is some boogeyman God that's jealous? Why would the energy, the resonance of everything that holds everything together be jealous of anything, because it is everything? So is it responsible for any of that? No, we are. And it lets it do what its children do, us, the energy that it gave energy to us and will. And we're doing that. Little G's.
Okay, so I can respect some of that you said for sure. But what you're missing, that is the first commandment is put no gods before me. Yes, us little G's are G's, but we're not the big G. You understand what I'm saying?
But
The way
we're the
they are
ones that are
coming at
committing the
the way
atrocities.
the way they are coming at me is for us little G's to be coming at the big G. This is my point. I'm not gonna
No,
do
no, no, no,
that.
no, 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 no. Don't get my words twisted into what you're saying, because now what you just said is Big G making it a God outside you. I don't believe in a God outside you. So in the way you terminalize it, I don't think of it that way. I
Okay,
see
so
myself
you
as a
just said you just said
vibration, a
you said little
energy
G and big
that
G.
was given. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right.
You said little
Hold
G and
on.
big G.
I
So
want to ask.
what's big G?
Hold on. I want to ask you a question, bro. So,
Who you talking to?
you. So, is it our responsibility to protect women and children or not?
No. You trying to pack me
Bro,
out
yes
or
or
something?
no? Yes
What
or
are you
no?
trying to
Yes or
get to
no?
here? What are you
Yes or
trying to get to?
yes or no? Is it our job to protect women and children? Yes or no?
Yes, that's the job of the man. Yes.
Okay, then we're made in the likeness and the image of the Most High, right? So why are we not holding him to that standard as well? Why is he allowing 8 million children to go missing? Like, and
Because
I don't want to hear prophecy.
because
I don't want to hear,
because you
oh, he
didn't.
just hold on,
Hey,
hold on, hold on. I don't want to hear no excuses for the nigga. I want a clear, direct answer on why he's allowing this shit to take place.
well, you just literally blocked me from being able to answer it, bro, because you don't want to hear it.
I mean, if it's prophecy, then why the fuck is so-called black men out here allowing that shit to happen?
See, now you make because
Like, if
bro,
this
you
shit
have
was
you have
written,
to read the
why
book.
the fuck is they not teaching this shit in churches then? You saying it's
Okay,
prophesized, my nigga. Why are Bible thumping ass niggas not teaching this shit to people if it's prophesized?
bro, they are. What are you
No,
talking
they're
about?
not. Nigga, I've been in church. They don't talk about this shit. They don't give a fuck about women and children going missing. They don't talk about
Okay,
it at all.
okay. Churches are based off of doctrines. There's Baptists,
I
there's
don't care,
Catholics.
bro. They
All
looking
these.
at the same Bible you looking at. So why the fuck is
You
nobody?
cut me
I don't
off. You're not
care.
getting no money.
Hold on.
You asking me
I
questions,
don't
but
care
you
if
not.
you get. I don't care if you getting into the Hebrew Israelites, nigga, the Catholics, whoever else, bro. They're not talking about women and children going missing because they don't give a fuck. You want to know why they don't give a fuck? Because they God does not give a fuck, bro. Y'all niggas just want to sit here
God
talk.
already
Oh, it's
spoke.
prophecy. No, nigga,
God
it's
already
not
spoke of
prophecy.
the curses.
Like what? You gonna curse children because niggas back then broke the covenant and fucking was worshiping a golden fucking a cow, even though they knew that the Most High exists? That shit don't even make no sense. This nigga. If that nigga was real, he playing with our lives, bro. He playing fucking
Do
games with
you
us.
do you
If we're gonna
believe,
be realistic,
bro?
the nigga's a pair. Nah, nah,
Okay,
nah.
check me out. Check this
Nah,
out,
bro.
bro.
We
If
already
you if
hold
you
on, hold on. Because nigga, we knew them. We already knew the Most High exists, but all of a sudden we want to break away from the Most High, break the covenant, and start fucking worshiping golden calves and shit like that. No, nigga, that's not how it works, nigga. You are following somebody
got a bad
who is a
understanding, bro.
psychopath, bro. Something's wrong with that nigga in the sky, literally. And you're making excuses. All y'all niggas be making excuses for this nigga. That's the problem.
No, no. The problem is you don't read the book. You haven't read the book. You're going off a doctrine that's taught in church and what people said to you, and it don't make sense to you because you haven't opened the book and read it yourself. You're
You
Oh,
talking
okay.
about
literally assuming.
you're talking
You
about cow.
assuming. You
You're talking.
assuming.
No,
You
I can tell
assuming.
because I
You
can tell
you
because
assuming. You assuming, which is an assumption. You can tell, which is an assumption. He just told you that he grew up in
I
the
haven't
church, so you don't
read the
know.
book.
You don't
I have
know
an
that if
understanding
he
of the
has picked
book.
up the book or not. You can't assume. You literally just tried to clock me for assuming, but you assumed, and this is like your
Can I
second or
talk?
third time assuming. So, brother, relax and calm down for a second because right now you're just over talking everybody. You're not even listening to him and what he's saying. Why is so called God allowing children to go missing? You see what I'm saying? That's what we're asking you. Your book is rooted in dogma. It's a dogmatic, satanic religion. All religions are that. It's rooted in dogma, and that's a fact. So, regardless, you saying you haven't read the book, but I have a library right next to me, and I've read them books. And these books are talking about origin, which is the same thing that your so-called Bible starts out talking about. Genesis is explaining parthenogenesis. Eve is Eve gene, Adam is ATOM.
Prove
So
it.
it's
Prove it.
actually
Or you made it up. Prove it.
okay. So again, if you actually understand parthenogenesis, if you actually understand totipotency, this is why the host was saying we're only discussing genetics in here. You keep coming up talking about the Bible. So what we're saying is that the Bible was written by eukaryotic organisms. We taught them everything that they know. So what is it? What is this explain? Excuse me. What it's explaining is our genetics allegorically. Those are not real people. So when I asked you who wrote the Bible and you said Moses and Noah, that was written by 100 people, bro. Shakespeare is a corporation. It's not one person. These are facts that you can go do the research on. And if you
Whoever
haven't
was
done the
around
research
before.
outside of your Bible, I got news for you. Cause why do we have the bones of the oldest bones on this planet was found of a woman? Where's Jesus' bones, bro? They didn't even have them. They never found any traces of this nigga, but he was here, and Catholicism and Christianity was spread worldwide. Where's the proof that this nigga was here? You asking me for proof on parthenogenesis, like there aren't animals, and like that's not a part of our genetics is so-called prokaryotic organisms to produce through
Really documented.
parthenogenesis using our Bartholin gland. So again, when we say junk DNA, what's a part of the junk DNA? Our Bartholin gland, we still have them. We just don't, we're not tapping into it. It's dormant because we have the presence of antigens. So you're telling me to prove something that can be proven. Eve gene is a real thing. Atom is a real thing. Why are you asking me to prove you atom, which is the subatomic particles that make up everything? Why do you need proof of that, bro? That's just science.
Are you gonna prove it, or you just gonna filibuster? What's happening?
He's just a yapper.
Yeah, can I
Like,
ask you
he's
something?
not
What would you
even
That's
like, you
genetics.
know what I'm
He wasn't
what
done
saying?
with you
what
after you
would
said
you
he had
Yeah,
consider
genetics.
proof?
like literally, like I just explained Partheno, bro.
Come
I
on, bro.
can't.
Parthenos
Can I
genesis, that's
try?
genetics. That's
Because I can and see you're gonna sit there and say that to her about proof but I can sit here and say to you, and I'm not trying to mess with you, I can sit here and say to you, brother, did everything die in the flood? Did everything die in the flood? And I'm not going on a religious tangent. I just want you to understand something. Because minister, deacon, been there, did that. It doesn't go away. So I know the scriptures that you're referring to.
The the Bible tells us what survived in the flood. Two of each animal, Noah, his sons, and their wives.
I bet you now answer this question. Do whales drown? Do fish drown? So I guess there were things that were alive from beginning, right? But they don't teach that. Because I know Noah didn't bring a whale in the ark.
I think some things don't need to
Do
be.
fish
No.
drown?
What I'm trying to
Answer his question,
explain to
bro.
you.
Do fish
Go ahead. I'm
drown?
sorry.
I think,
I'm trolling.
Oh no, I know, but I didn't want to interrupt you if you wanted to come in because you know you the host, whatever. But I am trying to be respectful. But my point to you is again, now you had an animal in the garden that spoke, had hands, feet, and the scriptures that you go by says it was more subtle than any other creature in the garden, which means it was smarter than every animal, right? Now he put it on, he took its hands and feet away and made it slither, right? Now, when did God, you just even said it too, two by two in the ark? When did God make one of anything? So where's the rest of those lizards, brother?
bro, what? What are you talking about right now?
No,
Do
no,
that one
see,
more
what I
time,
need
bro.
to,
Like, cause yeah, hold
okay,
on,
no,
go ahead.
no. Okay, I'll say it slower. There was a lizard, a animal in the garden that was more subtle than any other garden that was supposedly inhabited by Satan, right? To fool Eve. Now, this animal got punished, and God took its legs and arms and made it slither, right? Now, where's the rest of them? Because when does the so-called creator that you say that scripture holds, where are the rest of them? Because why did God make one of anything? Where in the scriptures that he make one of anything? Positive and negative, Adam and Eve, right?
Okay, let's do this. Let's make
And this is
sure.
not a battle with you. I want you to understand that the scriptures are more than what you hold them to be. You make them too literal. You
You
put
don't know.
a
You don't
scary
know.
man
You don't
in the
know.
sky, and that's what they're trying to educate you on. That you're combative and you don't understand what when they're
No,
trying to
no,
educate
no.
you
You're
and
making
bring
it.
you out of the book and
You're
make it
doing
more
it.
esoteric for you. And everybody here is trying to. That's what this whole forum, I believe, is here for, to educate people, not to be combative with them. So you're not, to me, it's like one of those people that are not here to be educated and go, oh, wow, man, you know what? Let me research what is said. What you said is for somebody else to prove what they're supposed to know. We're here to help people who don't know. So therefore, what you're doing is you're fighting it, man. You're bringing that energy that she was talking about.
I'm not. I'm not fighting. I'm
Why
not
don't no no
fighting
yes
any.
you are. You know why? Because why don't you say, hey ma'am, you know what, miss? Can you show me where to find that? Not prove it.
I did.
Help
I
me
told her to prove
understand
it.
it.
I told her to
No,
prove
no,
it.
no.
What do
You
you mean?
told her to give you the information that you should be researching. Why should you research it? Because it will give you better understanding. Did
No,
she
because
guide you to the
I
information?
haven't,
The
bro.
host guides you to the information,
Bro,
brother, and you learn. You sit down and you read it. I'm quiet now. I'm going back on mute.
Okay, I know you're passionate, brother. I mean, me and you we were doing good for a second. Um, what it may seem like I'm coming off as challenging, but it's not. I have an understanding when she says something that I know is is not true because I have that understanding. I'm giving her time to prove that. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you ask me to prove it, I'm gonna prove it, and I'm gonna prove. I'm gonna take you to the book, chapter, and verse
The
that it could
thing,
be
the
right.
Bible is not a credible source. That's the thing. It's literally not. So you can't prove nothing with the Bible
Every
because I mean
everything
we can even
everything
we
is
can
proven. Out scientists go to the Bible to prove. What do you mean? That's how that when people try to go find the ark, what they
right.
use
So
the
so
Bible.
let's start with Adam and Eve, bro. That shit was that's a whole allegory. That shit was fake. The man never came first, and woman didn't come from man's rib. That shit was
But
fake.
where are you getting that from?
What do you mean? Where am I getting that? Look at chromosomes. How about we start there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Right.
even know what chromosomes are?
Parthenogenesis,
Yep.
totipodency. That's where we're getting it from. We're getting it from the function of the cell, prokaryotic cells, and how they split through binary fission, which is the same thing that the sun does through nuclear fission and fusion. So again, everything that takes place in your Bible can be explained through science because it is spirituality. The problem is they're putting false ass characters on this shit, and that's the problem. Niggas are taking the book literal when it's allegorical. Holy
No, no, no.
Bible
Okay.
translates to Helios Biblios, which means sun book. So
They're talking about our genetics,
genetics.
our anatomy, all that's talking about.
Bible is just based on
That
astrology.
is not what the Bible means. That is not what the Holy Bible means. It means separated collection of books. But
Bro,
let's talk
okay.
about it. It's
Holy
okay.
Bible. Holy Bible came from Helios Biblios is the
The
translation.
Latin
That's
translation.
the translation. This is why I asked you who wrote your Bible. Who created the language that's in the Bible? Did we create it? No.
The Torah is
Language
written in
does
it.
not create
The
audible
Torah,
friction. We were literally using telepathy. That's how the megalithic structures are still here, and they will tell you that. Because if you look at the chemical composition, the composition of those rocks, the Stonehenge, the different sundials, the different megalithic structures, all of them, the stones that were found in South America, those perfect circular, impossibly symmetrical. This is what scientists are saying. Impossibly symmetrical stone balls. These are still holding energy to this day.
Mm-hmm.
So if they reach a high enough vibration, they will levitate and do whatever they were doing metaphysically before.
Yeah,
Exactly. So
magnetism.
when we're talking about spirituality, there's a scientific explanation for everything. Quantum science is explaining how everything is interacting on an atomic and a subatomic level. So when he's saying, or when we're saying parthenogenesis, when we're talking about chromosomes, when we're talking about atoms and cells, that is quantum, micro to macrocosm. So we can talk about your heaven all day long. Let's talk about what the so-called heavens are composed of. Because we make up and share biological identification with all interstellar gases and nanodiamonds that the cosmos are composed of. So I don't need a Helios Biblios book to tell me what's within my genetics, considering that the book is only 2,000 years old and my genetics goes back 13.6 billion years. Like, come on, bro. All I have to do is tap into the Akashic records through meditation. The answer will come to me, and I then can cross reference it with anything in nature. But I don't have to use a fake ass, man made ass book. I mean, we can. We in this frequency, that's what we doing. So you telling me to prove it? I can prove to you parthenogenesis. I can prove to you that any word in front of parthenogenesis is artificial, and that's exactly what Genesis is explaining allegorically. So if you don't know that your book and literature itself uses literary devices like metaphors, similes, and everything else that comes with that shit, then you don't like what the fuck? Like you
assuming
want to use literature to combat science, brother?
you're too what?
You're telling me, oh, I'm going based off of the book, but the book is allegorical as well, which goes back to
Yep.
literature, which is the same thing that we're talking about, the Latin language. It translates to Helios. We can play the semantics with that shit. But when we
And
do the actual research with science, it perfectly aligns with parthenogenesis, Eve, Gene, and Adams.
Give him an
can I
example.
can I break down to where I think you're okay? So
Give
let
him
me
an
let me say
example
this
of
first.
an allegory.
First, I understand what an allegory. Please
No,
stop
no,
treating me like
I'm
I'm
no,
stupid.
no, 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 brother. I'm
First off,
talking about in the
y'all are
scriptures.
treating me like I'm
In the
stupid.
scriptures.
I know what an allegory is. I understand that Genesis. I understand what you guys are saying,
Okay.
right? But what y'all are doing is putting y'all putting assumptions on me that I don't understand. You think you guys are just on some other planet. You're not. Like we know what you're talking about. What I'm saying is you don't have an understanding of the book. You say it's 2,000 years old. It's not. The Torah has been around for at least 6,000 years. Jesus was here 2,000 years ago, but the Bible isn't one book. Yes, the people came together to put several books together to make a book called the Holy Bible, not the Helios, whatever you call it in Latin. It was written in Aramaic over 6,000 years ago. So let's get that right. So I understand the
You
allegory
just
part.
gave me the
And,
origin on the
and
Torah, and we're talking about the Bible. Of course it was, brother. Helios, Biblios, the book that you're talking about, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about another part of the book. Absolutely. You just don't understand what we're saying. Nobody's putting assumptions on you. The
I'm
only thing we're
telling
doing
you
is
that
asking questions.
it's several books combined to make one book, but the entirety of the book is about a culture. It's the culture of the Israelites. You understand what I'm saying? And if you're not of that culture, that's fine. You don't have to understand it. And that's what I'm saying. Just like you guys believe what you believe in,
Next best,
okay,
bro.
that's your culture. If you want to, that's fine. You
Yeah, you
understand me?
talking
But
about
I'm gonna walk.
culture and shit that is new to the planet and that the planet doesn't understand. It doesn't understand these man-made fake languages, and neither do our audible sensory system or
You're
our
literally,
integumentary system do. We had to
you're
literally be
literally,
programmed to speak this language. We were not speaking this language originally. I
you
digress.
are.
I digress though. Like we're
Stop.
not talking about the Bible though, bro. We talking about speciation and you keep trying to make it about religion.
And the thing is, you going so hard for this shit, but you remember
Like,
what we
like,
was talking about at first though, the women and children,
Right, and you haven't
and look
addressed
where you
that.
ended up at. Look where you ended up at.
I
And
answered those questions.
Talking
I
about
answered
another
those
nigga,
questions already,
Gay. That shit sweet as hell,
yeah,
bro.
man, I don't know, man. I personally, I was
uh,
already done with when after you said you would allow this shit.
Yeah,
Right?
after you basically didn't no, after you didn't answer our question on ethics and morality of experimentation on women and children, after you danced around the question 7 times, we were done then. You see what I'm saying? You don't care or value women, and right after that, you call me a chick
I answered
and
your
a
question.
shorty, but somehow you understand and respect women, and think that there. You didn't even answer the shit about us getting experimented on, bro.
Like,
Like, why are we even still addressing this type of energy, bro? You don't even care about your own people. Fuck.
Bro, see, now you.
yeah, so
Well, my Bible
you
I
didn't
have
even
is
talk.
I have a Bible, a scriptures that is the Ethiopian Bible that has 88 books. Oh, he left. Oh man. And I was just getting ready to tell the brother about how the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, and how Jesus said throw the net to the right side of the brain so he can get more spiritual, and he doesn't have to find God outside him, he can find him inside of him, and how the scriptures say that God is within you. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, CGB.
What did y'all want me to speak on?
Are we all one species?
Oh no, we're not all one species. Only black people. If you are non-African descent, you are part Neanderthal. I agree on that. Black people are the only people with no Neanderthal DNA in their genetics.
Okay.
Everybody else is part Neanderthal. That's a scientific term for a monkey with canine DNA, I believe, chicken DNA. I'm not sure, but I know for sure, like, if you're non-black, you are part Neanderthal. That's molecular biology. That's already been proven in 2011, 2013, something like that.
All right, it facts. They share animal DNA. Everybody outside of so-called black people have animal DNA.
Yup.
Their scientists are still trying to explain how the fuck we went from haploids to diploids. They trying to figure out, well, the only explanation to how the eukaryotic cell organism got on the planet is it was seeded here.
Exactly.
And they're lying to our children, telling us that we're all one species, we're all one human race, and we're all the same, when that's just not true at all.
No, it's not.
But
They just said that during slavery times to justify Jim Crow laws and justify the brutality of black people. That's where that whole black people are monkeys came from. That was just like an excuse to justify violence.
Where did everything get seeded from?
do you think we're all one species, Philly?
Not even close.
All right, can you explain that?
Can I explain that?
Yeah.
Um, walk outside.
What do you mean? Like, elaborate.
What do I mean by walk outside? I mean like, oh, you want biological terms, so you want like DNA reference points, right?
Explain it.
Explain it. Okay. So I listened to this for a little bit, honestly, and I was trying to figure out why. All right, if we here first, right? And I know we was from here, right? Like we came from the cosmos, right? So everybody's trying to explain where everything else came from. So you're using biology to explain where everybody else came from. And when I look at everything on a global scale, I'm like, why do we blocking off certain parts of the world if you even traveled outside of your hood, your city, your state, or whatever, to actually see what's actually going on? It's like, yeah, they came from somewhere else. So where did it come from? You say caves or whatever, right? To explain where people came from. And how do people land in caves, right? And every single country agrees that Antarctica is off limits. That's like an ice wall. They put it in like shows, documentaries, series. They be trying to break it to you subtly or whatever. And it's like everything's here. Everything that you even think of is a real thing is here. So when you say we divine beings and we're the first people that are here, we're literally from the cosmos. Yes, we are right here. You can't discover what already been here. We've been here. So the only way for you to discover what has been here is for you to come through from another world, planet, whatever, and it's not up. It's like over there.
All right, so where did the eukaryotic cell organism come from?
Where did it come from? Okay, so if you tap into or you research or even look at like any other type of mythologies or any other where people came from, right? Everybody talks about, oh, they traveled on ships, they came over here on ships. You got Vikings, right? They was always talking about ships, right? You got explorers, they always came on ships, right? Well, how did they know a ship didn't come from outside of a certain area? You know what I'm saying?
Now I'm saying like, how did they get on the planet?
How they get on the planet? I'm saying it's all connected. I'm saying the stuff that you don't see that's here. You know what I'm saying? Like the vision, the stuff that you were taught is like how big everything is. You're thinking on 7 continents, right? I'm thinking beyond this shit. Like this shit, it
I'm
came
not I'm
from
not
outside.
referring to the continents. I just want to know where you think the eukaryotic cell organism came from. Like, how did it get on the planet?
It came from 369. Okay, so
What does that
we're
mean?
at the nine. We're at the
Nice.
nine, right? No, no,
Nice.
hold on. We are at the nine, right? The six is
Go
through the
ahead,
ice
man.
wall. There's different points, right? The three is beyond that wall, period. So the three is like dinosaurs or whatever, and you got all the water flow to come through that shit, and then you got bones, and they just trying to wipe them off or whatever, right? Above that is like the six, which is like different type of beings that are. And when you say DNA splicing, like I'm not a geneticist at all. I don't know shit about that, but I can tell you exactly where that shit came from. You know what I'm saying? Like it came from people trying to adapt to this environment, this climate, this sun, right? And the only way for them to do that is to splice their DNA with the shit they came with. You know what I'm saying? If
What do
they
you
had to survive on a ship for this long to come through the ice wall, they had to go get I don't know, they reached our environment, they lived in caves or whatever, right? So yeah, they might have merged with a fucking chicken, a duck. I'm sorry, I can't curse on them. A chicken, a duck, a snake, a fruit fly, whatever was around to survive, to adapt to this environment.
How did that get inside of their genetics? Like,
How did it get inside their genetics? Because we'd like to think we're like advanced, which we really are. But our advance, right? The way we are advanced is we're tapped into everything around us. Kind of like if you ever seen the movie Avatar, that's how we're tapped in. We're tapped into everything around us, nature, whatever. Like nature, spirituality, everything around us is connected to us. So like their whole play on us is to disconnect us and from ourselves, from the environment, from everything around us, and plug us into this little distraction, which is the matrix. While they play in our face, do whatever they want, export our kids
no,
to other
listen, I don't
states.
think you understanding the question, brother. I'm
Huh?
asking, how did the eukaryotic cell get on the planet?
How did it get on the planet? You seen the planet from like you see it like a moon landing.
You're like, how did it come into existence?
Do you see it? It's been here at the same time. We we all from the same place from the cosmos, right?
Who is we?
We everything here was already here. We're from the nine, right? They're from the six.
There's
They're
nothing
from the
new under the sun.
exactly.
Okay.
There you go. What sun are you talking about, though? You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
there. Okay, but
So we're under this
hold
sun.
on.
We are
But
under this sun, right?
right, so the cow, the chicken, the pig, the sheep, rabbits, cats, dogs, fruit flies, all that shit is new to the planet. It didn't exist millions of years ago. You feel what I'm saying? So-called black people, we've been on the planet for quite some times. Now, if we're just going off of the so-called white, Asian, and Arab men and everybody who extends from them, they just got here 6 to 8 thousand years ago. So somebody was trying to play God on the planet and created a lot of different organisms. So these niggas is new to the planet. So I'm a little confused what you're talking about when you say everything that's here always existed.
So are you asking like who is
Hold
the
on,
creator of like the eukaryote?
hold on. Go ahead, Philly. You gotta unmute, Philly.
You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So we from the nine, right? We on the top. We connected to the sun. That's the soul, everything, right? So the six is it's not below. It's like lateral. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at it differently, it's like lateral. It's through ice walls, through Antarctica, whatever. It's still the same space you see, but it's not the same space that you perceive to be a thing. You know what I'm
Did the
saying?
Chihuahua come from the ice wall?
Who came from the ice wall?
I'm asking you, did Chihuahuas come from behind the ice wall?
Are you being smart or being stupid?
I'm asking you a question because you're saying that these people came from the ice wall. I'm asking you, Chihuahuas. I'm asking, did they come from the ice wall? That's a
Have you
serious
ever been to the
question.
ice wall?
Can you answer my question?
How do I know if Chihuahuas came to us or not?
Nigga, I mean, shit. These other people came from behind the ice walls. So I
Have you
mean, I'm
been
just
there?
asking. Have
Have
you
you been
been
there?
there? Like,
Nah, I
you
should
don't.
go. Y'all got the resources? Let's go.
So like, I'm simply asking you a question. You're saying that nothing's new under the sun, and you're
Exactly.
stating right. So and you're saying that are Chihuahuas not new under the sun?
Oh, that's like crossbreeding. So you just basically genetically only like the only way you see stuff is through genetics.
So are Chihuahuas new to the planet? Yes or no?
You tell me, are they new? You asked the question, you know the answer already.
I'm just asking you a question because you keep trying
If
to
you
say that.
can't answer the questions, and what are you up here, That's what we saying. Like you, brother, you literally said, "Oh, I'm not a geneticist. I can't explain it, but I can tell you how it go." Like what? That's not you. We can't have a conversation with someone who doesn't understand speciation when we're saying that we're not all the same species. So that's we're not really able to build and have a conversation and bounce. You know what I'm saying? Like energy off of each other because now you're using reverse psychology because you really don't understand the topic. Now you're trying to get smart. He's asking you, did the Chihuahua come from beyond the ice wall? That's a real question that scientists literally unpack every single day. And they know that they didn't. Every scientist in the world is saying that these animals, the eukaryotic cell, got here from electrical fusion. That's something that you can study. That's nothing that you have to be a geneticist for. Understanding how we went from haploids to diploids and that it never happened can just be, you can read that shit in an article in a peer-reviewed essay to understand the function of the cells and how they work. That's just denotation. That's just looking up prokaryotic versus eukaryotic. That's just studying the cells and understanding how they work. You can tell based off of how something functions that it's not conducive to the planet. That's not rocket science at all. So again, it's not really fair to the host and for the other people that want to speak when you don't really understand the topic and want to go round for round and use reverse psychology.
You can go ahead, Philly. You on mute, by the way.
Oh, you said go ahead like talk or go ahead like just keep going, do something else.
Yeah, like you can respond to that.
Oh, okay. So you got to think about like what everything came here for. Like I heard you, right, and everybody else, and we tap into history books and we read and we research and we go back as far as we can. We go back to the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 1800s, and then you got this little blackout period, right? And what do they call it? What do they call the blackout period? Where like it just started burning everything and they forget where everybody came from. Then they started brainwashing people. What they call that? I can't remember the names for it. The Dark Ages? The Dark Ages, right? Okay. So they hit a point in history where it's like, all right, it's the Dark Ages. So we gonna plot from here because we got together and we're gonna decide that this is what it is, and we're gonna give them these books, this knowledge, or whatever to push our agenda. So what's our
Are you
agenda?
saying that they had books in the Dark Ages?
In the Dark Ages, they had books and everything way before that.
Or
I'm just saying, as far as us being here the whole
can
time,
you name some books that they had during the Dark Ages?
I named some books they had during the Dark Ages. During the Dark Ages,
Yeah.
we think about the time frame. I'm pretty sure. Once they came through it, I'm thinking periodically, history wise, it was all about pushing religion to brainwash the culture.
What books were they brainwashing people with
I'm
during the
probably
Conquest?
I'm probably saying like the Bible and every version of it to come through here, just to try to disconnect everybody from themselves. That time frame, I'm literally trying to think like this is where they invented and started like putting a lot of stuff together to try to disconnect you from yourself. And then went on crusades and missionary missions to just derail you from being connected to yourself and teach you about something else that doesn't exist outside of yourself. So if you talk about books, like I think everything before that was like poetry, nature, being connected to yourself, staying grounded, um, staying balanced, being connected to yourself, like a higher power. You know what I'm saying? Like being connected to the universe, because that's what you really tapped into before they kicked you out your spot. And they're just like, no, this is what it is. And they came through and make you believe. They came out of caves, which honestly, like caves, if you come through that point, like caves would kind of make sense. So like, if that's where you seek shelter for a little while, if you come through some icy ship, you know what I'm saying, like if you look at history, like everybody that came through on ships, right? You talk about Vikings or whatever, they came through passageways, right? And they talk about they document it like crazy. And then as soon as it gets
Wait,
here,
are you
everything.
saying we found the Vikings in the caves?
No, I'm saying that was the way they got to the caves.
No, I'm saying was the Vikings in the caves?
Where? Oh my God, brother, he's just asking you how did the eukaryotic cell got here? Like, we can actually pinpoint what sparked the universe. It was sparked by a
I'm
single
showing you where it
thing.
came. I'm
We
telling you
can
where it came from.
actually tell you how so-called black people evolved with the planet itself. The
Okay.
question, the thing that has a question mark on its genetics is eukaryotic organisms. So the number one
How they
question
got
that
here,
you
right?
every single day is how they got here. So that's what he's asking you. Like, do you know anything about how the cell got here? But way before the Viking, like we're talking about the cell.
They've been here the whole time. They're in the six.
Okay, and explain it. How have they have been here the whole time?
They're in the six. We're in the nine, right?
Is the planet nine etheric? Right, the entire planet is a nine ether planet, right?
The planet that you see
No, no.
is nine.
The planet that we're talking about, Earth,
Okay.
right?
Earth.
It is a nine etheric planet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So with them being six ether, which is what you're saying, right?
Hmm.
How does six evolve from nine? When
Six
six is
goes
not
through.
conducive to the planet, how does it come from the planet
Six
when it
goes
shares
from.
no biological identification with it?
Six goes through an ice wall, which there are four
Okay.
entry
I just
points,
want to
right?
talk about genetics though, because that's what the live is
Yeah.
about.
Okay.
So
So
six ether genetics, let's talk about the six ether genetics. So they are non-conducive. We can look at their audible sensory system, their integumentary system. We can look at their melanin, which is explaining the type of DNA that they have. There are five
which is
different
not
types of
conducive.
melanin, right? There are five different types of melanin and three that pertain to so-called humans.
Huh?
They have two different types of melanin, and one in which is non-conducive. It doesn't make sense for a so-called human to even have.
Okay.
Eumelanin turns into pheomelanin, so they're both the same. So the fact that they are eumelanated and pheomelanated is already, they already share no biological identification with the planet there, nor the caves. They were found in caves, true, but they don't share any biological identification with them. So what the host is asking is, if they share no biological identification with this planet, which is in the cosmos with the rest of the planet and stars, as a sulfur and an ammonia based being, how do they share biological identification here? How have they always been here when they just walked out of the cave 6,000 years ago?
They have always been here, but in order to be where we are, they had to assimilate, and they had to do that by genetic modification. See, we're nine, they're six. They had to do a little stuff in between to get to here. And there's threes. There's threes out here, so you don't even know like the threes to get to the six to get to the nine. Creation is 369.
Bro, they're
So
saying that we're carbon and they don't understand all interstellar gases that we're composed of. Y'all are just saying carbon. Every fucking thing has carbon, y'all. In order
everything
for
does.
it to exist, it has to have carbon. So
Everything does,
again, if
but
we're
we're
not,
looking at
I'm just addressing the comments, brother. I'm not actually, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are saying carbon, but what kind though? What's the genetic composition? When we're looking at skin, what is that skin composed of? You see what I'm saying? We got to answer the question. If the eukaryotic cell has always been here, you're saying that it evolved with the planet. I'm asking how. If there is no, do you know what eukaryotic means? Like, do you know what the definition of eukaryotic mean, or what it means? Like,
Go ahead and unmute Philly.
single cell to two cell, right?
what I'm asking, do you know what eukaryotic means?
Single cell to two cell, right?
Eukaryotic. I'm,
The
I'm just asking you yes or no,
all
brother.
right, so
Because if you don't, I can tell you, and then we can. You
it's
know,
probably you're saying like single DNA strand to two DNA strands, right?
I'm
I
not,
mean, if you
brother. I'm
don't
just
know, just say you
asking
don't
you.
know. Don't try to
Yeah.
answer the question. So
If I
do
don't
you
know the
know?
cell, then
Okay, so eukaryotic means true seeded nucleus.
okay.
Prokaryotic means before nucleus. There were only prokaryotic organisms on the planet before more complicated eukaryotic cells came into play. And what they say is through the process of evolution. When they go in to study evolution, when it comes back, the climatologists are saying that we never went from haploids to diploids based off of climate. You cannot tell me that a fruit fly, a dog, and a pig, a cow, wombat, whatever the fuck, all of that genetic information got there by climate. Stop trying to blame the fucking sun for that shit, bro.
What if that
The only way that those animals could be within one organism is through electrical fusion, because these animals can't naturally procreate with each other. And on top of that, a pig is non-conducive to this planet. A fruit fly is non-conducive. Celery is kale, cruciferous vegetables are non-conducive to this planet. So are cats. They are not 100% a cat. A chihuahua is not 100% a chihuahua. So eukaryotic animals, insects, microorganisms are not conducive to this planet. A strawberry is not the same as a wild strawberry. Those are two completely different species.
Yep.
One can't be tamed and one can, because when we say that it can't be tamed, it can't be spliced. So again, there are different things that cannot. They are coded. Their cells are coded in neuromelanin. You can't splice light with light. You can't go in and tamper with genetic information with neuromelanated people. So the question is, how did the eukaryotic cell get here? That's a cell that can be manipulated 1,000 times over. So if it can be manipulated 1,000 times over, it would have to be here through manipulation. And the manipulation is electrical fusion. And they are still using that tech today that they so-called first started tampering with in the 9 and 1000s. So again, I'm not coming at anyone. I really want more of our brothers and sisters to start understanding genetics, because history is fucking us over. Okay? If you don't know or understand genetics, I advise Dr. Layla Africa, Dr. Delbert Blair, read the Divine Carbon series, pick up the Genetics for Dummies, Anatomy, Physiology for Dummies, Stem Cell for Dummies. Like, start trying to understand the difference and the function of the cells, because we are not the same. And they know that. They
Sky,
know that. They're
Sky, you
reporting the
should
information that
Sky, you should put up a video.
I don't know what happened, but they're reporting information that our children can hold their heads up as early a couple of hours. That's not happening for the eukaryotic species, because it's a different cellular function. So we can talk about race. Race is not biological, that's superficial, it's theoretical. Race theory does nothing for us. Genetics is explaining origin because the base word of that is gene. So if we don't understand origin, why are we talking about speciation? If we don't understand the terminology, why are we spewing the knowledge to people when we can't even explain it? That's harmful. That's called spreading misinformation, and we cannot build with false information.
What do you think the Bible and all this religion does? It spreads harmful information, spreading truthful lies. So first of all, like
I'm
if
not
you
talking
know,
about religion though.
no, I'm me either. Like I could care less about it. What I'm
Right, but
saying is,
can I just wanted you to
no,
respond though, brother, because I had originally asked you, did you know what eukaryotic meaning, and you didn't know. Yet you are telling us and trying to answer a question about how the cell came about. You don't find that like suspicious that you're doing that? You don't think that, like, how can I believe what you're saying if you don't even know the definition of what you're talking about?
the definition that you pick for me to answer. See, like
Okay, I'm done, bro, because you can
you
request
right,
it up here. He said we're not all the same species. You requested up. Nobody told you to do that. We having a
you right.
conversation, just trying to. I'm abundance, y'all. Abundance and gratitude, host.
Abundance, everybody.
Abundance, host. You
Abundance.
know we tapped
You right.
in, but
It's a biology.
yeah.
You right.
Go ahead, Richie. You want to add something?
Oh no, just you can ask me a question and I'll try to answer to my best ability. Um, you can ask me a question if you want. I don't mind anything.
I just wanted to see if you wanted to add something.
Um, yeah. Well, I've listened to quite a few people on here. So well, in terms of like the June guy that was talking about religion and that, I grew up as a Christian. I went to Bible school, but like I'm also like I'm not like close minded. I'm very open minded. I'm down to like understand and get to know more about our planet. You know, like yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to get every single valuable information I can on everything about life and where it's headed and what's it's gonna be like in the next like 100 years, so I can best equip myself and my family and my friends the best way possible moving forward. So yeah, that's my opinion on that topic, I guess. But I do like understand everyone's um like everyone's chasing knowledge, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. Well, you can ask the question and I'll try to answer if that's that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just listening.
No, I ain't got no questions for you. I just want to see if you wanted to say anything. Mayor, you got anything to say?
I was just gonna say a little earlier, especially when I was on, that it would be, all those references that she stated. That's the type of thing that would be nice if people like us, when we have knowledge like that, to put those resources out in a video for people to look at, because there are a lot of people, like Richie or whoever, you know what I mean, or Philly, that might want to look at those resources, and instead of being combative, what I mean, they might look at it and go, oh yeah, blah 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 blah, and they share it with somebody else, and that's how people grow. And to me, that's one, because I remember somebody saying, so what's the answer, how can we go move forward? And I think one of the biggest things are sharing our information. And we can't be worried about the people who don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Because there's always going to be somebody who does. Because I know when I was younger, I was one of those people, and there was not many people, like I told you earlier. So it's nice to know that if I'm searching, there's people like you guys out there that have, information that can lead to terminologies so that I can better understand. And then I can look up, find the definitions for, and then when I come on lives or when I would just want to speak to somebody or get more information, I understand better what I'm looking for and how to find myself and other things better.
All right, abundance. This gonna be the last person. Go ahead, Ra.
Brother, I also just want to say abundance, and I do got to go, Ether. It was been a pleasure, and I enjoyed your live, brother.
Most definitely abundance, brother.
Peace, King. Yeah, nah, I was just, I've been on the live in and out because I had caught a call. I was just wondering, is there anywhere where this is like recorded or, you know what I'm saying, where we could listen back? Because there's a lot of things y'all was dropping that kind of changed my perspective and I'm trying, you know what I mean, get the full information or whatnot.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it on my YouTube.
Gang, that's what's up. Thank you.
Definitely abundance, brother. Philly, you got anything you want to say? You gotta
I don't
unmute.
know, like this is closing argument.
You said what?
I said I don't know, like this is closing argument or something.
Yeah, I'm finna go ahead and shut the live down and see if there was anything you wanted to share.
All right, what I want to say, like to everybody that's on here right now, right, is like take your time, tap into yourself. You already know all the answers. Every time you hop on a live and you go searching, that's like verification, it's confirmation. So that's why it looks like deja vu to you. I'm saying you might see it, you might dream about it, and then you run up on it, you're like, oh, I've been here before. So it's just like, so what are you doing? Is that like verification you on the right path, or you doing something else? Now, mind you, the conversation you had earlier with the bull was like, protect yours, women, children, and everything. And I understand that 1,000%, right? But a lot of people don't see that way from the Matrix because that is a whole thing to distract everybody from tapping into themselves. Like you're so busy focused on how to get this bag out here that you don't even tap into yourself. You know, do you even know how to tap into yourself? That's a thing. Like, do you even know how to? It take a little bit to even learn how to tap into yourself, to even access things about yourself, and you realize sometimes like it's right in front of your face, like the stuff that look at you, stare you right in the face, it feel like a curse. It's actually your gift. You just don't know how to use it, and you just don't know what it is. And you out here operating on your five senses when there's way more than that because your five senses is only physical. It's only physical. So you got way more senses than that are not even physical. That every time you go look and try to explain what they are, you're gonna be met with a bunch of you know, religious stuff or someone trying to tell you what it is before you even know what it is because you got to go get it yourself. Yourself, you know yourself. You got to go know yourself because everybody's gonna give you the answer, and that's the biggest lie. Everybody has an answer to everything, and it's not even the answer because you're unique. You know what I'm saying? You're here for a reason. You got to find out your reason for being here, and that's on you. Ain't nobody gonna help you get there, but you know you can log in, you can tap into every live that they be posting, and it's verification that you're not alone in this journey. But honestly, you're alone in this journey because this is yours. You're guiding yourself. Don't let them forget that. Don't let yourself forget that. Go handle your stuff. So I'm trying to make it clean. Go handle your stuff. Um, be a bigger person. You know what I'm saying? Protect yourself. Protect your family. Protect community. They're trying to destroy the community. They already did. Look where everybody at. You know what I'm saying? We by ourselves. We logging online right now. You know You know what I'm saying? Like, you online right now. You talking on the phone right now. But you know what? That's don't look at it being negative. You know what I'm saying? Tap into yourself. You have all the answers. If you don't know how to tap into yourself, eat clean. Matter of fact, don't eat for like 3 days. Don't eat for 3 days. See how your body feels. See how your body react to it. Don't do nothing but drink water for 3 days. Go on a fast. Ask yourself what I'm doing this for. And keep going. I guarantee that mental clarity and it's gonna kick in around like 50. I'm saying like 53 hours. You're gonna be so sharp, so sharp. You're gonna just be like, how did I not realize this is a thing? And then once you get to that point, your body's gonna tell you what it needs, and then you respond. What does my body need? Does it need this, that? Do I need X, Y, Z? Am I overflooding this and that? You know what I'm saying? All right, go 2 weeks. Like get to that point, and then go like 2 weeks on whatever your body wants. Listen to yourself. Focus. Go hard. Go hard. It's not easy. This is not easy at all. It's hard. This is the hardest thing you'll probably ever have to face. But once you get to the other side, the
Mhm.
grass is not greener. You are way stronger for it. The grass isn't greener. It doesn't look like, oh, it's easier. No, you become stronger for that. You know what I'm saying? You become stronger for that and you go harder for that. And you get your little spark, your little motivation, and you go hard as hell. And then whenever anybody come to you and ask you like, "Hey, would you X, Y, and Z?" You already have the answer. You already know. You know because now you're getting all them downloads, right? And you're in a position where you're able to receive them because you stop ingesting all this BS they be giving you. Where you can receive these downloads, and now you're in a position to act on them. And that's what it's about. We can talk all day if you don't act on whatever
But
you're thinking, because you know what I mean. You're connected to everything out here. This it's kind of like Avatar. You're connected to everything out here. If you don't act on everything that you feel like to go against yourself, your first mind is to go against God. Remember that. To go against yourself, your first mind is to go against God. Don't second guess yourself. They're gonna do this to you all day.
All right.
Enjoy the journey.
All right. Skywatcher, you want to say something?
I just wanted to say everybody got to take their own advice. That's it. All the locking in that you telling your other brothers and sisters to do, make sure you doing that. You see what I'm saying? Because I be sitting down with myself most days. When I'm not on live and stuff like that, that's because I'm in meditation, which is should be done 100% of the time. You should always be observing your reality. That's what meditation is. You should always be in an observant state. And that's where the so called learning or the remembering takes place. But if you're not sitting down with yourself, you can't come collectively with your brothers and sisters and actually add. So I just encourage if you came up here today and you didn't understand the topic or you have a question, go research that. Come back the next time so we can build and exchange information. Abundance and gratitude.
Abundance. But yeah, I just want to say, learn thyself. Most definitely learn thyself, learn you, so that we can pass this on to our children.
okay.
Children shouldn't have to suffer because of our lack of knowledge, shit that we've been supposed to know. You feel what I'm saying? We use our body 100% of the time, but we know less than 1% about it.
Yeah.
And this is the
Thank you.
reason why our children are suffering. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, lock in with yourself.
Yeah.
Uh,
On the kids and women being taken out every year, like 8 million people being stolen from us. Yeah. On that topic, I just have to say, like, in terms of religion and all that, like, um, for there to be good, there has to be evil as well in the world. That's just how things are. For there to be light, there has to be darkness, and vice versa, the other way around. For there to be darkness, there has to be light. So things are gonna happen. You can't control the minds of 8 billion people on this planet, and things are gonna happen no matter what we try or we try to do. But the best we can do is just take control of our destiny and the people that we do know and fuck with, and just like try and help and put our lives on the line for for those we care about. That's pretty much how you combat the negativity in this world, because this world is evil, and it's up to us to protect the ones that can't protect themselves, pretty much. So yeah, that's all I gotta say.
All right, abundance. Next time I go live and people request up, I expect y'all to understand what y'all talking about before y'all come up here. So y'all heard all these keywords that we was using. So I would suggest y'all go do some deep research on that. So the next time that y'all come up, y'all can actually understand what we're speaking about, and you can actually have a conversation on it. So I just want to say abundance and gratitude to the chat. Go tap in with Skywatcher. Y'all go follow her and go follow my brother Denzel as
If I
well.
may, I know you about to close up. I just wanted to say a few things. It's just on my heart because I know I just asked a question, but just to close up, and I don't mean to cut you off, King, and thank you for having me up here. But I was just kicking it with the homie, and I was just telling him something before I got off the phone and got back on. So it's on my heart, and I definitely want to leave it to the chat for y'all leave. Man, this is the thing. The universe is in collaboration with you. Whatever you want, it wants you. So, you know what I'm saying? Put your best foot forward and ask God for what you need, and He gonna walk with you. God knows your heart, so keep your intentions pure. And it's very rare that people walk around talking about they know who they are. You know what I'm saying? So if you can actually say, yo, I know who I am, and you use it to deter all the things that are trying to deter you, then a lot of good things are gonna come to you. And I like that homie said, know thyself. You know what I'm saying? In order to know thyself, you gotta learn yourself, you feel me? And sometimes, you are deconstructed. We in the matrix. We've been deconstructed from the first, you know what I'm saying, being taken from a land or whatever you think the theory is. So you know what I'm saying? Deconstruct the falsehoods that people put on you, and remember who you are, and say to yourself, I know who I am, and tell people that you know who you are, and so that you can get all the negativity off of you and get back aligned and get back with the universe, because it's in collaboration with anything that you need to be here. And that's my piece. So thank you for having me. You know what I'm saying? Blessings to everybody who listening in the live.
Abundance. But yeah, like I was saying though, go tap in with my brother Denzel. Go tap in with Skywatcher. They YouTube is in their bio. They got the raw dialogues with their TikTok live. They post them on YouTube as well. So y'all go tap into that. But abundance and gratitude to you all. And I'll see y'all next time.